So this deck got really good with Jen and Ken.
So he's going to attack for 17, 1850, and 3000. So it's like almost enough for game. Not quite, just a little bit shy. It seems he's going to have a few hundred life points left to his name.
3000. 350? Yeah, 350.
Yep, 350s left.
I'll pass to you.
So Steven will get one more turn. We'll see what he draws.
Stand by, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't concede right away, so that's a good sign.
Ooh, another Insetti. Well, if this one can resolve, he'll be able to get the King Sarcophagus and perhaps start making some plays.
Yeah, the King Sarcophagus can help. As long as he has the King Sarcophagus on the field, he'll be able to special summon back the horse monsters from the graveyard. But if Lucas has anything to deal with this King Sarcophagus, he also gets the fresh draw from the Insetti. This could really get him back into this game. He's going to activate the King Sarcophagus. He can also send cards from his hand to the graveyard up to 4 times per turn to send a Horus monster to the graveyard.
He brings back Insetti right away with its own effect. Each of the new Horus monsters can special summon themselves from the graveyard with their own effect.
Yep.
By just by having the King Sarcophagus on the field. And he discards Nerval to send
Happy to the graveyard.
Happy to the graveyard. So Nerval's effect will activate to get him another Tri-Brigade monster. This is this key synergy that Steven relies on to make his deck work.
Yep, and he goes ahead and grabs Tri-Brigade Kit. So now he's going to bring back Happy. Happy has the cool effect if another card leaves the field by opponent's card effect, he gets to add 2 cards back from the banisher graveyard to his hand. So now that's threatening anything if there's some sort of removal from Lucas.
He didn't.
And Insetti also has the effect if another card leaves the field by opponent card effect. I think you can send a card on your opponent's side of the field to the graveyard. So he's going to activate Emergency. That's going to be met by Ash Blossom from Steven.
Wow.
He's fighting back. He's not giving up just yet.
And now we know Lucas has Extinguish.
And Contain, probably, I'd imagine. He would have said them both.
But if he uses the Extinguish, he'll trigger the effect of the remaining different one leaves.
Yeah, I wonder if he plays, maybe a Dwamatef also, if he's going to try and get another horse name into the graveyard just to have another monster on the field.
He does have a card left in his hand.
Nope, just going to go straight to battle phase. Looks like he's going to try and take out the Rescue Ace monster to not worry about the Rescue Ace trap cards. Smart stuff here from Steven.
Happy attacks and destroys Airlifter.
Man, I'm sure happy that Airlifter is gone. That card, frustrating. But now there is no Rescue Ace monster on the field. Contain and Extinguish are not going to be able to be as useful. Imsetti's going to attack into Imsetti, it looks like. But he's going to use the effect of King Sarcophagus that once per turn, you're able to send a monster battling one of your Horus monsters to the graveyard, so his Imsetti will survive.
Yep. There's the normal summon kit, so let's see what he can do with that one.
Yep, we're in main phase 2 now. So he's going to banish 1, 2. It's going to be for Tri-Brigade Farragut.
Farragut, or he could also be going for Ancient Warrior's Oath.
Or Bear Brum. He's a couple of options.
This is looking like rough.
So he's already used Nerve all this turn, so Farragut might not be as useful. It is going to be Farragut. I think he still has 1 card in hand, right?
No, I believe he has no hand. He normal summoned the kit that he searched for with Nerve, and that was it. So he is going to make the Farragut, but then link it away right away with the kit.
For Sprite Sprint, okay.
Sprite Sprint,
Here we go. We're cooking. Sprite Sprint and Kit is going to be channeling 2 to protect the Sprint effect.
I was wrong. There is a Sprite card in this deck.
In the extra deck, yeah. The useful
Sprite Sprint.
Yeah, the Sprite cards are really useful in the extra deck. For sure, so he's just going to send the Fractal to get another Beast Warrior, Winged Beast into the graveyard.
Sprint's effect sends the Nimble Angler. Now he can get 2 Nimble monsters. Looks like 2 Beavers he'll be searching for.
More synergy with the strategy.
He could now, if he wants, summon his remaining Sprite monster from the extra deck. Gigantic Sprite, if he plays it.
All right, Steven, thinking about his options, he's going to look like he's going to overlay these Nimble Beavers. You might want to leave a Sprite in defense mode.
Perfect.
Yep, gigantic Sprite is fine.
Deck and locks both duelists into only summoning level 2s for the rest of the turn, and he is going for Karas, which is a level 2 monster.
Yep, and he has plenty of beasts. Does he have 4 beasts in his graveyard to go for Shurag? Banish 4, come on.
He can't summon a Link 4 monster.
Oh, yeah, because he's locked
into dudes,
yeah,
but he can summon Ancient Warrior's Oath, which is a nice defensive card.
Or Bear Brum. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have a card in hand.
He doesn't have a card in hand.
Yeah, Ancient Warrior's Oath, maybe.
It's got to be Ancient Warrior's Oath. I can't think of a better Link 2 here. Could link it up to that Sprint.
Yep, it is going to be the double dragons.
Dragon Lords.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm just so eager to see Shurag hit the field. That's one of my favorite cards. And I love that Tri-Brigade McCourier is on Shurag's card art. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, he's like flying around Shurag,
cool.
and then he came out later on. I really love that. I love that when things on card artworks come out as a card. And so now the Ancient Warrior's Oath is going to send that Dark back into the extra deck.
I will pass my turn on that.
And then he's going to pass, so he just has the Sprint Interruption and the Ancient Warrior's Oath double Dragon Lords.
What is
Stand by. Me.
We'll see if that's enough for him. I mostly use the Tri-Brigade monsters to summon Glare Beast Dragosees.
See, you're a man of culture. I like that.
And I tag it out for 2 more Glads and make Tamer Editor.
A resident Gladiator Beast expert, former champion of Gladiator Beast, and world's competitor Michael Kahana.
Also with Gladiator.
Also with Gladiator Beast.
Main phase.
All right, Lucas moving to main phase.
Phase hydrant.
There's a normal summon Hydrant. Let's see if this prompts him to use the Oath. Now that there's a Rescue Ace monster on the field, though, it will turn the trap cards online.
I will not. I'll pass priority here.
So that's a problem because he can chain the Oath's he can activate the Oath's effect to return it. Oh, he sends the Oath to the graveyard
So
so,
he
that it
can't-
can't be negated by
Smart.
Contain.
Oh, and he has enemy controller to take the Imseti. That could be devastating.
Oh, the Imsetity over the Sprint will be enough damage to end it.
No, I told you had to be careful with that 350 life
yeah.
points remaining. And then he's just able to take that direct attack, and oh man.
Oh, that was a close duel.
He almost fought back into that, but just had to have
did.
too many turns where he just wasn't getting anything going. That one turn where he just had to pass. He did draw into the Imseti the next turn, but it was just a little too late.
But that was a great display of the explosive capability of Steven's deck because he got the Imseti, was able to use it to get the King's Curse Sarcophagus, and then he has all these monster effects in his hand that interact on the opponent's turn, like Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and he's able to discard the cards that can't help him then and there and turn them into more Horus monsters to put on the field. And we got to see the synergy between the King's Sarcophagus and Kit or Nerval, which discarding Kit lets you send Nerval to the grave, discarding Nerval or sending it to the grave with Kit lets you get another Tri-Brigade monster. So he had an awesome explosive turn, but his life points were just too low to hang on.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting strategy because a lot of time you see decks with the Horus cards, like the Tearlament Horus or some other strategies, like the Phantom Knight Horus deck we saw yesterday. They're using the Horus engine to access rank 8s, right? There are always a bunch of level 8 monsters you can summon easily from your graveyard, make a rank 8, and rank 8s are usually pretty powerful. But I think in his strategy, he's more so wanting to leave them on the field, then use his Tri-Brigade cards, and if you do anything to disrupt his other side of the strategy, he's going to capitalize on those Horus effects that you get when the other cards leave the field by your opponent's card effects. So he's just adding that to get that extra damage across the board. Summon those level 8s before you're locked into the 2s, and then you're able to actually just have a game or potentially threaten so much, because, yeah, having Happy and Imseti on the field, that's too significant. And one is going to replenish your resources, so you're not going to want to do that during your opponent's turn. Otherwise, they're going to be able to add 2 cards that are in their graveyard or banished back to their hand. And the Imseti just being able to send a card is a great form of disruption as well. So I really like that the Horus cards can be used in a number of different ways, and they're really amazing cards out of Age of Overlord that have shaken up the metagame and revitalized some old decks like Tri-Brigade and Phantom Knights. I mean, those are strategies that haven't been that popular in a couple of years even.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Yep. And then on the other side, Lucas, there's nothing wrong with playing, the deck to play for the weekend. Right? The last YCS was in Indianapolis, that is. It was in the finals for both players, and now it's the deck that a lot of people brought here this weekend, and for good reason. It is powerful, it is strong, it is resource heavy. You can play a lot of non-engine cards like the Infinite Permanence, the Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, but we'll have to see if Steven has a little bit better luck, or if Lucas is still going to open up with all those defensive cards when he goes second here in game number 2.
Yeah. Do you think the Sinful Spoils Rescue Ace deck has any huge vulnerabilities? I feel like it's not particularly vulnerable to any individual card, which is one of its greatest strengths.
Yeah, basically, but we'll have to see if there's any card that can side deck in that will capitalize on it. It's game 2 here at YCS Richmond. I think going second against the deck, it can be really tough. Also have ways to deal with that. If they're using the Firewall package, they're going to have that Spell and Trap Negate as well. So it's definitely a really well-rounded deck, which is, I think, the reason why a lot of people brought it here this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
You're going first? Yeah. Okay, good luck.
Yep, and then on the other side, Lucas, there's nothing wrong with playing, the deck to play for the weekend. The last YCS was in the finals for both players, and now it's the deck that a lot of people brought here this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
So Steven does choose to go first, and we'll see what sort of field he can
Stand by,
develop.
main phase.
Yes.
Activate Tribute Karis, discarding Nerval.
All right, Karis' effect. By discarding Nerval, he gets to special
yeah,
summon the
that makes
Karis and use Nerval's effect to search for a Tri-Brigade monster to add to his hand.
This is the classic.
Classic Tri-Brigade strategy.
Add Tribute Fractal.
Yep. Nerval's going to add Fractal.
But I like the Age of Overlord twist.
Yeah, Drone Lockbird might be pretty devastating here. He's not going to be able to access Tri-Brigade Revolt with Bearbrum.
Could be. It would interrupt him SETI, but won't stop the sarcophagus if he already has it.
All right, so he's going to banish for one. He's going to go for Scareclaw Lightheart.
I believe that's the only Link one you can summon by banishing a Tri-Brigade monster.
I do believe so. But he looks like he's thinking, maybe he's thinking about his next play, where he's going to go from here.
We'll link.
Yep.
So now he's going to link away those two monsters.
Allow him to summon a monster from his hand.
That's fine.
And he does.
Going to special summon Nimble Beaver.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, so now he's just going to overlay.
Summon Tribute Spring.
Oh, Sprite Sprint, so he can send the Angler to the graveyard.
1.
It does still feel like this deck could include some sprite cards,
Oh,
though.
Because you can still
Oh,
chain
you're
it because
correct.
of
You're
your
correct. You're
Okay.
Fragile. We'll just go for Spring.
I'll Ash Blossom Sprint.
All right, so since he can't chain block, since he's under Droll and Lockbird, Sprite Sprint's going to be Chain Link 1 and be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring immediately.
People would want to see your graveyard, but I will normal summon Nimble Beaver.
Yeah.
Activate effect.
So still has a normal summon since he special summoned the Karis and special.
He's going for the deck.
Summon Nimble Angler.
Yep.
Gets a nimble monster, so he chooses the Angler since his sprint was stopped. Doesn't need that Angler in the deck anymore. Go straight for Gigantic Sprite. Let's see what he can make with Gigantic Sprite. I guess he can special summon Kit and use its effect now that he has a bunch of monsters in the grave again.
Yep, so he'll at least have Sprite Sprint and the Ancient Warriors as double Dragon Lords.
I will banish 2 for Tribute Kit.
Banish Farragut and Karas.
2.
Yep.
This isn't bad under Droll and Lockbird and Ash.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, the draw definitely will stop him from being able to get to Tri-Brigade Revolt or something, but he can still make a decent board through 2 interruptions on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, now Lucas is going into his turn with a 3-card hand, and Deck Lockdown is activated.
Deck Lockdown, that's interesting. So now it's like, oh, you want to droll me? Well, neither of us are going to be adding from our deck to our hand, and you'll never get the chance to do it. Deck Lockdown, really strong. I love it with Constellar Pallades. We're able to keep bouncing it so you won't have to let it be destroyed after a couple standby phases. But this is a really cool card. I haven't seen it too much, but definitely a strong side deck option.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, but neither player can add cards from the deck to their hand except by drawing them. And also, monsters cannot be special summoned from the main deck.
Yep, anti-GB.
Yeah, and Emergency.
Emergency's a good one, too. A little more relevant, maybe.
Yeah, so this could potentially be problematic for Lucas.
Yep, Lucas making sure he knows all the effects. It's not just Droll and Lockbird. Being able to stop the spell summoning from the deck is huge.
How many cards did you say?
1 card.
1 card.
And also having the kit with the double Dragon Lords is awesome. He'll be able to send that to return a card, and then he'll be able to send Nerval. But yeah, the deck lockdown's enough.
Wow.
No
Lucas
horror cards.
concedes then and there.
This was basically just a Tri-Brigade deck. A Tri-Brigade deck through and a Droll and Lockbird and Ash Blossom. Thanks to that awesome side deck card,
Well,
deck lockdown. Really cool.
He's also using Nimble Angler and Nimble Beavers.
Yeah, maybe those cards should always be included in Tri-Brigade.
Maybe,
Yeah, as Beast with
maybe.
Sprite Sprint. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
The Sprite deck without the main deck Sprite cards.
Yeah, who needs them?
Put the Tri Brigade monsters in instead, and throw the Horus monsters in too for just an extra awesome engine.
I do love the Horus monsters. We didn't get to see them in that game, but I do think, it would have just made that initial board even better if he left like an Imseti.
He would, no, well, the Imseti would have been blocked by the Golden Lockbird, so he would have had to hard draw the King's Sarcophagus.
Yeah, it would have been rough, but luckily he was able to still make a decent board through the draw. I mean, that's kind of like a lot of decks where they're at. Like, they can play through cards that are popular in other decks, like Draw and Lockbird. Mainly Draw and Lockbird is a lot of ones you want to consider. You can really have some success if that's what everyone's trying to do to counter most strategies. And we got to see that with Steven. While it does hurt his strategy to a bit, it doesn't completely knock it off the rails.
I've never seen someone concede to deck lockdown before, so that was a new one for me.
Really? Even as a GB player, you never had to face that? Even what about the Glyrby's Hunter? GB Hunter?
GB Hunter, that card is...
It's a mini deck lockdown, but...
It always got destroyed by guys or assaulters face down.
Ah, okay, there you go. But yeah, deck lockdown is a really cool card. I mean, there's a lot of strategies that are trying to add cards, trying to special summon. It's something that you can use to count to capitalize on that fact. And really, maybe it's why Steven's sitting here with an 8-1 record. I mean, we see him using a deck that's not super popular right now, but 8 wins and 1 loss is not an easy feat at a YCS by any means.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins his one duel, he'll have a very good shot at making it to the top 32, even if he loses his last one.
Yeah, definitely. Since it is top 32, 2 losses with good tiebreakers will make it. So even if the player loses here, he'll have to win the next one, but still have a chance. But yeah, win here, like you said, could seal the deal. All right, now they're shuffled up and ready to go. Side decks have been sided. They are about to enter game 3. We've seen Steven go first so far, both of the games, but now Lucas will have a chance. It's game 3 here, YCS Richmon, round 10. Sorry, round 9, no, round 10. Yep, I was right the first time. Oh, there it is. It is definitely the 10th round of Swiss.
It starts with the Airlifter.
Airlifter is a great start for Rescue Ace. This is going to allow him to access the Rescue Ace spell card Emergency.
Looks like he's considering which spell card he wants. He might already have Emergency.
Which one is that?
Alert.
He gets Alert, which alerts me to the fact that he might already have
If it's,
Emergency.
if Hydrant
I
is
think
up,
so.
I can search for one.
They just look all the same to me. So.
They do look the same.
He activates Emergency.
And he has the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so this could cut him off from getting to Turbulence if he doesn't have it already in hand, or another way to get to the Hydrant. And nope, it looks like the Ash is going to be enough. Just one back row and an Airlifter.
So that was a great time to Ash as well. Had he Ashed the Airlifter, the Emergency would have subsequently resolved since Lucas already had it. Instead, he used the Ash Blossom on the Emergency.
Oh yeah,
it
you
can
never
only be activated once per turn. So
yeah, never
players,
Ash the Airlifter.
Yeah, so players at home take note. This is a good tip that you can use in your later duels and displays how Steven is currently 8-1. It's solid plays like that that can make a tremendous difference in a duel.
Definitely. Now, he normal summons the Tri-Brigade kit. Might be thinking about linking it away.
Declare attack on your
Nope, he's just going to go to declare an attack.
effective kit.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to link it away. Just goes to the battle phase.
Sending Nerval.
Just send Nerval with kit's effect.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nerval's going to let him add a Tri-Brigade monster from the deck to the hand.
1,000.
Looks like he's going for Keras since he normal summoned already.
Okay.
I wonder why he decided to go to battle phase instead of linking away.
I was just
kit.
thinking the same
I'm sure
thing.
there's a reason. He definitely knows he can do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
We might see later in the turn what the explanation is.
So he's going to discard another Nerval to special summon Keras.
I'll activate Infinite Impermanence targeting Tri-Brigade Keras.
And that's going to be by my Infinite Permanence. This could be devastating.
I'll set 2 cards, and I'll pass my turn.
Ooh, just 2 cards to the back row. He wasn't really able to develop
Standby.
his field.
Main phase.
Just has that Keras, he's going to need to rely on those trap cards to survive this
Normal
turn.
Summon, Rescue Ace Hydra.
Oh, nope, that's really
Oh,
bad.
boy.
Because he can't target that hydrant now. Since there's another Rescue Ace monster on the field, he's going to be able to use the hydrant's effect to add a Rescue Ace monster from the deck to the hand. Yeah, not being able to get that airlifter off the field is not good for Steven. Infinite Impermanent's always been pretty strong against Tri Brigade, still true to this day. He's going to add Rescue Ace Preventer from his deck to his hand.
We'll activate the alert.
That's good.
So Alert is going to let him add a Rescue Ace monster from the deck to the hand. Since he has the Rescue Ace Hydrant on the field, he's going to go for Fire Engine. Fire Engine is going to be a pretty big monster that he can special summon from his hand when he special summons his Preventer.
I'm thinking maybe he attacked so that it could be sent to the graveyard in damage step so that he could resolve its effect. Despite interruption? Is that possible?
Oh, why he didn't link it away? Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm
instead of
still
link it away.
uncertain on that one. Maybe he didn't want to leave a monster on the field potentially. But I don't think it would have made too much of a difference on his turn. He would maybe have saved a little bit of life points.
Link summon.
All right, now he's going to link away the Hydrant for Link Karibo.
Often a pathway to SP Little Knight.
Very true.
We'll see.
Looks like you might be right. He's going to try and clean up the field a little bit before committing any more resources to the field. SP Little Knight's coming down. It's going to banish a card on the field. He's going to go after one of those face-down Spell or Trap cards.
Yeah, Link Karibo's good, nice. It's just an easy monster to link summon. As a link one.
No. Why would you do that? Why would you Infinite Impermanence the SP Little Knight? SP Little Knight, when it banishes, it can't attack directly that turn, so there's like no reason to Infinite Impermanence because you're just turning off the bad part of the effect to put the Infinite Impermanence in the graveyard.
Activate
No.
Preventer to special summon itself, banishing Hydrant as cost.
Oh, well.
All right, Preventer's out. He does need to get another
Richmon,
Rescue Ace
Fire
monster on
Engine,
his field to use its
special
effect, but the Fire Engine has that covered because it's joining the field.
You have
2 cards in it.
That's fine.
What do you think of Fire Engine? I see a lot of lists don't play it.
Link summon.
It's really strong. I like it as a one-of in a lot of the decks, just to give you that extra reach. It's another monster that can extend from your hand, so you can use it for a link summon like we're seeing here. Yeah, you see, also your monsters cannot attack directly this turn. It's not just SP Little Knights, all your monsters, but now he's going to be able to attack directly thanks to Stephen using that Infinite Impermanence. He's going to link summon to Hita to summon back to Ash Blossom, so he can link climb here a little bit.
Link 4
What is it going to be, Heat Leo? Nope, he's going for
all four
4.
monsters.
for Access Code Talker.
Access Code Talker,
Access.
so
I'll
with
do
2.
Preventer, Chain Link 1 targeting the Rescue Ace Hydrant and summon it back, and then Access Code Talker, Chain Link 2 targeting Hita.
Oh,
Yes.
Access Code Talker will gain 2,000 attack points. Preventer's effect is going to bring back the Hydrant.
That resolves.
So it's back.
Thinking it,
Anything on res?
Bolt.
So he's going to
Does
be
he have 4
Oh, definitely.
Driveys?
Yeah, he definitely.
Well, he'll be able to link some in and then use Kit and Nerval's effect.
Oof.
Try to get Rugal.
Rugal's going to be able to spell summon back a monster from the graveyard,
One Nerval, Chilling 2 Kit.
but this isn't not much of it in terms of disruption. The access code will still be able to clean stuff. If he didn't chain that infinite permanence, he would still be able to survive this turn guaranteed, but
He might survive anyway. I guess we'll see. Sorry, Billy. I know you wanted to see Shurag summoned.
I do. I love Tri Brigade Shurag, the ominous omen. Work together.
Looks like Lucas used Ash Blossom on the Kit's effect, which was the Chainlink 2, so he couldn't stop the Nerval, which is going to resolve, which was Chainlink 1. We'll see what he adds to his hand. Looks like he's going for Tri Brigade Kit.
And then, still in open game state, I'll activate Rugal to summon from graveyard.
Yeah.
So he's going to fortify his field with Rugal's effect, which lets him special summon another Tri Brigade monster.
Yep, and then it returns to the hand at the end phase if it's still there.
I think it's unlikely to still be there.
Access code looks like he has a few different attributes in the graveyard to start cleaning up the field.
Activate Turbulence.
So he's going to banish 2 to summon Turbulence.
Ooh.
I see Turbulence is set.
So he's going to set up to 4 with Turbulence if Steven doesn't have anything, and he does not. So here we go. He's going to get Emergency.
Contain, extinguish, and is that alert?
I believe so.
Just like that, Lucas has 4 cards in his back row. Even if Steven does survive this turn, I don't like his chances.
Yeah, having to go through the 4 face downs, he's going to definitely need something in his hand. I mean, he did side deck.
It's possible he may have cards in his hand that deal with the entirety of the back row, but
Would be nice. He's going to need it.
he still needs some recovery for the field because by the end of this turn, he's not going to have much left.
Yeah, it's rough.
I'll go to battle phase. Sure.
Okay, so he's surviving the turn.
Sorry.
Yep.
So it's how much is that?
Well, I guess the attacking directly didn't matter. So
Yeah?
no harm, no foul.
12.
So,
But I mean, he could have chosen to use the access code talker effect to get some more damage in there.
If he had 3 attributes, I mean, that would be
Really bad at the
7,300 direct.
Yeah. Well, he'd have to lose some attack thanks to the Silver Sheller
I'm crashing.
reducing his monster's attack.
39.
39, yeah. And then I will attack the Rugal for 700.
All right, so another attack over Rugal, taking it down. The Nerval will return to the hand of the end phase if Lucas leaves it there.
Main phase 2.
Yeah, he's not going to leave it. Without its effect activating.
See, I would have gone in for a little bit more damage. I would have just destroyed as many monsters as possible and tried to attack directly. But he might have thought he can attack directly because of the SP Little Knight and forgot that it got infinite permanence because he might have just already had that thought process in his head.
That's possible.
I mean, that's the only way I can describe what's happened this turn, but that's just me.
Yeah, we'll do it this way.
Now he's linking away the access code, maybe for another SP Little Knight. Yep.
He is?
Pass to you.
Stand by,
Because he definitely has the SP Little Knight in his graveyard he could have banished also with access code.
Oh, that's a lightning storm in Steven's hand.
That's huge.
That's just what he needs to potentially clear through this.
Now he just has to worry about that SP Little Knight.
Now Lucas is thinking, what am I going to chain to this?
Oh, he could still go ahead and... Yeah, he doesn't have a Hydrant on the field either, so he's not going to be able to add anything from his deck. This is huge.
He can emergency.
Oh, Emergency could be useful. Get to like Preventer or something, so you can at least have that. Preventer plus SP, that's still pretty strong.
Well, then he doesn't have an...
Rescue, chain link 1,
He has to contribute
targeting,
something, though.
And just swap out the Turbulence.
Preventer?
Sure.
It was a rescue, not an alert, was the other card he said. So he will chain the rescue, and there was emergency.
Emergency's going to summon from the deck. She's going to get Preventer, send the Preventer so he can special summon, bring back the Preventer with the rescue, and the others go to the graveyard. And now the Preventer that was sent is going to be able to special summon.
Preventer effects to summon back.
He's going to summon back Fire Engine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fire Engine also has the effect if your opponent special summons a monster, you can special summon a level 4 or lower rescue ace monster from your deck, I believe, which is pretty useful.
Almost some Tribute Kit.
For sure,
I'll summon,
because it...
I'll activate Preventer to book a new kit.
All right, so he's going to use Preventer to flip Kit face down, and that's it.
Steven was relying on using that kit's effect, and Preventer putting it face down is all he could take.
And Lucas is going on to potentially make top 32. He will, if he wins the next round, he's guaranteed. Even if he loses the next round, he has a good shot. And Steven on the other
not
side.
out of it.
Yeah, Steven's not out of it with X2. He'll want to win his last round to have a shot, but Lucas feeling pretty good there, playing pretty well. And, you know, it's the first round of day 2. It's still early, so players are still kind of waking up, even though you already played through 9 rounds. And we got that extra hour of sleep thanks to the daylight saving time. That was nice. Really appreciate that. We should do that more often on the YCSs. But it was an exciting match. You know, the Tri-Brigades didn't end up winning here in this matchup. Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, and Joyous Spring, really key cards in stopping the strategy.
It was a close 2-1, though.
Yeah, it definitely was. But I think we're about to be right back with our interview, so stick around. We'll interview our winner. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Lucas, who is now 9-1 with his Sinful Spoils Rescue Ace deck after defeating an interesting Horus Tribe deck in our round 10 feature match. It was a really exciting match. Lucas, can you tell me if playing in the feature match area under the lights with the audience changed the way you dueled at all?
Absolutely. I was very, very nervous the entire time. I definitely made a bunch of mistakes, and I'm going to watch a feature match again to just try to refresh myself and say, okay, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
It can be nerve-wracking on your first time in the feature match area for sure, so no one can blame you for that. It was an exciting match. What stood out most to you in that last feature match?
Honestly, the game one, when I top decked the econ, I was not in a winning position there, and then that econ just won me the game on the spot, and I was just okay, I got this. All I need is one more game after this, and that being up a game going into game two, even getting the deck locked down there, I couldn't play for that, but just getting up that first game was just all really, I needed to settle more nerves that I already had,
Yeah, it's always nice being up a duel. So you're playing Sinful Spoils Rescue Ace. Are there any decks that you're looking forward to playing against later in the weekend that you think you have a good matchup against, or any decks you're looking to avoid?
The Mirror. I really want to play against the Mirror because I think I'm really good at it, and I built my deck to beat the Mirror, so hopefully I just play that for the rest of the day.
All right, well, you're 9-1 now in the tournament. There's one Swiss round left before the top 32. How do you feel about your chances of winning the entire tournament?
I'm feeling really good today, especially. I just want to say that today is my parents' anniversary. It's a really special day for myself and my parents, obviously. My dad passed away a long time ago, and I miss him very much. So I'm always thinking about him, especially on this day. And I'm just really lucky to be here and doing so well in this tournament. So shout out to my dad for letting me play this game, basically.
All right, that's really nice. Congratulations on that last win. Good luck in the next round, and then the top 32 cut.
All right. Thank you, Mike. That's definitely a good interview, and proud to put your best stuff out there for your dad. Really awesome to hear. But if you're watching from home and you're like, oh man, Yugioh looks awesome right now, I'd love to play in some upcoming events. Let's go ahead and check out what we have coming up on the schedule. Right now, we have the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection Release Celebration going on. That's from November 1st to the 12th. Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG OTS Championships. Structure Deck Fire King Release Celebration. You're not going to want to miss that Structure Deck. It is incredible. We have the Remote Duel YCS for Latin America in January, and a Team YCS in San Jose, Costa Rica in February. Those are some awesome events. You're not going to want to miss that. But also at these events, some awesome public events that we have going on, including 2024 regional qualifier tournaments, Yu-Gi-Oh! Day, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and Rivalry of Warlords tournaments. We have Speed Duel Constructed, Structure Deck tournaments, Tag Duel even, Time Wizard where you can play a past format, and a Win-A-Mat tournament. We have Dragon Duel Constructed for those born 2010 or later, Attack of the Giant card, and Dragon Duel, Speed Duel, Attack of the Giant card, and of course the Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament. That is a 2-day event that we also have at some of our YCSs. There's also a 3v3 team tournament, charity tournaments, the public event playoff where you have a chance to win prize cards from amassing points from the public events, and of course the YCS Dragon Duel Championship playoff. A lot of awesome public events. And on Friday, we talked to some of our players who are ready to play in the YCS, but we wanted to hear from them what their favorite public events were at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. After that, we'll be back with our last round of Swiss. You're not going to want to miss it. Find out who's going to make that top cut. Stay tuned. We have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! To come.
Public event, giant card. I like the giant cards that you can win. You can frame them. It looks nice on a wall. Yeah.
My favorite public event is probably the 3v3s. I haven't played like a 3v3 YCS before. Hopefully I can play one in the future. But playing the side events has been really, really fun. And if I was to play a side event just forever, it would be a 3v3.
I'm a really big fan of the Time Wizard format. I think it's really great that we're able to go back and visit older formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! And just kind of relive memories of the past. I do like the 3v3s. Even when they're team YCSs, I enjoy playing in them. I like the team dynamic. I like the ability to help people, and it is like sometimes just like a battle of wits, and you have your two friends and people that you can work with more effectively. I think it's really a good public event, and I'm glad they do team YCSs.
My favorite public event, definitely Time Wizard, because I love playing like old formats and like doing all that kind of fun stuff.
My favorite public event would definitely be the side events for the Time Wizard events, and playing past formats is very exciting and very fun.
Public event would be the regional qualifiers. While it is a much quicker way to get your invite, it's really nice to get that mat at the end of the day.
I think my favorite public event would be the Attack of the Giant card. It's kind of crazy because out of all the people, all 64 people that enter, there's only like 3 people that get the big prize, but the big prizes are really awesome. The giant cards are really cool.
It's time to duel! Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Hey, duelists! Let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus! The spirits unite into one and form the Road of Light. Limit Overextend Dragon! New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards. Duelist Nexus! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try.
200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to
Get your game on. Let's rev it up! 'Cause I'm feeling the flow! What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord! Swing into action! Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye! Discover the tomb of an ancient king! Your path to the top begins here! Age of Overlord, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
First up, we have Ed. He's from Las Vegas, and his favorite card is Injection Fairy Lily. That's one of my favorites as well.
He says he's from Vegas, but he's always going to be in Los Angeles way. And then we have Tristan from Vancouver, Washington. Favorite card, Super Polymerization. Yo, these are 2 these are two friends right now playing up against each other in the bubble.
Oh, you think they know each other? They do seem to be. I mean, Ed's kind of one of those players when you play against him, you're going to already feel like his friend just sitting down across from him. Super friendly guy. And, you know, the reason he's here, he's always playing something a little off the wall, but not just off the wall and hoping he does well. He does consistently pretty well at all these YCS with some little obscure ideas. And this one is pretty cool. I won't spoil it too much just yet, but we've been keeping up with this trend of trying to have a new deck on every round, and we didn't fail to do that here this round. But Tristan, let's talk about his favorite card, which has Super Polymerization. Sometimes when you were talking to the players, like, oh, is your favorite card something you used to play in the past? But Super Polymerization, it could have been something you played in the past, and to this day, it's one of those cards that has been around for so long and has only gotten better as the game has progressed.
Yeah, you know, considering how many times it's been on the Forbidden list, and just the varying range, it's technically as powerful as it can get right now with the amount of options that you can have. It's just how more resilient the fields are. A lot of monsters float more nowadays, and it seems like every time we've seen Super Polymerization resolve in previous rounds, it has done more damage to the player activating it than the person that is on the receiving end. But I think it has been a popular choice this weekend simply because of how it functions into a lot of the Rescue Ace fields. It just has a lot of bad matchups. We've seen it have really unusable situations against Unchained, and then against opposing the fusion matchups that all the monsters just trigger as well. But I think what we're really looking for is how it interacts with the Rescue Ace deck.
Yeah, that is a very thing to keep. I mean, you know, as a Monadium player myself, just hearing the word Super Polymerization, you know, invokes fear into me. As one of those only cards that can break one of the boards that I make with, you know, Monadium reframing and all that. And we saw Monadium yesterday, and so we know there are still some floating around this tournament, in the tournament right now. And the coolest thing about this format, I think, I mean, I was talking last night after the tournament with some friends, and I was like, I don't think I've ever experienced a time at Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there's so many viable decks that are actually completely viable. The way you can go about building your deck, and it's up to you. And you can fit your playstyle, and as long as you're comfortable with it and know the other matchups and how your deck plays in that matchup, you can have success in this format.
Yeah, so that's something like when I talk about format with a lot of playable decks, I always think, okay, well, that just means there's no actual good decks, but that's not really what it feels like here. It seems like there's a lot of actually good decks, and you can't tell which one is truly significantly better than all the others. I think we'll have a better idea after this event, but going into this, I really had no idea which deck was actually going to win. I couldn't really tell you. I can give you like a top 3.
Right, and I think it also matters who's playing those decks too. A lot of times I feel like a good player, or not just a good player, but you have to be good with that specific deck. But we're going to find out what these players are playing here in round number 10 right now, because we're jumping into it. It's game 1, round 10 of Swiss. These players are on the bubble. They both have 2 losses apiece. They got to win both of their rounds this morning to have a chance at making that top cut. And this is going to be the first 1 of 2 that they have to win. Here comes the die roll.
An 8 to a 7. Ed chooses to go first here.
All right, and let's look at these deck types. So we have the Rescue Ace Sinful Spoils deck, which we've seen a lot of. It's one of the most represented decks, if not the most represented deck this weekend. And then Ed's on my Conco Sinful Spoils.
Yeah, you know, your average strategy, something you see every day.
Yeah, just my Conco Sinful Spoils, you know, brand new stuff. He's going to lead off with Fenrir. He's going to hold off on using that effect so he can resolve his reinforcements in the army and not, you know, play around something like Droll and Lockbird. So he's going to add a brand new card from Age of Overlord, and that's Gin the Diamond Tiger.
Yeah, we haven't seen this all tournament so far. Like, we knew this card was going to do damage eventually. The biggest problem with this card is getting it to resolve, but once it resolves, it feels like the game's already over.
Does Gin resolve? Any imperm? Oh, no, dang.
Well, that is a monster effect, at least. Usually the problem is when it gets specifically infinite impermanence, where you're not allowing the activation of either tactics card, but an Ash Blossom's been activated, so if you find a way to either of those tactics, then you're free to go.
Definitely. Now he's using Ohime's effect. He's going to try and add my Conco card, and then he has to send a card to the graveyard. Let's see what he decides to add here.
For what it's worth, I do believe Ohime discards, and Ed is a huge Dark World fanatic.
I mean, yeah, when everyone saw Ken and Gen, the Dark World was the big cards everyone was talking about. And yeah, I really thought when Ed told me he was playing Ken again, he was going to be using Dark World, but no, he found a different strategy. But he has some pretty cool stuff. So he adds the opening ceremony, or the grand ceremony to his hand.
Just giving up the other Fenrir, another, you know, that seems to be
my Conco ceremony.
Yeah, another very powerful use of Fenrir. Well, not powerful, but like, just it feels ideal when Fenrir just adds a free card to discard for all these powerful effects.
Yeah, it's just kind of like in Pearly, where you can splash it and you know you're going to have to send it. So now he's going to use the ceremony, and that's going to special summon the
Ohime from the hand.
Yep.
He's going to just use, he's using Ceremony immediately to go ahead and send a Makonko Spell Trap from the deck to the grave. Looks like Arabesque.
Activate target.
Yeah, what does that spell do?
Basically, I equip it onto the monster, and the monster can't be destroyed by card effects. And then I can I can basically swap places with the monster and another card, into the deck. The card bounces.
He was explaining it very well until the
yeah.
end there. So yeah, he's going to equip Aberrask, and then he can return a monster to special summon Myconko from the deck, I believe.
Quite a few of the Myconko equip spells give the effect that the monster equipped cannot be destroyed by card effects. Not all of them, but Aberrask is one of them. And then he's able to swap it out here.
So he's going to return the Fenrir.
Hare.
Going into Hare. Hare allows him to add a Myconko spell while there's an equip on the field.
I think that's...
Is that Fire Ceremony? Like, or...
There's so many
It's
different
Fire Dance, yeah, right?
Okay, Fire Dance. All right.
It looks like he's going to be Link summoning with Gen and... All right, into Isolde.
All right, here we go. We get to see some of these old combos. I do believe he is packing some Infernoble cards like Renaud into this deck.
We see the Axe of Fools right on the top of the deck.
Axe of Fools. Oh, man. I mean, he's probably about to send that to the graveyard for Renaud.
Okay, so he added Renaud, so he's not going to be using Renaud this turn.
Maybe he has a different warrior he wants to summon.
Is he sending 4? I feel like he might be sending 4.
It looks like that.
Oh, that's 3. Okay. What could that be? Another Gen? Is that card once per turn? Or is it Ken? Oh, it's Ken.
Oh, this is so cool. We get to see Ken and Gen. So this is a cool deck. I'm glad we have Ed up here. He is not disappointing.
He's Knuff.
He is Knuff.
And he's going to summon Gen, the Diamond Tiger, to his opponent's side of the field. And then since Gen was summoned by Ken, he's going to force Tristan to discard a card from the hand. He's going to discard another copy of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Let your opponent still decide.
All right, it looks like he does have a copy of Change of Heart in his hand if he wants to just go ahead and take that Gen.
That's so cool. That's so cool to be able to main deck cards like Change of Heart and know that you're going to be able to use them when you go first still.
Yeah, that was one of the big problems. Was those cards are so powerful going second against a lot of the decks in the current format, but they're just practically unusable going first, and that's what Gen Ken was really inspiring for, because they allow you to use these cards going first, but again, it kind of requires these Gen Ken cards to resolve.
So he's going to Fire Dance, so he's going to special summon back his Myconko, and then he special summons back the Ash Blossom to the opponent's side of the field. Change of Heart's going to take the Gen, the Diamond Tiger. Where does he go next? Ed and his combo decks. What will he think of next?
All right, it's a Link 3. Oh, he's going for the Geonator. He's going to swap them out.
This is his combo. I knew he was going to do it. This is what he does, everyone. He's going to overlay 2 3s for an Acid Golem. He's going to use the Geonator Transverser to swap his monsters, giving his opponent Acid Golem. Yeah, you're going to want to read that card, because while it's on the field, he's not going to be able to special summon.
Yep, you cannot special summon. And then you do have to detach material as like a maintenance cost in the standby phase, you know? And then what is the cost as soon as you no longer have materials? You take like
a 2,000 dude?
2,000? Yeah. I don't think it'll get to that point, but you know.
Effect banish your Ash Blossom.
Okay, Little Knight just to go ahead and banish another card from the graveyard.
This is a cool combo. So he has SP. His opponent needs to get the Acid Golem off the field. He's going to start with Wanted. This is an easy way to get the Acid Golem off. Oh, you can't special summon.
You can't, like, it's not an effect, but you still can't attempt to do that.
Yeah.
But maybe if you could tribute summon, if you find another body.
Without special summoning? Mm-hmm. We'll see if he can do it.
I will take 14.
Ed already does. He's done this. He's been playing this whole tournament. He knows how it goes. He normally takes the 1,400. But see, this is where Tristan is in trouble. It doesn't matter if you put Acid Golem in attack or defense. It has a 3,000 attack. And everyone knows those Myconko cards have that awesome effect that they get to do the damage to the opponent instead of themselves while they have the equip card. So he just needs to attack in his Acid Golem a few times. We'll have to see.
Yeah, 3 times will do. Just 3 monsters swinging in. That'll be good enough.
He's like, Acid Golem.
Airlifter is going to add Emergency here.
That's a summon one, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think like how the thought process of building this deck, and it's literally just, I want to use Gen and Ken, what rank 3s can I make?
That probably is how this deck became a thing, I think. And now Ed is going to return the Ohime to the hand and draw for turn.
Special summon another Fenrir.
You see every facet of his deck like functioning in the proper way, like knowing he's going to be able to return the Fenrir because he's going to have to return the Ohime. He knew he was going to take the 14 from the SP, so he can be able to summon the Fenrir on the following turn and just do this all over again.
Yeah, at this point, if this is like your clear strategy turn 1, you've just been doing it every single time. At this point, you just get used to it.
So he took 2,000.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time here. Oh, did he not detach material from Acid Golem?
2,000, make sure you got that written down.
But
all right, so he's going to take.
Oh, is either you take 2,000 or detach a material, right? And then and it can't attack if it has no material.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a classic. It's been like 10 years, man.
It's been a while. All right, so he's going to discard the Finrear for the Ohime that added the Ceremony. Now he's going to use the Ceremony again to summon the Ohime. We saw this last turn, banish the Ceremony.
The last time there was a YCS in Indianapolis, was Acid Golem being summoned then?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. It's been that long. Yeah, Windups, I think, may have used it back then. Yeah, 2013.
Not that much changes.
All right, and he's going to add my Conko Spirit Walk.
Yeah.
Didn't attack, and that's going to be enough. He took the 2002. So we are diving into our side decks right now. Going into game number 2. What a good game. I mean, Ed just really showing, I mean, this is what we wanted to see. He won the die roll and he got to show exactly what his deck does. And I think we're seeing why he's in this position. I mean, 2 losses, it's going to happen to no matter what deck you play. You can take a couple losses, but he knows his combo in and out. He knows what his deck's trying to do and how to do it. And I guess as long as you open up with like the combination of Finrear and Ohime, you're in there. And I guess he also had the Gin, the Diamond Tiger, or Gin, yeah, Diamond Tiger. Yep, I had it right.
Yeah.
I'm always worried about getting Gin the Dragon Warrior, Gin the Diamond Tiger.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong opening. He had access to Fenrir, he had access to Ohime, he had already had access to Gen via Rhoda. So it's just being able to find those tools every single game is probably not what you're looking for. I think there's just a bare minimum. I think like being able to piece together Ohime with as many other cards as you can is probably enough, and then just being able to rely on the additional engine pieces, because it's not like each individual Mikanko spell is bad. They all have some pretty powerful effects.
Yeah, I mean, even Snatch Steal on one of them, just take your opponent's monster is pretty fantastic. And I guess you also have always have that alternate win condition when you're going second. If your opponent just doesn't have any disruptions and they put out a monster, it's time to just start attacking into it with Mikanko.
Yeah, I mean, that was the entire Mikanko strategy, right? Like, they leave a monster in attack mode and all of a sudden, well, I mean, they don't even have to be in attack mode as long as they're just big enough damage.
Yeah, and Yugioh Master Duel, it actually is pretty funny to me. So, like, the Pearly cards and Mikanko cards, I think, came out all around the same time. And it being just one game in Master Duel, I think my Conko really had a time to shine, because not only could you just play Kaijus because they're good against like Noir, you just give them like one of the big Kaijus like Radiant or something, and then you just use my Konkos to attack into it. And I could see how popular it was in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I think it has gotten more popular in the TCG also from that, because it was way more popular in Master Duel when it came out than it was initially here.
Well, yeah, I mean, when Mikanko first came out here, we had full power tier.
Yeah, so we were kind of drowning in full power tier at that point. That is for sure. It's kind of hard to play when the best deck pretty much, arguably of all time, is running around.
I mean, I did play one event, like I played a VIP with the Mikanko cards in there, because it just allowed some
rank 6 plays.
The rank 6 plays, and allowed like a really neat interaction that you couldn't really do anything else with at the time. Is if your opponent makes Mud Dragon on your turn 1, which is very common at that point, there's no real way to out it besides triple tactics talents. But the Mikanko card, because the way the Rondo Snatch Steal works, doesn't target, which might be relevant in this match, but that was a good way to take their Mud Dragon.
Definitely. It looks like Judge just giving him a few instructions before the round starts. They're shuffled up, and it looks like Tristan is going to choose to go first. Can't blame him. Ed is clearly on a combo deck, but does Tristan know how to play against the Mikanko cards? Does he know how to try and avoid having what just happened to him happen this game? We'll have to see. Will Ed be able to just use the Geonator Transgressor to essentially do the same thing and win on his second turn? Is his deck good at going first and second? Only time will tell.
I imagine a Mikanko deck is always prepared to go second, but yeah, we're going to have to see. Here we go into game 2. Tristan's going to be able to start. I wonder if he made the conscious choice, like, okay, Ed's going to actually side into every single board breaker possible. Maybe I should just make him start now, because if you know what your opponent's doing, you have an ideal strategy to just stop like them making Acid Golem, then you could technically just make them start and deal with the one thing that they're going to do, because that's the thing about rogue strategies, right? They usually only have the one thing that they're trying to do, and you can just prepare for it.
Definitely. And it looks like Tristan is keeping his wits about him. He's cool, calm, and collected. He's going to summon this Collector's Rare Rescue Ace Hydrant to add a Collector's Rare Rescue Ace Turbulence.
I'm glad you said something, because
they're beautiful.
Yeah, they look so good.
Looks like Alert is coming up next.
Yep, when you have Hydrant on the field, you can actually just add a Rescue Ace monster from your deck. He's getting Preventer here.
Makes a lot of sense.
Having Preventer and Turbulence already like this, is he just going to activate the effect of Diabellstar?
That would be, please. We want to see it. We featured so many decks with it in it, but we haven't got to really see the awesome synchro summoning capabilities with stuff like Jet Synchron and Rescue Ace. But it looks like it's just a Rescue Ace hand here. None of the wanted spells. So he's going to link away the Hydrant, banish the Hydrant, special summon Rescue Ace Preventer from the hand. Now has 2 monsters on the board. He'll be able to link those away, and then when the Preventer is sent to the graveyard, he'll be able to special summon back that Hydrant.
Yep, it looks like he's going for Proxy here. I think he's going to maybe try to set up a Dweller play, or he's just going to try to put up a Mud Dragon to protect his Turbulence, but he doesn't really need to. He already has Emergency in his hand.
We'll have to see. I would think maybe if he played like Baguska, maybe going a turn on Baguska wouldn't be too terrible against Ed's deck, but...
Yeah, it'd be pretty decent.
Effect call fire. Yep.
He would have to have like Rescue Ace and a way to get to Airlifter.
Yep.
But it looks like, yeah, it's just a Mud Dragon to have that targeting protection, as you mentioned.
Yep, just playing around...
as long as you don't summon in attack mode, you're chilling. Because I can't axe the fools that. You're good.
Definitely smart. You could use SP Little Knight to dodge Infinite Impermanence or Mud Dragon. Pretty solid.
I wonder, okay, it might be an interesting choice. Opting to maybe leave Mud Dragon as anti-targeting just so he can't target any of his monsters.
With equip cards?
Yeah.
Because they can also like start with equip cards like Abarisk on your monsters to special summon the Myconquest from their deck.
You're setting emergency, you already have emergency. Oh, you can't even confirm that. You're good, you're good.
So he's only setting 3. Emergency, Contain, and Alert, I believe.
Probably Rescue.
Rescue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell because they're both ultra rare.
You can do up to 3 with Turbulence, so...
Up to 4?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that one.
I knew what you meant. It's because he has 2 more. He'd only set 3 because he has 2 more cards he wants to set to a spell and trap card zone. And he's going to pass with his Mud Dragon, Rescue a Turbulence, 5 cards to the back row. He's going to call fire right away. Doesn't want his Turbulence to be targeted. Doesn't want any of his monsters to be equipped with any of those Conco equipped spells.
Tristan trying to adapt here to a strategy that's not typically common.
That is insane.
I only play 1.
What?
Show me it.
End of battle?
Yeah.
Evenly?
What?
Inner battle phase, he said he only plays 1. Inner battle phase, end of battle phase, activate evenly matched.
Ed's a sicko.
Oh no. Look at that smile. Look at that man. He was okay. He realized he might be smiling too much and the game's not over quite yet. Oh no, the smile's back. It's back. Alright, so here we go. What is he gonna keep? The
I can't equip.
He's just keeping, yeah, we don't know which spell and trap it is. Banishes everything else face down.
I feel like he kept the Super Polymerization.
That would make sense. Now he's going to summon Gin the Diamond Tiger. That's the one you want to summon because Gin will summon Kin to the opponent's side of the field. Kin has the awesome effect if it's summoned by Gin. Your opponent must draw 2, or they can draw 2 and discard a card from their hand. And Ed is the opponent, so he will be benefiting here from Kin the Dragon Warrior's effect.
Ken the Warrior Dragon?
Yeah, I'm using Ken the Warrior Dragon to draw 2.
Sounds good.
Draw 1. Draw 2.
All right, it looks like he will likely...
Warrior Dragon. I've been saying Dragon Warrior. Right. Dragon Warrior sounds more like smooth to me for sure. Either way, he's both of those themes.
Wow, he's just he's gonna get rid of every single card that Tristan has here.
Gonna have the Change of Heart.
He did discard the Rondo as well.
He's gonna go for Garura here, discarding Emergency with Super Polymerization.
Yeah, he's gonna lose the card anyway. He might as well just take advantage. And there's the Arabesque on the
Return
Garura.
it. Special summon from my deck. Tristan has 0 cards. He does have Emergency in his graveyard, I guess, which is something.
It is something. 0 Sinful Spoils cards in his grave to access any additional value.
And I think that's how Ray is going to add Fire Dance.
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
Jinx. Solid.
Thank you.
Yes. I gotta stop doing it. We gotta stop meeting like this. So Infernoble Knight Renata.
You control a Fire Warrior, special summon row, add back the Rondo.
Now he's going to send them both to graveyard for...
Isolde?
It probably is Isolde. That's 2 words. No,
Oh,
it's a
Synchro
Synchro
Summon.
Summon for Herald of the Arclight. Having something that can negate pretty much any card your opponent draws when they're sitting on 0 cards, pretty solid. But nope, looks like he's... Oh, but it's Herald of the Arclight in his Ritual deck, so he's going to get the benefit from sending to the graveyard to link summon SP Little Knight.
And then just going to go ahead and banish a card from the graveyard as well. Just going to go ahead and get rid of that Hydrant.
I might have gone after the Emergency. It doesn't really matter. There are no Rescue Ace spell and trap cards because of that evenly match was huge. I think Ed even said he only plays 1. Hold on. I'm going to check his deck list real fast.
Yep.
He's not a liar. Ed Deception is a man of his word.
Ed, where's all my
He wanted his opponent to know it, that I side deck 1 and I drew it.
Tristan just asked Ed, where are my cards?
They're all gone. They're all banished face down
They're
right
in the
now.
garbage.
Here comes the Ceremony. It's going to special summon Ohime from the hand. He's going to banish the Ceremony from the graveyard to send.
Yeah, Ed's just playing really quickly here, but make sure he's clarifying which effect he's activating. Yep, he's going to just actually send the Huli here. Oh, it sends any Makanko card. That makes sense. Oh, he's going to use the effect of the spell in the grave to equip the monster from the grave.
So now none of his cards can be targeted. No Makanko cards.
Yep, and because it's equipped, he's able to add a Makanko trap from the deck.
He's going to go for Spirit Walk.
Makanko Spirit Walk.
And this is a good enough setup here. His Makanko cards cannot be targeted because of the Huli that's equipped.
Yeah, it's so annoying when that happens, because you can't like infinite impermanence them or anything, and then they just crash into your monsters for games sometimes.
Although this technically makes it a lot harder for Ed to find his game shot against Tristan, because Tristan has no monsters to attack into. He's just going to have to do it himself.
Oh, he has no monsters to attack into it, solid. He has no cards to his name either.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. It doesn't look as simple for the Makanko strategy.
Ed will find a way just to give him a monster to attack into.
He might just attack normally. Take the standard route.
I like seeing the silver lining. At least he's not going to be able to attack into any of these monsters in the game. Okay, so the Ohime returns back to the hand, and he draws. It looks like, yeah, Tristan just drew first turn pass in phase. The Ohime returns thanks to the ceremony.
Oh, you're good.
And now he's going to...
The Arbush goes to grave because it no longer has an equip. Using Ohime again.
Going to reveal the Ohime, gets to add a Makanko card, then discard a card to the graveyard.
Another ceremony here.
Consistency is key with this deck.
He's going to discard it again, maybe? Or just a Rondo? Or yeah, that's Rondo, right?
Yeah, there's no monsters to take here.
And we're normal summoning again.
Would like to draw more cards?
We go again.
Here we go again.
No, he probably only plays one Ken.
Okay, that makes sense. Goes into Isolde.
No effect to add, just going straight to send some equip spells here.
Axe of Fools.
There it is. Oh no, okay. There's Arbush. And Axe of Fools.
There it is. I am the fool.
One, like in because the Renault's already gone too. Yeah.
No, I've not received any PE minus this whole weekend. From my part.
Just playing a little quick here. He just didn't count his equip spells. Not a big deal. Maybe a big deal by giving Tristan some more time into the game if he made a mistake. You were actually, I was making fun of you about the having no monsters to attack into, but it might become a problem just giving Tristan a couple turns to draw into something useful.
All it takes is one airlifter.
That's really all it takes, yeah.
I just don't want to commit.
Ed rattled here when things were flowing so smooth, and it looks like he is just going to attack for 1600.
Yep, not capitalizing here, not doing a whole ton of damage, just still Huli's there, so he prevented from... Oh, just an Ash and a Droll and Dream.
No airlifter, no way to get to airlifter.
All right, we go again. Go for an Arbush at this point. Oh, nope, we're going to add... is that...
Hare?
Hare, yeah.
Pitch one, right? Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the final round of Swiss here. That's right, it's round 11 here at YCS Richmond, Virginia. We are here at the... If you win, you can make it to the top cut. If you lose, you're out for most of these players. Some of these players are already guaranteed. There's actually 0 undefeated players here left after the 1,500 total. That means the players that were undefeated, they probably drew, and so there are 0 undefeated duelists left. Not necessarily perfectly undefeated, but are still having at least maybe no losses. But either way, there are going to be the majority of players here trying to make it with those 2 losses, right? Because you're only going to have so many people with just 1 loss or even just 1 draw. It's a very small pool at this point. You know, after we go through 10 rounds, going into the 11th round, it's going to be just so few left, but a lot of players with that 2-loss record. And the majority of them will be making that top cut, but those that are currently X2 will need to win this round to move on forward.
Absolutely. This is definitely the duel or die moment. You likely have heard it described as being on the bubble, and the reason why is if somebody ends up losing this duel, they're going to have an X3 record, at least for the 2 competitors that we're going to feature here. And so that means it's likely that the winner of this duel might move on, and the loser of this duel might have to, well, plan for the next tournament, unfortunately. But we'll be going over to them soon. It's going to be really interesting to see how this turns out.
Absolutely. So let's get excited to meet these players. See who's facing off in the final round of Swiss here at YCS Richmond. That's right, it's round 11.
It's like our first duelist is going to be Tyler. Favorite card is Blackwing Jetstream, the Blue Sky.
Again, another uncommon one. And facing off against him, we have Simon from London. His favorite card is Red Eyes Black Dragon. Okay, that's a little bit more iconic for sure.
Definitely some fan favorites on either side there. Right, players are going to be seating down. Now, what's interesting here is we've had Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice actors on the stage before, but never them actually committing to a duel. But if you don't know, Tyler actually was a voice in the movie Dark Side of Dimensions. He's the policeman that says, hey, don't you know the speed limit? It's part of the contest that Konami ran as part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Side Dimensions premiere.
Do you think his favorite series is 5Ds then, if his favorite card is a Blackwing?
It might be, it might be. Going fast might make Tyler feel alive. Players are just getting comfortable there on the table. Getting situated. It's one of those things where featured stage is different than just showing up to your normal table, so...
Yeah, we've been talking about how the lights affect everyone. But again, this is the price that they're playing for that, as well as the physical card itself. Another was Plutonia. Not necessarily a powerful effect, but definitely an iconic card.
Oh, absolutely. I love these trophy cards that say, hey, you know, this card was won at this YCS. Another versus Dragon was really neat, and so Plutonia is just as cool a prize.
Yeah, this is something that you don't get to talk about enough, but every single individual ultra rare prize card has the event that it was won at, so you always get to know who was there to win that at that event, and that's really iconic for the game. You get to know who took down that event, and it really just belongs to them.
It really does. It has shades of the anime having, you know, only 4 Blue Eyes White Dragon cards were in the world, one of them torn in half, obviously, but another versus Plutonia gives you that same vibe, that, you know, signature stamp saying that this is where you want it. No one else is going to have that. Quite the pile there on Simon's side. I don't know if those are double sleeves. Looks like he might be running more than 40 cards.
No, he's running a large and, you know, a little bit of a 52-card pickup here.
Oh, okay, okay. A little bit of a bicycle style there. We're just going to get pile shuffling right now.
I guess we can't really avoid talking about this any longer. What are these strategies here? Simon is something we've actually...
To deal damage from your opponent committing big monsters on the board or forcing them to have their own monsters is really interesting. And it's going to be kind of unique to see how Tier Laments deals with it. That'll be what Tyler is playing. And it's one of those things where, you know, how do you feel about the matchup here? Do you think Tier Laments can sort of outmaneuver the Makonko deck, or do you think the Makonko's going to be able to steal this game?
So, Makonko is such a strange strategy, so it's hard to really tell. But I think when I've spoken to the players that have been playing Makonko recently, they've always said, yeah, I would love to play against Tier Lament. So I assume that happens for a reason, right? Tier Lament does have a lot of effects at target. The one thing that I think Tier Lament can really use effectively against a strategy is Rule Close, but that's not necessarily a guaranteed card that's going to be in any Tier Lament strategy. whether like just to imitate Tearlament Kiklos, which is no longer legal for play.
Absolutely. Players certainly got creative using fusion substitutes to find another way to rule Kalos, but it's just not quite the same as just going 1, 2, 3 in the usual Tearlament strategy. So we'll have to see how Tyler fares with his cards.
A lot of these cards are sticking out, by the way.
Players are just making sure that everything is right and in order here. It looks like we're going to go into Game 1. Again, this is the final round of Swiss and YCS Richmond, Day 2.
Players are rolling the dice here. That is a 5.
Can't quite see the number.
Oh, it looks like it was a 4.
Looks like Simon's going to go first then.
Really interesting. I look at Simon's list and I'm like, I'm not even sure if he wants to go first, but I guess when you have access to all those Infernoble cards in your strategy as well, you might as well.
Might be taking an interesting route there. There's a lot of interesting cards you get to put in the deck when you get past that 40-card barrier. So we'll see what all the different flavors will do.
Oh, that is a great way to start draw phase wanted. You get to add the Diabell Star to your hand, play around Drone Lockbird at the same time.
I might go back in, so we'll shuffle when we need, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Players communicating great there. Looks like we might be going back in the deck.
Almost certainly. If we add Diabell Star to the hand, I imagine you're going to attempt to activate the effect. The only reason Simon would not be going back in the deck is if Tyler stops him.
Activate Ohime?
Oh, looks like we're going to be leading with Ohime as well.
Can't quite see if there were any cards that could be activated from the hand from Tyler's side, but he doesn't seem to be stopping anything, so I think likely not.
It would look like I saw like a Rhino Heart and 3 spells.
So something to start with, but not necessarily anything to interact with Simon's plays.
So this is something we don't see very often. Ohime is going to add Mikanko Kagura.
Okay.
And so for those unfamiliar, that's the ritual spell that allows you to get any Mikanko ritual monster summoned, which there are 2. Of course, you got to attribute the levels equal to or exceeding that monster, but you get to destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of equipped spells with different names in the graveyard. And if you do, you inflict 1,000 damage for each card destroyed.
I wonder, like, why you really even need to do that at this point in the, like, it's not something you want to lead with, right? And I don't think you even need to work that hard to summon Ohime, especially simply because, I mean, you can just get it out for free with Ceremony if you wanted to.
He may be trying to set up for future turns. We've noticed that through a lot of the duels. This has been not just about setting up an amazing turn 1 board, but also having those resources for next turn.
Wow, this is a lot of powerful searches here. We have a Kashtira Fenrir following up after that preparation of rites. Simon just loading up his hand. There's going to be the Kashtira Rise Heart.
Now, if we do end up using the Arise Heart to banish 3 cards off the top of Tyler's deck, that could be detrimental, right? Those could be Tearlament names that may not be coming back anytime soon.
I wonder if there's any even need to do that, though, because it's not like he's going to try to make a rank 7. I imagine he's just using it functionally as a warrior to go into the Infernobles part of things, because, I mean, again, Fire Warrior, you might as well. The Diabell Star as well as the Illusion of Chaos. So, like, putting additional copies of Diabell Star in the graveyard, at least, if you happen to open with maybe Original Sinful Spoiled Snake Eye and you didn't get access to Wanted early enough, that could be another neat trick.
The level 1 fire.
Oh, it looks like, okay, Diabell Star is going to give up the Fenrir on the field rather than the Rise Heart in the hand in this instance.
And he might actually need that Fire Warrior, just like you said, but hasn't quite set up the plays with the equip spells he needs.
I'm surprised, like, of all the free resources you got, the Fenrir is the one you want to throw away?
It is interesting. You would think you'd want to keep the Fenrir to be able to banish cards off your opponent's field face down, but maybe he just didn't want to have a counter Fenrir. He still doesn't know what Tyler's playing yet.
I also just assume that maybe the field that Simon's going to make, the Fenrir might even be redundant or just simply not impactful compared to what happens if his field goes uncontested, which at this point, what could really happen here?
Okay. Yeah.
Because let's see how many interactions would have effectively baited out at this point. Potentially the Effect Veiler's Infinite Permanence, Drone Lockbird for sure would have been activated by now. Ash Blossom, again, I think when you activate Original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, that's going to be met with Ash Blossom the majority of the time because, effectively it's a 2-for-1, right?
Absolutely. Fire cards sort of bonding together there with the Sinful Spoils usually being met by Ash.
All right, it looks like we're going to normal summon the Rise Heart, so you're not locked into XC summons this turn. You banish the Fenrir from the deck to banish the top 3 cards and make him a level 7.
So it is possible that he is really losing Tearlament's names. Tyler taking a quick check of those cards.
Anything on resolution?
No.
All right, do we see two warriors being linked away? Could only mean, yep, I sold.
No.
Only
if I special summon it by
Yes, he normal summoned it just to play around that, of course, that lock. You can't forget about the lock. You do not want to special summon Rise Heart if you want to be using your extra deck to the maximum potential.
That is a completely different strategy to play if you want to just do Xyz and Xyz services. But this deck does a little bit more than that. We're seeing two Tails of the Noble Knights go ahead and add a warrior from the deck to hand.
Of course.
Keeping a surprise in the game if you are.
Yeah. I like how this is developing. At least, I like his deck, how it's developing. I don't
Interesting.
like the situation for me.
Tyler showing some great sportsmanship there, enjoying what it is that he's seeing on the other side of the field.
Yeah, he's very intrigued by what's happened so far because there's so many different cards activated. And I don't know if seeing all of those would have led to believing that just Isolde would be on the field right now and Fenrir being gone. So I'd be very confused as to what the end field is going to be if I didn't already know.
I think that's why the Makanko strategy has been really successful at this event, the last event, Santa Cruz, and of course Indianapolis, because players, it's hard to wrap your head around what this deck is actually doing, right? It's trying to bring out technically powerful monsters on your opponent's side of the field so you can attack into them in that sort of Amazona swordswoman reflecting the damage back style.
Absolutely, and then that is purely on the Makanko side of things, which was the version of it that, I mean, I don't know if you call it popularized, but at least made the community more aware of up to this point. But the Infernoble version of this is, I want to say, brand new to this event.
A lot of great duelists going ahead and piloting this deck and showing that it works, but hey, now it looks like that's Gen the Diamond Tiger.
Activate Illusion of Chaos.
Yeah.
And while this isn't a Dark Magician deck, it still can go ahead and reveal that Illusion of Chaos to grab its respective card. Probably going to add Magician Souls. That's always been popular since the cards were released. And yep, that is what we're grabbing.
I'm going to put a card on top.
Yep, he's going to put back any other card on the top of the deck.
Activate this.
Yeah.
Magician Soul is going to immediately send the Illusion of Chaos that was put back by its own effect. Not even going to try to bluff that he sent another card. He's going to mill it right off the top. And then activates Gen.
So lots of bodies appearing on the field.
I discard a card, or
No.
I draw two and discard one?
I draw two, discard one.
Oh. This deck's really revving up.
Tyler seeing Gen and Ken for apparently the first time here.
And I think Asala, you were right. 5Ds is his favorite series. He did just say it. Let's rev it up.
If he hits a thrust, he gets really
Resolution?
cool stuff. Yeah.
Triple toss at talent. Look at your hand.
He needed to discard a card, right?
Yeah, he hasn't fully resolved that effect yet. Getting excited to see the Triple Tactics talent, but we're not there yet.
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and discard Huli here.
Sorry,
which is great because he already has the Reborn. You're so good at saying the Reborn spell's name.
Oh, you mean Mayawashidori?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Put that back.
For those of you who don't know what Mayawashidori does, it is the equipped spell that, of course, makes your monsters unable to be destroyed by card effects, or at least the monster is equipped. But probably the most relevant effect is in the graveyard. You can target a Makanko monster in the graveyard, and then special summon. If you do, equip it with this card, but banish it when it leaves the field.
Really interesting to see a Reborn spell that reborns from the grave, including itself. Like, it is also being reborn.
Yeah, 2-for-1 deal on that. Now we do see the hand here. We went ahead and lost one card, but it looks like two of the Perlino planets, as well as Destiny Hero Malicious.
It looks like card destruction was sent away, right?
Yes, card destruction was. So obviously, I think that means that Simon is setting up for his next turn, and so the card destruction is just terrifying for him. All those resources he's been building up, he would lose if he let him keep that. So actually, the Triple Tactics talent really helped out.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, at this point, I just imagine, like, you see the double Pearl Rhino, you see Rhino Heart, you see the Malicious. If there's any line that leads to Acid Golem, Tyler's hand is completely locked away.
Absolutely correct. Acid Golem is a great card, but not necessarily when you control it, right? It doesn't let you special summon monsters, and it forces you to receive or remove Exceeds materials or take 2,000 damage, which is super helpful since damage is really what this deck is all about.
Celine's going to be able to summon back that Diabell Star.
It is a spellcaster.
There's plenty of options at this point, because with the Magician Souls as well.
I have to think about this here.
But I think the level 7 is a bit more interesting of a level. Oh, there's the thrust as well. Probably going to get access to Change of Heart, I'd imagine.
Would let him get that monster. I think we may be going the direction you think this is going. This is crazy. Take a look at the list here. Do we have the Acid Golem?
Oh, it's in there.
Okay, that's going to be fun.
Makes sense. I know Simon has been working with Ed, who played a very similar list, or not so much similar, but like an earlier version of this list at Indianapolis.
And then
What's great about this game is it keeps developing, and there's only been 2 weeks to really plan from Indianapolis to this event to gather that information and make those adjustments. But it looks like Simon's deck is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, looks like we're not going to go for Change Heart. We went for Reinforcement of the Army, which then was used to grab Renault.
So really needed a warrior. So that's definitely paying off with that Ken the Dragon Warrior. Of course, since your opponent controls a monster, you get to add the spell or trap to your hand instead of setting it.
Washidori, target.
And there it is, the green spell.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and bring back Huli, the Jeweled Makanko. And of course, the Makanko Dance Maya Washidori goes ahead and really sweeps itself back on the field. It is an incredible card, like a monster reborn that puts itself back on the field.
A monster reborn perfectly in theme from the graveyard, reborning itself as well as the monster it's equipping to itself to. That monster will be banished if it leaves the field, but likely will not be directly leaving the field, but it'll just be used as an Xyz material.
Might be opening up the overlay network soon. We do have 2 level 3 monsters.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why I even thought he was going to go for Change of Heart. He needs that Ken to be on the opposing side of the field so he can swap him out.
Such a really neat combo featuring some, not necessarily obscure cards, but just very like disparate, you know, one from this set, one from that. The Geonator Transverser, which is likely what's going to come up, allows you to swap the positions of the monsters that it link arrow points to. So if we make the number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction here, you can put that on that left side where Geonator Transverser would be, and then swap it out with that Ken the Dragon Warrior on the other side of the field, giving Tyler basically his worst nightmare.
There is going to be the Makanko Ritual spell here.
So Makanko Kagura is probably going to Ritual Summon the Ohime. We're sending 7 stars to the graveyards. That feels good for a Ritual 6. And there is Ohime.
Ohime effect will target...
Using Ohime effect here to put Arabesque on the field?
What I want to equip it to right now.
It's going to equip Arabesque directly to it.
Equip it to appropriate target.
So Arabesque can use its effect to special summon from deck and add the Ohime back to his hand.
I'm going to equip it again.
He's going to equip it again. Interesting.
Activate Arabesque.
So he's going to be able to recycle the again.
That's fine.
And then probably put a different level 3 on the field?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
And it's true that the Mekankos are level 3s, so that's just a great way to pull out Hare here and have the other one for later.
And then Hare lets you summon one?
No, it's equip spell.
Oh, it equips from the deck?
Yeah, so Hare, like we saw Huli adds traps, Hare adds spells. Actually, I don't even know if Huli added a trap yet.
No, I don't believe it has. We haven't seen any of those Mekanko trap cards.
He might already have the Spirit Walk in his hand.
You usually don't run multiple copies, so he probably does.
Oh, I saw the trap card. Yep, it is absolutely.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
Renaud's fine.
Renaud gets to add equip spell. Or a Fire Warrior, I suppose.
A lot of good options.
Yeah, just getting Fireflint Lady for follow-up here seems strong. Not that I think you really need that much follow-up anymore. Your game plan is pretty much solidified here.
Again, for those not familiar with the Mekanko strategy, you may see so many monsters on the field at one turn, but all of them have 0 attack because that's what this deck is about. Again, it's about putting a monster on the opponent's side of the field and then, well, ramming yourself into it so they take the damage.
It's interesting. So, okay, Geonator has now hit the field.
But we don't have multiple level 3s here.
He opted to link one away, so he still has to find access to another one. Unless he wants to give him something else. Okay, it looks like there's going to be Fire Dance here, which is going to reborn the Hare.
Also could bring it from the hand, technically.
Yeah.
There's the overlay network. So using the effect of Mekanko Fire Dance gave him the extra level 3 he needed, and oh man, here it comes.
Acid Golem in defense.
So it switches control.
Oh yeah, I know. Let me read Acid Golem.
The only effect that you really need to be aware of is that you can't special summon.
It's okay?
I don't think Tyler's as excited about everything that's happened so far anymore.
Yeah, he's picking up his cards. I think he realized that he wasn't going to be able to do much if he controlled Acid Golem the Destruction. So again, he's a fan of 5Ds, maybe not so much of Zexal.
Simon takes the lead here in game 1, really just showing what his deck tries to do. Didn't even get to finish his combo here. I think Acid Golem was really all it took, especially after like perfect knowledge of Tyler's hand here. I don't think there's anything that he thought he could draw to get out of that situation. He probably knew that there was not going to be anything that would remove the Acid Golem from the field, so he would just have to pass back, and Mikanko would just be able to do his thing, swing in a couple times, and the Acid Golem would deal all the damage it needs.
Shows you all the power of Age of Overlord. Gen and Ken allow so many different decks to find the options that they're looking for, but they are in and of themselves warrior monsters that fit in warrior decks. So obviously that's made Mikanko and Noble work out really well, but it's a package that lets you really grab whatever you want as long as you're able to get those tactics and thrusts online.
All right, if you're Tyler, what do you do now? You know you're playing against Mikanko. It seems like he was very unfamiliar up to this point about the strategy. How much do you change? Because I think Tearlament is one of those decks that can be very flexible as to what it does. It doesn't necessarily try to do the same thing every time. It has a usual end board goal, but it can try to navigate itself differently when it knows it has to do something very specific. And I think against Mikanko, you do have to do something very specific.
You do, but also the risk with the Tearlament side decking, you run the risk that if you're trying to go ahead and send cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard, you lose those cards you brought into the side deck. So I think the obvious answers here, if Tyler wasn't already using Droll and Lockbird, hopefully he has access to that, because Droll and Lockbird would be so huge to stop the Mikanko strategy from, well, doing what we just saw Simon put the masterclass for.
Absolutely, especially, again, we keep saying this, but if you're able to go first, set up your own game plan, and then also have a copy of Droll and Lockbird, that makes everything so much harder, because a lot of decks can play into Droll and Lockbird well. They can just find ways to make do without getting all of their necessary searches. But if you have to try to play with a handicap into a field, it's going to be extra difficult. Usually not something that most decks can overcome.
We'll love to see. I mean, we didn't get to see a lot of Tyler's strategy here, but if he is going first, I mean, Tearlaments has the ability to perhaps, think about it from Simon's side, he's got 52 cards in that deck, so there's the possibility that he only draws things like just Mikanko cards that you can't activate on your opponent's turn. So Tyler will be able to press forward really hard with the Tearlaments and maybe just set up enough stuff to where, well, Simon can't get going.
But the thing about Simon's list is he is playing a lot of cards to effectively go second. He's not really trying to stop his opponents from doing anything. He's trying to deal with it after the fact, because he's already forced to play the thrusts and the talents because he's playing Ken and Gen. He wants to get maximum value from all of those. So to pair with that, he's also playing 3 copies of Lava Golem in the main deck.
Oh, that's crazy. But I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's not an acid golem, but it is a golem nonetheless. So giving your opponent a 3,000 attacker and crashing into it, whichever way that comes, it's good for the Mikanko.
4.5 years.
Sorry, can I still side? I've not handed my deck.
You have 3 minutes to complete siding and present your deck.
Players do have 3 minutes to side deck, but they do have to operate within that. But it looks like he is presented, so he might be locked in there.
I hear conflicting things about the 3 minutes thing. A lot of head judges and stuff say this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a set rule. It's more about, you're not supposed to just sit there and side for 3 minutes just because you can.
Exactly. Just keep up the pace of game. You can't just be hanging out for no reason.
And generally, the biggest thing is, if you present your deck, the deck is presented.
That is a presented deck, absolutely. All right, so he's presented it, so whatever's in there, that's what's going to be in there.
Yes. Some sportsmanship there.
Looks like it's back to the sacred time, the time to duel.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, this event? What about period? Like all time?
Yeah, Tyler's just happy to be there. Looks like the players are getting ready to get started here with game number 2 here. Could be the final game here in the Swiss of YCS Richmond.
Looks like we're good to start. Tyler's the lucky duelist. We'll see if that luck pays off in this Tearlament strategy now. It is nice to occasionally get a couple of names at once on just one sending of the cards to the graveyard.
Activate the field spell, Primeval Planet, Pearl of Rhino.
Pearl of Rhino is like a very strong start, gets you access to everything you need. Normally, you want to add something along the lines of Tearlament Shiren or Tearlament...
I'm going to add Tearlament Shiren.
Yeah, Shiren, or sometimes Tearlament Kashtira is the best way to go. You just want to start putting those top cards of your deck in the graveyard as soon as you can. You don't really want to start with Rhino Heart when you don't already have setup, because Rhino Heart's not the card it used to be anymore when you don't have kick lows.
It is not, unfortunately, but that's what's so great about Tearlaments is this deck...
He's discarding Kalbeck.
Oh, okay.
it's oh, man. And there it goes.
Oh, wow.
That is going to be 8 cards.
Let's start with a 3, looks like.
I'm going to go Chainlink 1 Merly, Chainlink 2...
I'd imagine Chainlink 2 Kalbeck, Chainlink 3 Solid.
You're allowed to write down notes on anything required to maintain the correct game state, so like hard ones per turn, that counts.
Chainlink 1 Merly.
Chainlink 1 Merly, Chainlink 2 Kelbeck, Chainlink 3 Suliak.
Yep, all right, that makes a lot of sense. I believe Suliak will probably add a copy of Tearlament Kashtira at this point.
Talking about being a lucky duelist, having just multiple cards activate at the same time, and we're about to send 5 more cards, that's insane.
I don't think it's necessarily lucky. That's all the deck does, because you're not playing any other cards that don't do this.
Well, true, but imagine he sent, well, a Droll and Lockbird, one card that would help him against Simon. That wouldn't be good. We got lucky here.
I don't think you choose to get Jiren then. I think you would just do something else.
Well, looks like we are dumping some of the Imsa T, and also saw a Danger Nessie in there as well.
And then Merly resolves a fusion
Yep,
summon.
no effects from Simon. Don't think there's any additional effects. There is a Medora, but no additional. Effect of Merly, this could easily make a Mud Dragon of the Swamp here.
That's exactly what we've got.
So half of Bahamut Shark already on the field.
Triggers, so now it's open game state. I'm going to
activate Tearlament's Kashtira, or just normal summon that Rhino Heart in his hand.
I added Tearlament Kashtira.
Oh, it's going to be the Tearlament Kashtira.
No, just confirming that he added that off the Sulik here.
Oh, I see.
I think at this point, maybe you just want to play it safe, normal summon Rhino Heart, send another copy of Tearlament's Kashtira, just to either send the top 2 cards. Oh, no, okay, he's going to opt to use Havness here. So that's the second name of the 3, with Shirin being on the field.
I'm going to use Danger Nessie.
So this is going to make a Garura with the Nessie.
You're going to go back in, right? Because otherwise I need to shuffle.
Sorry, there's the deck. Did you go back in? I went and sent Rhino Heart.
Making sure not to mess up those bottom fusion materials, so we'll shuffle the rest of the deck.
The Tearlament monsters do have to put those cards on the bottom, so you don't want to shuffle the rest of the deck. Make sure it's properly randomized.
So now Garura's on the field.
So this is going to be summon number 5, is going to be the Bahamut Shark, which will force out a Nibiru the Primal Being if Simon has one. Otherwise, we're going to be playing with 1 free interruption after this point.
Lava Golem can Fire Flint Lady. Does this do
I think once you see the Lava Golem, you're pretty aware that Nibiru is probably not the card you're dealing with anymore, but now you have to be aware that Lava Golem exists.
Yeah, Lava Golem be able to get rid of that likely totally awesome that we're about to see, and any other powerful cards that Tyler put out.
That's fine.
I think maybe when you see something along the lines of Lava Golem, that means you try to set up Scream Sulik, and you see you have the Tearlament Kashtira in your hand, maybe you try to hold it, knowing that any field that you make could easily be put immediately in the graveyard. You want to keep some interruption in your hand, so that at least you can trigger the Scream and the Sulik after your opponent starts committing to the field already.
Absolutely. Is that the card destruction that got back to his hand just about? Can't see that spell, but that'd be an interesting way to...
It is card destruction, yeah.
Summon Tearlament's Kashtira.
All right, he's opting to use the Tearlament's Kashtira here.
You activate Tearlament's Kashtira, yes. Because you've already normal summoned.
Yes.
So he's going to banish the Sulik.
Sulik to summon it.
Sure.
I will activate the effect to send 3 cards to the top of my deck.
All right, let's see what these next 3 cards are.
I shuffled
you shuffled
after halfness. Yep, that's fine.
It's going to be Hoppy, Imseti, and another Tearlament Kashtira, so that's going to be 2 more. That's going to be Scream. And Malicious, those are a powerful 2. That's going to be really great with already having the Garura on the field, being easily able to make a rank 6 monster. Grabbing another copy of Sulik here. You're going to want to make some space right now. You probably want to link away maybe the Bahamut Shark and the Tearlament's Kashtira, maybe?
No, it's okay.
It's been nice that he's only hit the 1 Malicious and not 2. Obviously, there's a Destiny Hero Denier that can go ahead and flip the script on that, but things are really working out for Tyler in this duel for all the cards he sent to the graveyard. No waste, all just good stuff.
Now it's all about finding a way to trigger the Shirin if you really want to, but not necessarily that you even have to, because you do have access to the Sulik, so you're able to use that aggressively to try to trigger the Shirin if you'd like to. You also have access to the Medora to shuffle back a Tearlament Kashtira or potentially a Rhino Heart, I guess. You probably don't want to shuffle back that one. But just to do so, in order to trigger the Pearl Rhino, pop on one of your own cards if you'd like to trigger those effects.
Looks like we've got our SP Little Knight out there, so we're just trying to build as much as we can, but we're also using its effect to banish the Ohime from the graveyard.
Yeah, might as well, right? You did, in fact, use an Xyz monster for the summon, and now you're going to be activating that Malicious here, and be able to summon another copy of Malicious from the deck.
You added Sulik from Scream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I only know just 1 card.
Yes.
Now here's an interesting question. Is there any merit to just activating the card destruction and hoping that you end up discarding whatever it is that Simon needs? We know that these Infernoble decks, when they're playing against Tearlaments, if those cards go to the graveyard, they have to do extra work to kind of pile things back into their hand to use it.
I think when you look at a card like card destruction, you want to craft your hand first. Make sure it's like because there's no reason. There's almost never a reason to do a desperation card destruction because it benefits your opponent more because they're getting maximum value because they get every card from their hand. Whereas you're losing that card destruction, right? So it's almost like effectively a card lost. So you want to at least try to add as many cards to your hand. But here we're trying to generate as much value as we can. We have a Garura drawing a card, and then Yugioh is going to send the top 5 cards of both players' decks, get more information here. And honestly, sending the cards from the top of the deck is easier than trying to deal with the cards in the hand.
Let's see, we did get that reinforcements of the army. It looks like we also let Jess Synchron, Huli the Mikanko, again the Diamond Tiger, and it looks like a Mikanko Arabesque.
Yeah, unfortunately, had to go into the Little Knight already. It would have been really useful to be able to banish that jet. We do have access to Denier, though. Potentially an additional copy of Malicious coming out later. But the Malicious is still hanging under the Beatrice for now. We do see... Okay, so it's like another Teal'c Kashtira, Keldo, Card Destruction, and the Sullik inside Tyler's hand.
I'm going to activate Card Destruction.
He's doing it, the Card Destruction. I wonder what cards we're going to see.
Why wouldn't you set the Sullik? Like, I feel like...
Oh, but look at Simon. I'm telling you, it's one of these heads-up plays. It's a duel or die moment. You just got to guess, but sometimes you do discard the Lava Golem from the opponent's hand.
Yeah, his hand was very, very strong, but really giving up the Sullik when you've already used it this turn. I mean, you got to scream a Trivia Karma. I mean, I guess you can just get some more if you get the Trivia Karma to the grave.
I think you used.
He forgot that he already used Sullik. Yes. That makes more sense. The Trivia Karma and the Terraforming already just being really dead here.
The Terraforming doesn't do much when you've already got that planet, but it did kind of protect him, so it was a more offensive card destruction than something that built up his own strategy.
Huge gamble for sure, but maybe it paid off because we technically don't know if Simon's hand got better or not. Probably didn't get better. His hand looked very strong.
With plays like this, I wonder if that's an argument for Cup of Ace as the new pot of greed.
I suppose if you make an agreement with every single person in the room to always call heads, or just agree it's always heads, then everyone can just pot agreed.
Well, there's no cheating here. He's been able to really get through his cards, so just neat to see some older cards. I mean, that's a card that has been through this game for years.
I will activate Scream.
But a more recent card looks like Teal'c Scream hitting the board.
You can,
if you... It's your move.
Yep, no, he's just going to pass back here.
2 cards in hand.
So he still has both Keldo and Medora if he wants to try to trigger that Sheeran.
I didn't. I have a Terraforming in my hand. I wasn't gonna...
Oh, you didn't? Wait, didn't you activate it?
Yeah, I don't have any more Perlorinas in my deck.
So it would be an illegal activation. Does get to keep the Terraforming. Doesn't really do much, but now both players know that it's a dead card in the hand.
So it's my turn.
Yes.
All right, Simon is up.
It looks like there is Mikanko Kagura as well as Ohime in his hand already.
What did I say?
I can't repeat it on screen.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Players are just trying to stay focused here. Judges are making sure that they exhibit good sportsmanship while you're on camera here.
Can I not say anything now anymore then?
Simon a little gun shy here, but he's still going to be able to play his cards.
You are good to go.
Anything in the draw phase?
No. No. You're all good.
Tyler just letting him proceed into main phase.
Simon trying to figure out how he can navigate this field. It's not like there aren't a lot of interruptions here. I mean, I don't think the attack loss really matters when all your monsters have 0 attack, but we still have to deal with Totally Awesome as well as the Little Knight. The Beatrice will be able to trigger any effect at any point as well, and you can't forget about both Keldo and Medora in the graveyard with Perler Rhino still active. There's a lot of different layers here to Tyler's field.
Absolutely, and Simon has to think through his combo and keep in mind that many of those cards from his deck are already in the graveyard. The good news is he's got 52 cards in the deck, so he has some cards he can lose, but he still has to make something, and he's going to start with Lava Golem.
Okay, opting to choose the Totally Awesome and the Beatrice.
Tyler's saying, I agree, knowing that's the right play to make.
Targets. So
I mean, I think, honestly, any single one of those options would have been solid choices, but... Like, yeah, so this is the part where if you're going to deal with Totally Awesome, it's going to be able to add back any Aqua from the graveyard, or, sorry, a Water, and it's going to be adding the Teal'c Kashtira, which is going to be able to trigger at any point. You could use a Scream as well because a monster was summoned while a Teal'c monster is on the field, but maybe you want to wait on that just because you have the Teal'c Kashtira, you can be a little bit more aggressive with it when your opponent has cards on the field, which I think is a little bit more ideal.
Target.
I mean, you have to target the Little Knight, right? Or... Okay, you're going to go after the Sheeran just to turn the Scream off, which is not actually true. Really, you let this go. Yeah.
It looks like it is going to go ahead and change boards there. It's too bad it's not one of the level 3 monster. Be obviously helpful for the strategy, but it's level 4. We'll see what that does.
It is at least bigger than the Little Knight if he wants to throw away his battle.
You wouldn't want to waste it unless you had a Makonko on the field. Main event is pausing and freezing play, but we've still got 15.5 minutes left on the clock for our featured match.
When you attempt to exit main phase, I'm going to activate Tearlament's Kashtira to summon it.
Yeah, but this makes a lot of sense. You don't want to lose weight. I mean, honestly, I think I would be okay with Makonko losing the Little Knight and just making sure they don't have a battle phase. So this allows Simon to stay in the main phase, which I think is ideal for him. But at this point, you are effectively removing the threat of the Sheeran because the Scream will make Sheeran lose 500 attack, which makes it smaller than the Little Knight. And there's a Rhino Heart, a Heartbeat, and a Foolish Burial. Rhino Heart will not be able to activate because we do know the contents of his hand. And then we do get an additional 3 from the Scream, of course, as well as the Tearlament's Kashtira. So Merle will be able to activate if he wants to.
I will activate the
and the Heartbeat will be able to add back the Sulik.
Merle, Chainlink 1, and Tearlament's Heartbeat, Chainlink 2.
So looks like Merle will be Chainlink 1, Heartbeat will Chainlink 2, and Heartbeat's going to grab the Sulliak.
So this is actually really, really interesting here. Another point that might actually be able to force out the battle phase if Tyler sees it. Oh no, sorry, the Muddragon was already in the graveyard. I was about to say, if you make a Muddragon here and you call the appropriate type that you care about the most, probably going to be Wind, you can't actually equip the Huli with anything.
That's true. That would be a really interesting heads-up play, but it looks like it's going to be Predaplant Draco Stapelia or Stapelia.
Activate the effect of Perla Rhino.
Okay, he's going to use Pearl Rhino to destroy his Sheeran.
That's really interesting.
Immediately, as soon as Sheeran changes, because you already had the option to destroy your own Sheeran anyway, and it was likely something that you're going to have to do. This just made it a lot easier. But now, again, you could go for that Muddragon line. Oh no, we're just going to take this opportunity to summon that Rhino Heart, which, I mean, also does make sense. It just doesn't do anything because there's no cards on Simon's field. But it is big.
You're absolutely right there, but it's true that Simon is just struggling to get established, at least in this duel.
I mean, so yeah, Tyler's just playing the default strategy here. I think making the Muddragon would do a lot more for him.
Sheeran to fusion summon.
Yeah, Sheeran and Merle have been activated.
Add a card from grave to hand. Merle to fusion summon.
So I'm still in main phase 1.
Yep, we're still in main phase 1. Finally able to commit a little bit more here. We got Kashtira Fenrir.
Drago Stapelia effect target Fenrir.
Yeah, we're going to be just forcing out the Draco Stapelia here.
Okay, so
it's going to be level 1 and cannot use its effect back because its effects are negated as long as it has that Predaplant counter on it.
One of them is Sulliak, one of them is Terraforming.
So really the only thing you have to deal with now is just the Little Knight.
This could be this.
Sure.
Oh, we're going to Tribute.
So now he gets to summon a level 1 for almost free at this point.
Feels pretty free.
There's going to be Renault, which is able to use that graveyard that was loaded up now.
So to a degree, Simon's still in the game, it seems, based on how he's making his plays, and so he might have been just trying to weed out as many Tearlament effects as he possibly could before getting started, but here's Keldo getting his game on. And let's see what the targets are.
It's going to be that equip spell that was targeted. So yeah, wanted for the free draw here, because now the Sinful Swell is in the grave. He's targeted the Arabesque. You're going to put back the Arabesque, and you're going to put back the Jet, I believe.
I'm going to target Jet Synchron.
And because you still have the Medora in the grave for later, you're still fine here if anything else happens to be activated in the graveyard, but this just at least keeps it in check, and you want to make sure you keep the Medora alive for the green spell. Say it one more time for us.
Hits Mayo Ashidori.
Thank you.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Taking a full look at the graveyard there. Plenty of great cards. Not too much of the central strategy for Simon, so there's still plenty of options left in the deck.
Still has to deal with the Little Knight. That one is the face-up card on the field that hasn't activated yet.
Sorry.
Certainly a rough duel for sure. We've only got about 11 minutes left on the clock here.
Simon wants to be really mindful at this point.
Activate this to dump.
Going to use Effective Ceremony to send another Makonko card from the deck to the grave.
Now he could be setting up the Reborn combo that we've been describing And that's exactly what seems like it's going to be.
Simon is really looking for Tyler to make a mistake here. Yep, he's using the effect to target the Huli in the grave to reborn both.
But with the Medora there, this may not be that big of a problem on Tyler's side.
I don't think there was a normal summon committed just yet as well, right? To Simon's side of the field. So I'm wondering how long he needs to hold the Little Knight?
Yeah. No, there hasn't been a normal summon. We've only seen, Change of Heart, Kashtira Fenrir, and then the Renaud.
Huli effect to add.
So we are going to
we allowed it. That's great. Okay,
That's fine.
I don't know. I just think Tyler is unaware of what happens when you let these monsters hit the field.
Yeah, we are just adding that trap card as well, too. So it'll be the Mikanko Spirit Walk.
So when you're looking at your grave and setting on the play, if you're slow play warning, it's just a warning.
There's a lot of options in the graveyard. Like,
Judges just making sure players keep up the pace of play. There are a lot of options here, but again, in a Yu-Gi-Oh competition, it's not just about playing the game, it's about playing the game within the rules of the tournament here.
Yeah. My decision is that I'm issuing warning. Have you received one earlier in the tournament? You guys are going to get a 3-minute time extension automatically.
So it looks like we'll get a 3-minute time extension. Might impact the game, but it'll give us the opportunity to see this duel to the finish.
Yep, absolutely. Like now we're playing with a little less than 13 minutes on their clock here. But now that Simon has been given this opportunity, he only needs to put up a few more monsters. Or that can, sorry, not even just monsters, just a few more actual Mikankos to be able to swing in on that damage. Because, do you see what I see? That Kaleido Heart's in attack position with a Pearl or Rhino. That monster has 3,500 attack, and Lava Golem deals 1,000 during the standby phase. He needs to hit twice.
It is very, very large. It's one of those things where, again, we've been talking about how Mikanko just does these big chunks of damage, and by letting the Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko, appear on the board again, this really might be it.
Yeah, so all he has to do is summon one monster. He doesn't need to activate any monster effects. Just has to swing in twice into the Kaleido Heart. If Tyler sees any answer here, it's going to have to be along the lines of using his own Little Knight to banish his own monster, because he's not going to be able to target any of the Mikankos now.
Activate Arabesque.
Oh, and there's the Arabesque. This might be the turn of the tempo of the duel for sure.
Mikanko, it takes control of the card.
No. Special summons a Mikanko from hand or deck, and then bounces the monster.
And you're targeting Lava Golem.
Yes.
I'm going to SP Little Knight, targeting Lava Golem and targeting Renaud.
Oh, no, that's a heads-up play. We're going to put that Lava Golem back into his opponent's hand. However, that does mean the Lava Golem could be summoned again.
I think he was just, so we're just going to use the Little Knight to banish both. They will both return to the field during the end phase, which is fine for Simon, because the Kaleido Heart is still there. He just needs to summon one more monster here, still.
I'm gonna
SP Little Knight always putting in work in so many different strategies. If you've got two monsters, well, you've got SP Little Knight.
Yeah. I'm going to declare top.
Oh, no, okay, couldn't find another body there. Yes. So it's going to be 35 from the Pearl Rhino.
45.
And the Lava Golem is going to return.
Main phase 2.
I mean, if it isn't the full 8,000, I'm not so worried about it. Because as long as you have one life point, you have enough to play.
My turn?
Yep.
All right.
So now all he has to find is some non-targeting removal, and this could be an easy game to wrap up. So you're looking for something along the lines of Typhon or Access Code.
Phase 1. While you're in standby, Lava Golem is mandatory. A Lava Golem is mandatory, so I'll lose 1,000 life points.
So we're going to go ahead and take 1,000 life points off the top there.
Thank you, sir.
Waiting for the life point counter to update, but I believe we should be at 3,500 left, right? The 3,500 from the Tearlaments and then 1,000 from Lava Golem.
Absolutely. So I'm looking here. I don't think Typhon can be active, because did Simon summon from the extra deck at all in the previous turn?
I can't target Mikanko cards.
Don't believe so. There really wasn't a whole lot that happened. We couldn't normal summon, obviously, because of the Lava Golems. That means the only other real summons were Renaud and Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko.
So, you can still destroy the equipped spells, but you just can't target them?
Let's take a look at...
Well, okay, I didn't even see the Shyama hit the graveyard, but that is literally the ideal. That is the perfect answer to the situation. Because again, the destruction effect of Shyama, as far as your opponent's spells and traps, does not target.
Absolutely right, and so it's a great card to include. It's nice to borrow a little bit from the Unchained strategy here in the Tearlaments deck, and so that might be able to clear things out as far as the equip spell is concerned. And then all of a sudden you can target your opponent's monsters. You can just grab what you need to and maybe end this duel.
Yep, and an Aqua was... actually, an Aqua was not sent to the graveyard. It was a warrior, but I think an Aqua will hit to the graveyard eventually. I don't think it matters too much here.
Okay, sure.
Will the judges catch that really quick?
I'm going to set one.
Yeah, I do see that what you mean. It looks like that's Tearlament's Rhino Heart.
Activate Shiyama to.
Yeah, Shiyama will be able to destroy a card he controls, and then optionally. It can only destroy a spell and trap here, but it will be able to destroy the equip spell in this instance because it does not target, which will unlock all of Huli's effects.
We'll go to game 3.
Yep, and then we'll have to go to game 3 here with just over 8 minutes on the clock.
Have to get that time extension out to the board there. Now, Tyler really got to show off what that deck is about and how he's managed to keep the record that he has. But again, just like we talked about earlier, now we're on game 3, and the winner of this duel is likely to go to the top. But unfortunately, there could be only one winner in this. Or it could draw. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, that would be a disaster for both of them, wouldn't it?
Both the decks are pretty explosive, though. As long as people are keeping up a consistent level of play, I do think that we can finish this duel in just one of those giant boards. I mean, both players have shown how good these decks really are. Tearlament's obviously has been favorite. I mean, people have a certain opinion when they're playing against it, but there is no denying how powerful it continues to be despite its hits on the Forbidden Limited list. And Bakonko is just a really interesting, tricky deck to play against, especially when you're having that Infernoble package in there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Simon to keep the pace of play here. He wants to be able to deal or do as much of his combo as he can reasonably. And Tyler, I mean, he's playing a strategy that typically does not do anything to interrupt the opponent, and this is a strategy that you have to interrupt. It's not something you just let happen unless you happen to be playing copies of Forbidden Droplet. I think that is like the perfect answer to everything that would happen from the Bakonko Infernoble strategy. But I don't think Tearlament can never afford to give up those cards for no value, such as the case of Forbidden Droplet, right? Because even though you are sending cards to the graveyard, you're sending them for no actual value because it's not free. Like, sending them from the top of your deck is not expending resources from your hand, right? And so any advantage you get is just additional. But when you have to spend those cards from the cards that you were given in your top 5 or top 6 in this instance, it's not nearly as strong.
But at the same time, we've seen Tyler make some very brave, bold moves, like that card destruction in game 2. So he might do something that's a little off, the beaten path, but it does work. Let's just see what happens in this duel for sure, because you never really know, right? You make that gamble, you flip that coin, you roll those dice, and you just have to see what happens.
Absolutely.
All right, so players just getting final instructions from the judges there. This is going to be a relatively short game 3, but that doesn't mean it won't be any less exciting.
So make sure to shuffle as many times as he can. He wants to make sure he doesn't clump up those cards. 52 cards, things can happen, especially when there's so many combo pieces. You want to make sure you shuffle well. Because oftentimes when you do go through a combo at least like once or twice, a lot of the certain pieces end up together.
Absolutely. You really do want to make sure you sufficiently randomize that deck because, well, you need to draw it in a good order for sure, but it does have to be a random one.
I mean, there's multiple combinations of cards that work, but you just want to still try to keep up as much of variance as you can. And here we are. We're going into game 3 of round 11 here at YCS Richmon. It's do or die right now. Can Simon get there? What do you think is going to be the most ideal card for Tyler here? I'm thinking of one specific level 1 monster.
Well, I mean, it just depends, though. We got to see what his hand, and we're actually getting to see it now. I did see the level 1 monster. There's that Droll Lockbird. The Droll Lockbird really could pay dividends here. It could shut the turn down and leave Tyler in a winning position. You're absolutely right. That level 1 spellcaster is pretty important here.
Tyler's hand actually looks fairly strong. He has a copy of Tearlament's Scream as well as a copy of Tearlament's Kashira. If he really needs to make a desperation play, he can. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a normal summon Renault. Not ideal here, but maybe a special summon. They're going to have to use Arabesque directly on the Renault. That's actually not bad.
Not bad. You got a Warrior, got your quick spell, so you can go ahead and keep going. But
and Renault back in the hand means you can special summon it later.
Absolutely, absolutely. But let's take a look at which Bakonko he's going to grab.
Yeah, I'm not really sure which one you want as a starter here. Is it just Huli off the bat?
I guess it depends on what his hand is. If he already has Huli, that might be a little redundant. But looks like we're going to go ahead and get Hade.
This is going to be the one that lets you add another spell here.
Yes.
Which makes a lot of sense. I think spells are a lot more proactive.
So there's the first card added to the hand.
So that's going to be Fire Dance, and then there's the Drone Lockbird. Let's see if Simon has any response. It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like we're having any called by the grave. Nothing to stop it this time. So that's going to stop the cards from being added from the deck to the hand, but he might have a different way to get there, right? He can still send cards from the deck to the graveyard. He can still access stuff from there, too.
Yeah, and especially because it is a Fire Warrior, so I believe Hare is the warrior in the strategy.
And there's going to be a triple tactics down, so look at Tyler's hand here, I imagine, considering all the other options aren't available anymore.
Looks like we got Danger Nessie, Tearlament's Kashtira, we have Medora, and looks like Tearlament's Scream on the side.
Sorry, just think about this for a second.
That is... I mean, I see two options that are, like, really make the cut here. I'm thinking about it. Like, yeah, the Nessie gives the most randomization.
Scream, Tear Kashtira.
But I think, like, it was between that and the Tearlament's Kashtira for me. Or even just a Scream. And then I think the Scream at least keeps it as random, but there's so many things that can go wrong with the Danger. It creates this chain, especially with Nessie specifically, where even if it misses once, it gives you another chance. It lets you get access to Mothman. But Tearlament's Kashtira, if you leave it in the current position, he has to at least give up the Scream in his hand to summon it, and then just the top three.
Certainly put him in a clinched position. There wasn't any one card he could have taken out that would have stopped any plays, but he's definitely made them less optimal now that the Danger Nessie is gone.
Yeah, but something along the lines of Foolish Hill Kids could really open up Tyler's hand here.
Yeah.
Oh, but there is actually a copy of Arclight. Arclight makes this really simple, so Tearlament's Kashtira not going to be doing any kind of work right now.
We'll pass time.
It's pretty easy when all you've got is a Kashtira or Rise Heart-like effect of banishing those cards. Now, it's going to be face up, not face down, but that is going to be difficult from Tearlament's. But Tearlament's did decently against Kashtira when they could, so let's see how we play against this banish-like effect.
All right, so we do have Hare on the field equipped with Fire Dance, so Hare can't be destroyed by battle by its own effect, can't be destroyed by card effects by the effect of Fire Dance, and I think that's about it. There's not going to be any targeting protection here. It looks like he redrew the Nessie.
I'm not going to be Danger Nessie.
Got very lucky on that.
I mean, I think there was a lot of better draws, but especially when Herald of Arclight is already on the field, you're really playing at random right now. You're relying on drawing something strong.
Did we shuffle?
Yeah.
Okay, think about this.
I don't even know why Simon would be upset at drawing a Nessie at this point. You have an Arclight on the field. But this, if it is able to summon itself, it's at least going to be able to enter battle phase, clear the Arclight, and then go from there. And the Arclight will get a lot of value, though, because it does happen to just add a ritual monster from your deck to your hand when it leaves the graveyard.
Now, card has put in a lot of work across the years, whether it's being used in fairy decks, whether it's being used in ritual decks, sometimes both.
I think, yeah, this is interesting. Simon is going to use the Arclight here to destroy the Nessie. Arclight, I mean, he does know the contents of Tyler's hand at this point, but yeah, like this forces out the Tearlament's Kashtira, and potentially a battle phase is all Tyler needs. If he was able to force out the battle phase with Nessie just hitting the field and forcing to attack over the Arclight, things could have been a lot more dire. And look at this.
Shayama
that was
Heartbeat.
perfect. That was
Wow.
perfect.
That is incredible.
You have access to Shayama, which will be able to destroy the Fire Dance. You get the Heartbeat that gets to add back the Sullic, which you're going to able to set it to summon back the Shayama to put itself on the field. And then you just get to add any card with the Sullic here.
You can read the cards, yeah.
Just absolutely incredible that he was able to find that non-targeting removal exactly at the time he needed.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen from the top of a Tearlament strategy, but that might have been as good. Well, it could have been better, obviously. Yugioh and Kelbeck were not seen, but this was pretty precise.
Well, who needs Yugioh and Kelbeck when you send the cards directly that you exactly need? But we're going to go ahead and start resolving chain links here.
I'm going to normal summon Rhino Heart and activate its effect.
Yep, so you get to normal summon the Rhino Heart here. Oh, does he have an additional response in hand?
I think this might be the first time we saw Rhino Heart all duel actually using its effect from the field.
Yeah, maybe. So Sheeran is going to be able to use its effect. It looks like he's going straight into Kaleido Heart. That also makes sense. It's really simple to just go ahead and deal with the Fire Dance that way. Or actually, no, you can just target any of it. So you just put back the Hare. Monster, yeah. So this is.
I'm going to.
Yep, use the Shayama in graveyard to destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. That means he is getting the bodies on board he needs, and he might be clinching out this duel.
Yeah, oh, Kaleido Heart's a fiend. You actually get to destroy the Kaleido Heart itself. Kaleido Heart's going to be able to send another card here. Maybe you want to send 2 more cards to Tearlament Kashtira. Yep, that's going to be the case.
All right, well, we've seen quite a lot from the top of the deck lottery here. Let's see what the next 2 entries are.
Rhino Heart and Scream. That is, you do not, I believe you do not have a Tearlament card in your hand. You have the Medora, which is known for both players here, so you're not going to be able to summon that Rhino Heart for the last bit of damage, but you are able to add another copy of Scream, just because.
There you go.
That's nice to have some backup just in case this turn is not what clinches it out, except we only have a few seconds left on the clock here.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. This is 6,300? No, sorry, 7,300, leaving Simon at just 700. And then he's going to be able to at least make a Little Knight here. with a copy of. No, are you really going to use the solid? Are you really using the Kaleido though? I guess. I mean, I guess that's fine. You do still have. Yeah, just going to get rid of the Renaud. And then that is enough. Simon takes the loss here. Tyler is able to continue with his tier limit strategy.
We've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice actors win duels before, but never quite like this.
Just looks into the crowd in disbelief, I guess, at how the situation played out. That was the perfect 3 cards from the top of his deck.
Absolutely. Well, our match winner is Tyler again. Very lucky duelist, showed that just he got the cards he needed. Hopefully the heart of the cards continues to help him out in the rest of his future duels and everybody here in the competition, because we still have so much left.
Absolutely. Droll and Lockwood really showed, like, again, we talked that those interruptions, those kind of cards, you don't really get to see in the tier limit strategy. And if you do play any of them, they're going to be those ones that have a huge impact in the game where they can almost do the job by themselves, and Droll and Lockwood is one of those cards.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just insane. He got the Droll and Lockwood right at the beginning of the turn, and every time he was sending cards to the graveyard, none of them were the wrong ones, right? It was just the stuff that he needed. So it was a really exciting duel to have, and we'll be back soon after interviewing our winner and talk to Tyler exactly how he feels about his duel.
Welcome back, and we are here with the winner of our final round of Swiss, the round 11 feature match. Tyler, how does it feel to win with Tearlament here in the feature match stage?
You know, I've been playing Tearlament for a very long time, and you know, it's been a really hard struggle. I feel like every single duel that I've had has been some of the most intense competition that has ever been put in my face, and I think that one day I'm going to take it all the way to the top.
Absolutely, that day could be today. You are just locked it in. You are X2, which is of near guarantee. I'm not going to say guarantee, but near guarantee of getting into that top 32 cut, which will be coming up next. So, what do you think your chances are if you do make the top cut of taking it all?
If I make the top cut, I feel like my chances are very strong. I think that Tearlament has a lot of almost a critical mass of extreme good stuff that is able to make it into the top tables and maybe even make it to the finals where I can take the YCS championship.
Absolutely, I love the confidence here. So talk to me about Tearlament. It's a deck that had a lot of popularity going into YCS Indianapolis, but kind of fell out of favor when we saw its conversion wasn't nearly as strong. Did you think it was stronger for this event, or did you think it just was something that you wanted to play?
I'm not going to lie. I obtained my Tearlament cards to play them at a YCS level when they came out, and I haven't gotten to play in a single YCS since I obtained them. So I was going to take Tearlament either way. However, I think that Tearlament could have been a big winner at that last YCS if we were able to figure out all the right cards, and I think that I figured those out today.
Absolutely. Again, really love the conference here. So, I mean, one last question here. What do you think your worst matchup is? If you're going to be able to go throughout the tournament, what deck do you want to avoid?
My last opponent. That deck was one of the most difficult things I think I've ever done in Yu-Gi-Oh history, and I think that that deck is on an up and coming. Mikanko is an incredible archetype. I've always talked down on that deck, and I have changed my mind. Otherwise, I think that my Rescue Ace matchup is an even matchup. Besides that, I think that Tearlament is the best deck in the game.
Absolutely. You know, I think a lot of people feel the same way. Mikanko has really shown how strong it is, but you were able to take it over here. You were able to show how powerful Droll and Lockbird is, and honestly, I love the confidence. I really hope to see you do well in this tournament, and congratulations again. I hope to see you in the top 32.
Thank you so much.
Don't go anywhere. Top 32 is coming right up next.
now we have reached the final round of Swiss are over and in the books, and it's about to be top 32. I can't wait to see what players and what decks they are using made it. I know we had a lot of skillful players, previous champions that were competing, and now we're going to see who's going to be in that top 32 cutoff.
No, it's been an insane series of duels, but once we get to the top 32, that is the best of the best of the best for this tournament. And so that means every duel from here on out is just those killers going at each other.
Yep, well now it's time to find out who made the top 32 cut. So I'm going to let the head judge take it away and announce our top 32 players of YCS Richmond.
At this time, we have our top 32 duelists for YCS Richmond, Virginia. In first place, with 31 points, Jesse Dean Cotton. In second place, also with 31 points, Kevin Tian. The following duelists have 30 points. In third place, Christopher Nielsen. In fourth place, Christopher LeBlanc. In fifth place, Justin Andrew Singh. The following duelist has 29 points. In sixth place, Elias Sirianis. The following duelists have 28 points. In seventh place, Landon Edward Oliver. And in eighth place, Joseph Thomas Bellafiore. And in ninth place, Yi Yang Shuang. The following duelists have 27 points. In 10th place, Mark Solis. In 11th place, Pakawat Pamornsut. In 12th place, Richard Matthew Serrato II. In 13th place, Andrew Joseph Crosley. In 14th place, Michael Zhao Li. In 15th place, Moises Coronado. In 16th place, Isaiah Thomas Houston. In 17th place, Stephen Santoli. In 18th place, Timothy Lee Din. In 19th place, Gabriel Idris Brathwaite. In 20th place, Patrick Hoban. In 22nd place, we have David Saul Hernandez Cordic. In 23rd place, Jack Preston Allen III. In 24th place, Tyler Ward Schmock. In 25th place, we have that is Anthony Shu. In 26th place, we have Lucas James Hennigan. In 27th place, Robert William Doolittle. In 28th place, William Donald Johnson. In 29th place, Evan Tempest Hornick. In 30th place, Aditya Sharish Darap. 31st place, Matthew Joseph Narvaez. And in the coveted 32nd spot, Clifton Scott Land. At this time, the duelists will have 5 minutes to review their standings. Good luck to all the YCS competitors in top 32.
All right, what an absolutely stacked top 32. Multiple YCS champions in there, including our winner from YCS Indianapolis, world's top 8 competitor, remote dual YCS champion, Steven Santoli. He's back at it again, trying to win 2 North American YCSs in a row. Gonna be incredible. I can't wait to see which one of these duelists is gonna walk away with that trophy.
No, there's absolutely some amazing names up there, and it's almost like a miniature world championship when you think, again, there are world championship competitors mixed in there, and we know how good these duelists are because some of these duels were featured on our live stream. So again, we're going to get to see an encore performance of their great duels and decks.
Yep, that's right, and can't forget about Jesse Cotton coming in first place after Swiss. He's already a 5-time YCS champion and a UDS champion. He's ICS champion if he wins this weekend. I really can't wait to see it. I hope, oh man, I would be happy with so many of these players making it out and coming out in first place. It's going to be an epic finals. You're not going to want to miss our top 32. So definitely really excited about this. Stick around. We're going to be right back after a short break, and then we're going to have our first feature match for top 32. Don't go anywhere. You're really not going to want to miss this. Welcome back, everyone. We're here in the beautiful city of Richmond, Virginia. That's right, we're back for another YCS, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We've had 11 rounds of Swiss in the books now, and now we are finally down to the top 32 players. Let's take a look at the bracket. We have Clifton Land taking on Jesse Cotton. That's a huge matchup, along with Isaiah against Steven Santoli, our YCS Indie champion. Can't wait to see who's going to come out on top on this part of the bracket. Moving on to the next start, we have Christopher LeBlanc there at the top taking on Evan. Patrick Hoban's going to be taking on Andrew. Justin Singh, you might remember that name, also going to be trying to compete for that YCS trophy.
In addition, we have Gabriel versus Michael, Robert versus Elias, and Pac, who we featured yesterday, is still in contention, dueling against David.
Yeah, really cool to see Pac making it all the way here to the top cut. We saw him pretty early in the tournament. He's on that Infernoble strategy. We're going to see how that's going to carry him on. I know he's been playing Pearly leading up to this event, but switched to a more combo-heavy deck, and maybe that's going to be the key to success for him to make it all the way out to top 32. It's going to be an interesting playoff, and I really don't know which duelist is going to walk away with it all, or which deck is going to come out on top. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's time for the top 32. Let's meet our feature match players of YCS Richmond, top 32.
We have William Johnson from Columbus, Ohio, and his favorite card is Grappa, Dragon Lord of Dark World.
That's a pretty cool one, and you might remember his opponent is Justin Singh. Last time we saw him, he was getting obliterated by Exodia, but he's back. He's from Cincinnati. His favorite card is Tyranid Kixalos. He definitely maybe didn't have to face Exodia in this tournament, so he was actually able to make it to the top cut. Fantastic to see him back. He was a great sport about it when he was getting obliterated, but now he's back and hungry for that YCS win. He's a veteran of the tournament scene, a great duelist, and we're happy to see him back on the main stage. You know, it's tough coming back from a loss to something like Exodia.
Yeah, but it's a new tournament and it's a new day.
Indeed.
And he took that mindset. He went 10-1 in the Swiss rounds, and now he's in his way from becoming YCS champion this weekend.
Definitely. I know he's really hoping that his opponent's deck doesn't contain any pathetic cards, or maybe he's hoping there are pathetic cards in the deck this time, but that's just not the case because this is top cut. We saw William go 9-2 in Swiss, and now he made it all the way here to top 32. Justin only with one loss. I mean, the difference has to be no Exodia for him. I guarantee now it's just stuck with him. Every round he's just, man, I really hope I'm not going to face Exodia again. I can't live that down, let that happen twice, but nope. He's back, relentless at it, and playing the same kind of strategy we saw, maybe a few different tweaks to his deck.
It's hard to recover from a loss like that. I think Seto Kaiba still hasn't recovered.
Definitely. It's something that sticks with you for quite a long time. But now he's back in it and only a few rounds away from becoming a YCS champion. Now, his opponent is playing a strategy that we haven't seen on stream yet, but did receive new cards very recently. I'm going to go ahead and spoil it now. The deck he's playing received new cards in Legendary Duelist, Soul Burning Volcano. That's right, it's going to be Salaman Great. It's back again. It's Salaman Solid. It's Salaman here to stay, and I can't wait to see the strategy. I know I've heard from some of his opponents he played in Swiss that his deck is pretty cool, has some unique strategies to it, but you know, those cards out of Legendary Duelist, Soul Burning Volcano really making an impact. And I mean, just fire decks right now are just having a great time. There's so much support for fire strategies coming out, and definitely cool to see it here in the top tables and the top cut even.
Perhaps the card that made the difference though is Fire Recovery, which was released even more recently in Age of Overlord.
Yeah,
because we hadn't really seen Salaman Great hitting the top tables prior to its release. And now here is William using it.
Yeah, it definitely probably makes the difference. Yeah, as you're saying, and as I mentioned, the Fire is the name of the game right now. All these sets are including new support for Fire, which notoriously hasn't received a lot of like broken cards throughout the years, but now is the time.
Dark and light. Dark and light, Billy.
Yep, now's the time for Fire and Water monsters to rise to the top. So it looks like our duelists are shuffled up and ready to go. Let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game one, top 32, YCS Richmond. It's time to duel. All right, here comes the die roll.
The old man in me is asking, where are the dark and light monsters? Dark and light needs to be the best.
Oh, a 3 versus a 4. It was close. but it does look like William might be going first. He's going to draw his opening hand.
Okay.
And he is playing that Salamangreat strategy. Oh, he opened up with Sanctuary. Not something you want to see in your opening hand, but not too terrible.
He does have Goes and Max in his hand, which is a card that often you do want to see.
Yeah, that could be key for his strategy. With Salamangreat Weasel being able to put a monster on your opponent's side of the field.
Starts with Salamangreat Foxy. Checks the top 3 cards of his deck.
That's a pretty good one.
Yep, gonna grab Gazelle. Salamangreat Gazelle back to 3. So definitely gives Salamangreat a chance to be one of the top contenders again. Now he's gonna link it away for his Salamangreat Balinx.
This is a standard play for the Salamangreat Duelist.
Activate Gazelle.
Yep, no effect of Balinx. That's kind of indicative of what he has in his hand. Justin will probably be able to read that he has the Sanctuary already in the hand. Since a Salamangreat monster is into the graveyard, he can special summon Gazelle, and when that's summoned, he can send a Salamangreat monster from his deck to the graveyard. He's going to send Spinny. Spinny can special summon back from the graveyard, and now he's going to overlay it for Mirage Stelio.
Okay.
Mirage Stelio is going to allow him to special summon from the deck.
Yeah, I have no quick effects here.
Yep, it's been a while. You want to double check. Mirage Stelio was on the Forbidden list at one point, came back, and now Salamangreat trying to do their thing yet again.
Detach for cost.
So he's going to detach. Let's see if Justin has any response. Nothing here from Justin, so he's going to be able to special summon out a Salamangreat. Probably going to grab Jaguar. Oh, no, Salamangreat of Fire. Forgot about the brain. Oh, yeah, I think he already has one in his hand as well, but Salamangreat of Fire is going to let him add a Salamangreat monster from the deck to the hand, but he'll be locked into fire monsters for the rest of the turn.
Well, this one has to summon.
It has to summon.
Yeah, so
You're
that's
just
why.
correcting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was correct.
He's getting the Weasel. Looks like he's setting up a play to give his opponent a fire monster and flip Goes and Max.
Yeah, Salamangreat Weasel, really cool card. You can special summon it from your hand. I believe you have 2 Salamangreats in your graveyard, but there's a way to special summon it from your hand. And then when it's in your graveyard, you can return it to the deck, special summon a Salamangreat monster from your graveyard to your opponent's side of the field, and you get to draw a card.
Yeah, if you have 2 or more Salamangreat monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon it from your hand.
That's what I thought.
And if a Salamangreat Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Ixies, or Link monster is special summoned to the field while it's in your graveyard, you can target a different Salamangreat monster in your graveyard to place the Weasel on the bottom of your deck, special summon to your opponent's field the other monster, and draw a card.
Yep. Oh no, but here is the Salamangreat Killer, notoriously really good against this deck, and it's Nibiru the Primal being. He's going to be able to send all these monsters to the graveyard and hopefully cut him off from what he was trying to do. But the Weasel will still be in the graveyard. Looks like they're going to add up all the stats real fast so they know how big this token is. But notoriously, this card is one of the best cards against the Salamangreat strategy. And Nibiru has been being pretty popular in the main deck of a lot of players this weekend.
That is brutal, although the Goes and Max may come in handy here now that Justin has a light monster.
That's very true. It might be able to bounce back
Though
as long as his token is strong enough.
Though he does use light monsters in his deck. But Justin is starting off with Perlerino, so he'll be able to take a Tier Limits monster from his deck and add it to his hand.
Let's see what he decides to add here. The Nibiru was huge. It looked like William was off to the races with his Salamangreat strategy, but Nibiru quite strong against this deck. But he's going to have Droll and Lockbird to lock down the deck for the rest of the turn after that Shiren is added to the hand. And now he's going to flip up the Gozen match.
Yeah, he immediately flips it since Justin does have a light monster. That's all he can summon.
Yep, exactly. Light monsters only. Let's see how he's going to navigate this. William reaching across, just tapping the deck, saying it's good. Justin is using the Horus cards out of Age of Overlord as well, so maybe he'll be able to utilize those in his strategy. Looks like he's thinking about setting one of the shufflers. I think it was Keldo. And then he's going to put his Nibiru in.
How much defense does it have?
31.
3,100, just enough.
That's the worst number you want to hear. Yep, it has your attack points plus 100.
Yep. Now, William is also going to be locked under this Gozen match with his Nibiru token as well, but maybe he'll be able to ride the Nibiru token to victory.
I'm not sure if it's attack points, but I know it's significantly higher than 3,000.
Yep, going to attack over the face-down monster. That's Keldo. That's going to be sent to the graveyard, so now he's going to have a little more just options with that. If he can get a tier monster into the graveyard, he can use the Keldo to shuffle back the tier monster and then use the Pellerino to
monsters in his deck he can normal summon. Doesn't look like he has any in his hand, and there aren't really that many.
Looks like he might be replacing his field spell with another copy to add another tier limit named from the hand, and it is what's going to happen. Primeval Planet Pelorino.
If he could get a tier limit monster into his graveyard, he could shuffle it back in with the, was that a Yugioh in the graveyard?
Keldo, yep.
Oh, Keldo, sorry. The Keldo, yeah, Keldo and Mudora shuffle. So it's the Keldo in the graveyard to then use Pearl effect to destroy Gozen Match, and then he can start playing. But he'll have to get to that point first without being able to summon any non-light monsters to the field.
Fucking set a card, Link.
All right, looking at his hand. Oh, he could also just put the Nibiru in attack mode, and if that token has more attack, he can just attack into the token as well.
He could, but
and it looks like that's what Justin is considering.
I think it's going to be a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm not certain how much attack the token has. Probably not too bad.
There were quite a few monsters on the field, and some of them were pretty powerful.
In phase 2. Yeah.
Now his field is open, so he's no longer locked under Gozen Match. He's going to look to use Imseti here.
Imseti effect.
Going to send the tier limit's Rhino Heart with it to add King Sarcophagus and draw a card.
It resolves no Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so he will be able to do that.
And draw from Seti. Yeah.
Sei's effect is really good when it resolves.
Oh yeah, definitely reason why Horus is so strong in a lot of decks, because you're getting a free card, and you get the main card for your strategy.
I'm just gonna fan it real quick to look at it. Real quick. Yeah.
Now Justin's free to start putting dark monsters on the field, which is the main attribute used in his deck. He's still under Gozen Match for now, but he does have access to a way to get rid of it with relative ease, thanks to Pearlorino's effect.
Yep, so now he's going to summon Rhino Heart, going to be locked into water monsters now while that's on the field. Going to be able to send a tier limit card from his deck to the tier limit monster from his deck to the graveyard with his Rhino Heart. Going to send Havnus.
Attempt his Havnus' effect.
All right, so it looks like he's going to be trying to go for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp here.
And that'll allow him to return a tier limit monster to his deck without using the effect of the Kelbeck.
Yep, so he's going to go 2 darks with different types.
Summon.
So that's going to be Mud Dragon. It's a water monster.
New chain. Effect of Pelorino.
On a new chain, now since he put back the tier limit monster, he's going to be able to use the Pelorino, as we mentioned, to take out the Gozen Match. Justin navigating this very well, showing you, as long as my opponent's not playing Exodia, I'm pretty good, and I know what I'm doing and might be able to win the duel here. I mean, only losing 1 round of Swiss is huge. He's able to overlay the 2 water monsters for a Bahamut Shark, so he can detach a material to summon a totally awesome from the extra deck.
That's nice. And since he didn't have to use his Keldo's effect in the graveyard, he'll still be able to use it during the opponent's turn with Pearlorino on the field to destroy an opponent's card.
Definitely. That's something that's huge. Yeah. And we know he has the Rhino Heart underneath. He has another Rhino Heart in graveyard as well that he discards the Imseti, so definitely ready to go for that effect as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many cards William has in his hand, but it can't be that many because he lost a lot to the Nibiru.
Yeah, and he's going to discard Mudora to summon Sharon, and he's going to hit Tear Cash, Rhino Heart, and Super Polymerization. Let's see what chains he has, if any. Tear Cash Tira is going to send Nibiru and a Yugioh. We're going to send 5 more. Merrily, Imseti, Soliak, and another Tear Cash. So he's going to be able to use Merrily if he wants, and a Soliak to add.
It's not bad.
Not bad at all.
I was separated because of the triggers, but I need to remember the last 5 that were.
We understand. It's just at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely okay if they look through their graveyard. You can't leave it spread out all the time, but it's fine to look through your graveyard when you're using your effects like this. Judges may be a little bit overcautious, they're overzealous there on that. Like, it's okay to look through your graveyard when you're declaring your chain links, though.
It's important to keep track of what you can and can't use and when cards were sent to the graveyard. Okay, so he is using both of the card effects that he has access to through those final 5 cards he sent to the graveyard.
Yep, so it looks like Merrily Chainlink 1, Soliak Chainlink 2, going to add a tier limit monster since the Soliak was sent to the graveyard. It looks like he's eyeing Havnus. Might go after a tier limit Kashtira as well, since it has a quick effect to summon during the opponent's turn. And it is going to be Havnus.
Havnus also has a quick effect to summon during the opponent's turn, so...
Potentially.
With restriction.
And now the Merrili's going to go back with the Havnus and probably a Rhino Heart to go into Kaleido Heart. Yep, looks like that is going to be the case here.
I think he's looking to end it.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Oh, well, he had to attack.
Yeah, he'll have to wait till
attack
next
this
turn.
so
But
he's not ending it now, but
he's gonna go after either the giant token or the face down. I'd go after the face down probably. Yep. Put the spell and trap card back into the deck.
yeah, we're in main phase 2 here. Main phase 1 and the battle phase happened so quickly.
Yeah, maybe a slight misstep from William putting that token into attack mode, maybe leaving it in defense mode, forcing Justin to have to find a different way to get the Nibiru off the field might have been key here in this match.
Possibly. If he needed time, that was the way to get it, by keeping Justin with a light monster on the field, only able to summon light monsters.
Now he's going to link away Bahamut Shark and Sharon for SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight's going to banish the token.
How many cards are in? Two.
All right, taking a moment to consider his options.
So he passes turn.
Sorry, it's hard to like keep looking at my graveyard and maintain it properly.
I have nothing before the main one.
You're good.
Cool. Let's see. I'm gonna go fire recovery effects. He's using fire recovery, so he can shuffle 3 of his fire monsters back into his deck and draw a card. That's the new super rare spell card from Age of Overlord, which has given a boost to Salomon Great.
I'll look at your graveyard real quick. It says them, right? Yeah. I think.
Looks like Justin's contemplating a response to the effect of fire recovery, but
nope. Fire recovery, pretty cool. Going to be able to net him a draw right here as well.
He'll allow it to happen. If William draws anything too good, Justin will always have the ability to stop it with Totally Awesome.
It is.
Yeah, fire recovery really cool out of Age of Overlord, giving the deck a little bit of boost. I mean, the big thing is not being limited to your normal summon and being able to play past that. And fire recovery is great for that and adding cards to your hand here. Doesn't look like there's a lot much going on here for William, though, with the Sanctuary and the Jaguar. It's going to be tough because he's facing down SP Little Knight, Totally Awesome. You mentioned he has the Mudora and the Keldo in the graveyard, which can allow him to use the Pellerino. So he could just use it right here. But there is a Banelanx in the graveyard that could potentially protect one of his Salamangreat monsters from destruction.
By Pellerino, yeah. So that could become relevant.
Yep. Justin realizes it, wants to check for a Banelanx.
But I don't think it's going to be enough to allow William to break through this.
It looks like William's going straight to battle phase.
Yeah, very good. Okay.
All right, Jack Jaguar is able to take down the Little Knight. So at least that's one obstacle cleared.
Yep, Jack Jaguar sitting at 1,800, I believe. SP Little Knight only with 1,600.
Main 2 then.
And now he's going to main phase 2.
I'm going to use...
Looks like he might be using Foxy's effects. He's going to be able to special summon this from the graveyard, sending a card from his hand.
That'll destroy the Pellerino because it gets rid of a face-up spell card on the field.
Yep, it looks like he might chain the shuffler here. Yep, he's going to chain Keldo to shuffle back. You could shuffle back the Foxy itself to stop it from coming out. Maybe put back the Rage as well, or the Weasel.
So yeah, if he hopes to get any value out of the Pellerino, he'll have to send the Foxy back because I believe that it's summoned to the field and destroys the spell all as part of the same effect.
Yep, so he's going to put back Foxy, Spinny, and looks like he's considering Banelanx. No, he's going to put back the Banelanx so it won't be able to protect the Jaguar.
And one of his own cards.
Yep.
One of his own Tearlaments cards so that he can use the Pellerino that's otherwise would be threatened by the Foxy. Looks like William's trying to figure out if he can use Ash Blossom when cards are sent from the graveyard to the deck.
No, only if the other way around. Other way around it works.
Effective planet to pop the Jaguar?
And that's going to probably seal the deal here for this game.
I think so. He just has a Sanctuary, a Roar, and a Ash Blossom in his hand. So.
Yep, and he has the Toad, the Kaleido Heart. I think... Yeah, definitely going to go to concede, and Justin Singh not getting obliterated here in game number 1, taking this game, and now he's just one game win from moving on to top 6. he's taking that in stride. I mean, he's also been a part of so many, infamous matches in the past. I think maybe you even wrote one of his feature matches that a lot of people enjoyed reading back during the Mystic Mine days. He was one of the players that passed back and forth. We all remember that one. So Justin Singh, definitely no stranger to the feature match stage, whether you can get in the game. He wants to be the one that walks away with the victory, and without Exodia to stop him, he might just do it this weekend.
He could be the next Seto Kaiba. He needs that obliterating loss from Exodia to rise up and become the world's best duelist.
Yeah, to learn and grow,
learn and grow.
The best way to get better is to lose. You lose, and as long as you're learning from losing, you'll eventually, gather that information, and then it can propel you to whole new heights that you never thought you could achieve before. So don't get discouraged when you lose. You want to take it in stride and see what you can do. Ooh, I love this shot of both the players as they're side decking. This is a really cool setup here. And they're really deep into it. I mean, you have to focus. For William, you got to shake off that game number 1. You had a decent opening, but you ran straight first into the card that directly counters your deck. So maybe he'll be able to find a way to play around that here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's tough for Salomon Great to play around Nibiru because they have very few ways to stop it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe including stuff like Crossout Designator would be useful in a deck like Salomon Great when cards like Nibiru are so devastating, or potentially devastating. I mean, he had that Gozen match. I think the key thing wasn't really, the Nibiru definitely helped Justin, but when Williams switched that token to attack mode, that was also the window opening for Justin to jump right back into this game. While he had other ways to get the Gozen match off the field, it might have taken a few more turns, especially if we just set another tier limit monster. Because remember, that shuffler that was going to give him access to the Pelorino destruction effect, that was sent to the graveyard by William. If he never attacks that shuffler, the Medora, or Keldo was the first one, there's no way for Justin to put it into the graveyard to even shuffle back a tier limit monster, so there could have been a few more turns there he could have had a chance, but maybe just a little aggressive, a little eager there. It's hard when you have a giant token and you're trying to lock down your opponent. Maybe you didn't realize that, this Nibiru is just going to crash into it, and then it's a disaster.
Yeah, it's also tough because he was locked into light as well with his Primal Being token on the field. So he couldn't really advance his field since he's using all fire monsters at that point. And he did have the strongest monster, so he wanted to apply pressure, which I totally do understand.
Definitely.
Plus, forcing your opponent to attack into it at least guarantees they're entering main phase 2, as we saw. So at least you're going to have another turn after that, which is not always guaranteed when you're playing against tier elements and they're using some effects in main phase 1. So I totally understand the line he took.
Yeah, it was a tough spot for
sure. He was in a tough spot because that Nibiru, the Primal Being, really hit him hard.
Yep, definitely one of the tough things to deal with a Salomon Great player, but we'll have to see if he changes his strategy here in game 2, if the side deck's going to come into play. Does he put in stuff like Crossout Designator? Only time will tell. Looks like the players have drawn their opening hands. They've side decked, and there are just number 2. It's almost time to duel Justin with a smile. He was smiling when he was losing to Exodia, though, as well, but definitely a lot more pressure on the line now that you're the single elimination portion of the tournament.
He seems like a lot of fun to play against.
Yep, he is a veteran. I've dueled against him myself. He's a cool guy, and let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game number 2, YCS Richmond. All right, Justin's going to be going second again. Let's see if he's able to open up with that Nibiru, the Primal Being. I don't see it out of the first few cards in his hand. Can't tell, but now it is up to William. Does he have a Salomon Great? Oh, he has Circle.
He has the Circle, so he can get a Salomon Great monster. I saw no other monsters other than GD Crow in his hand. So
using that during the draw phase to play around stuff like Droll and Lockbird, since you can only activate that during the main phase, and he's going to go for Salomon Great of Fire out of that legendary duelist Soul Burning Volcano.
Yeah, that's a nice card that can search for another Salomon Great monster when it's summoned.
Yep, it's a starter because you can just grab Gazelle here off of it as well. And if you have Gazelle, you're good to go. So he'll be able to link away the Salomon Great of Fire for Salomon Great Phalanx. Phalanx on summon will be able to add the Sanctuary, and since a Salomon Great monster is sent to the graveyard, he'll be able to use that Gazelle to special summon it from the hand and send a Salomon Great from the deck to the graveyard.
He does use Phalanx's effect this time, which indicates to us that he did not draw the field spell that it searches for.
Already off to a better start than that previous game, just from based on that opening hand, right?
There's the Sanctuary, which you will get with the Phalanx's effect. This is a nice demonstration of what you can do with one Salomon Great Circle.
Yeah, I mean, just because the Salmon Grade of Fire is so strong, Soul Burning Volcano really put this deck back onto the map. I know Soul Burner is much appreciative of it.
So he'll send Spinny to the graveyard and then use its effect to special summon it. Here's the Mirage Stalio. He will Xyz summon it and then use its effect to special summon another Salaman Great monster from his deck.
I think William believing in the hear no evil, see no evil, hear no Nibiru, see no Nibiru. It's not coming down, hopefully.
You really have no choice but to play into it.
Yep, exactly.
You just can't stop at 4 when you're playing Salaman Great.
Jack Jaguar kind of plays around a little bit. Jack Jaguar able to special summon back from the graveyard, so not too bad.
It has some resilience at least.
At least.
Better than nothing, right?
All right, so let's see what he's going to do next. You could either go into a Link 2, a Link 3. Yep, it's going to be a Link 2. Probably Salaman Grade Sunlight Wolf.
Sunlight Wolf seems likely.
You want to save the Sanctuary for the Raging Phoenix, if you can.
There's the Sunlight Wolf.
But he might have to use it here. I don't. Just for Raging Phoenix. Yep. So he's going to put back the Balinx to special summon the Jack Jaguar from the graveyard.
Trigger the wolf.
So since he summoned a monster to the zone that Sunlight Wolf points to, he can add back a fire monster.
He got the Gazelle back, and now he's going to Link summon Balinx. Yep. And send all of his monsters to the graveyard for one more Link summon.
And that's going to be Raging Phoenix. This is a brand new card out of Soul Burning Volcano as well. He's going to be able to use the Sanctuary to reincarnate summon, send it to the graveyard to summon itself, and then since it used itself as a material, he'll be able to add any Salaman Great spell or trap from the deck to the hand.
I think we're going to see Salaman Great Roar, unless he already has it, which can negate anything.
And there
really
it is.
Powerful counter trap.
Add Salaman Great Roar to the hand. I love Phoenix. It also has this cool effect. If a monster is destroyed, you can special summon it back from the graveyard and gain the attack of your monster that was destroyed. Just like a phoenix, it rises from the ashes.
That is really cool.
Now he's going to set 1, set 2, set 3, set 4. Not something you want to see if you're Justin. Draws to 6.
Not unless you have evenly matched. But even then, you'll need a second copy because he has Roar.
This is what William was looking to do in that game 1 before the Nibiru, the Primal Being, ruined his plans. Justin leading off with Primeval Planet, Pelin Rhino. Going to add a tier limit monster from the deck to the hand.
All right, not a bad way to start.
Definitely not.
You will need to clear through some of those back row cards.
Yeah, I mean, we know one of them is Rivalry of Warlords. A great public event, also a strong Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Do you mind if I recharge? It's like, if it's destroyed by, or sent to the graveyard by card effect, right?
So he's checking to make sure that the tier limit monsters have to be sent by card effect. So if they're sent by something like Rivalry, since the player has to send it to the graveyard, it will not trigger their effects. And I think that's what he's looking for right here.
So he uses Sheeran's effect here.
Yeah, that's fine.
And sends Destiny Hero Malicious to the graveyard.
So Sharon's going to send the top 3. Rhino Heart, Scream, Foolish. So he sent 2 things that he can activate. He'd go Rhino Chainlink 1, Scream Chainlink 2 if he has a tier monster in his hand. And then he can add Soliac with the Scream, summon back the Rhino Heart, discard the Soliac.
I think we're probably going to see Rivalry flipped.
In an ideal world, that is something he could do. But yeah, the 4 face down spell and trap cards on Williams' side of the field probably will prevent that from happening.
I'll go Chainlink 3, Ghost Match.
Oh, it's Ghost Match. Much better than Rivalry here, locking him into Darks for now, but he has Tier Cash he's going to chain. Oh, so you might want to change to Water. So he can summon the Tier Cash, choose Water, and still resolve the Rhino Heart effect. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, that looks like the way he's going, by getting a Water monster on the field before the Goes and Max resolves.
Yep.
That's an interesting play.
Yep, going to banish the Truman Scream.
And he did already activate the effect of the Scream, so it will still resolve.
I don't have another Terror card to hit out of my hand.
Right, okay.
Summon. Then Scream will resolve to search.
It's as you foretold.
Well, yeah. Wait, did he do... Maybe he did the Chainlinks different order than I thought he did. Because I thought he did Scream Chainlink too, so he could send it with the Rhino.
I'm not sure the order of the chain links, but he did...
He didn't send... He still hasn't sent anything from his hand for... Oh, because he summoned the Tier Cash.
That will happen in a new chain.
No. When it summons back, it's part of the same effect. To send a tier monster when it summons back, and then it sends on a new chain from your deck to the graveyard.
Right.
But I think what had happened was, his only target in his hand was Tier Cash, and since Rhino Heart was Chainlink 2 and the Soliac was Chainlink 1, it's a legal activation to summon. He doesn't have anything to send to resolve the effect of Rhino Heart still comes to the field, and then he gets to add 4 of the Scream afterwards. I just had the chain links confused, because that's usually how you do it. You usually have Scream second, but he had Scream first in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that the Kesh tier limits was able to get summoned to the field before Gozen Max resolved, allowing him to keep water monsters on the field, send Sheer into the graveyard when Gozen Max resolved, and bring back the Rhino Heart.
Yep. Indeed, and looks like those are cards you want to see in your hand, not in the graveyard. All 3 of those would have been fantastic for him to draw.
That Nibiru in particular in his opening, or that Evenly Max,
or the
not
Duster,
bad. Or the Duster. Duster would have been great too.
So he's gonna
good.
Send Havnus with the tier limits Rhino Heart, and now DD Crow's gonna come down to banish that Havnus from the graveyard.
I assuming chain to its effect, right?
I would have to assume so. So Justin's still not able to take down this Raging Phoenix.
Can't summon another Malicious from his deck because he's not allowed to have a Dark Monster on the field. Oh,
but now
looks like Justin does have Cripple Tactics talent.
William did use the monster effect of that DD Crow, so this turns that talents online. I imagine he's going to draw 2.
I think that's the only way to go here, right? It's
Yeah, I'll roar.
Oh, so he's going to negate that with Roar or Rage.
Activate Thrust.
Wow.
And now he's going to activate Triple Tactics Thrust.
But he sent Harpy's Feather Duster to the graveyard.
Oh, that is devastating. But he might be able to grab something else. Since William has a monster on the field to be able to add it directly to the hand this turn.
He looks back at his Duster.
Shakes his head a little bit.
Come back.
That was so unfortunate.
Oh, that's rough.
You can see the look on his face. He's a little upset.
Yeah, you got this one.
No!
He concedes.
Oh, man, he was so close to coming back in this game. But yeah, those are his targets for Foolish Barrel and Harvey's Feather Duster. The talent was probably the other target as well. So he's just going to concede game 2. And now William evening out the series with his Salamangreat strategy. Salamangreat 1 game win away from making it to top 16. It would be Salamangreat if it did it, but we'll have to see how he's going to do going second. He's gone first both of these games so far. Game 3, it's going to be time for Justin to be able to go first and show what his deck can really do.
Yeah, that was a really exciting duel, and it kind of came down to those 3 cards he sent from the top of his deck to his graveyard.
It really did. That thrust almost thrust him back into this game.
I think the even lead maybe could have done it too if he had just crashed all his monsters in an even lead, but the even lead was gone too.
Yeah, I think he had the field spell on the field. He would have found a way to get that off the field as well.
He would have had to find a way to do that.
But either way, to send those 3 specific cards to the graveyard instead of drawing them in your opening hand, devastating. And then to have the thrust on top of it, and he might not even realize how devastating the cards he sent from the deck to the graveyard were in that exact moment, but oh man, that's rough, especially with the thrust in your hand. I mean, that's tier limits though. You live and die by the cards you send from your deck to the graveyard. But
yeah,
I mean, I'm here for William. I'm cheering for. I mean, Justin's a great player, a great sport. You know, we saw him, against Jeffrey Leonard last YCS Indy. Really awesome, both nice players they seem like, and either one deserves the win here.
I'm just here for a great duel, and so far they're tied up 1-1, so it looks like we're getting it.
Yep, 16 minutes left in the round, and some change. The duelists are side decking, swapping out for going first or second. Now, William's strategy seems like it's pretty dependent on going first, so I imagine a lot of his side deck cards that he might be putting in will be those going second kind of cards. And we're going to have to see how they come out to play. I imagine Tier Limits was probably a deck on his radar when he was preparing his side deck for this tournament. We already saw stuff like DD Crow that could be really key for him to open up in his hand in game number 3. He's going to need something to slow the tier strategy down, or just hope Justin doesn't draw the best of hands. But it's always nervous going into game 3 of any tournament, but especially when you're already in the calm, focused, knowing you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At the end of the day, this is just another duel, and as long as you practice for the tournament scene, you know you're playing. Don't be nervous as much as you can. It's impossible, though. I mean, I've played in over 100 YCSs, and still round 1 of every tournament, I'm just so extremely nervous because it's like I've been preparing so much for this. I really hope it goes my way, and that's all you can really do. Think about the things, focus on the things that you can control as opposed to the things that you can't.
I always found myself most nervous in round 1.
Me too.
Because, once you start playing a couple duels, make it to the top 32, make it to the top 16, you've gotten to the swing of it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
Now you're just dueling. You know, you're in that mindset. But when you first sit down after a day of travel or hanging out with friends who you came to the event with, you're sitting down. You're like, this is it. It's starting, and I don't want to start with an 0-1 record.
Yeah, I mean, that's for me. I always play some warm-up games before every tournament. I like to play a few matches. I don't want my first game of the day to be my tournament match. It's just like if you're playing like basketball, you're going to want to shoot around and warm up before you jump straight into the game. I highly suggest doing that for tournaments as well. You don't want to come in cold. You want to get ready and practice, but these players have already played a couple rounds today, and now they are in top 32. Game number 3, Justin versus William. Salamangreat versus Horus Tearlaments. Will we see some Horus cards here? I really hope so. Age of Overlord impacting both of these decks. It's time to duel. Game 3, YCS Richmond. One of these players is only going to be a few rounds wins away from moving on to become a YCS champion.
Just 5 match wins, including this one.
All right. Looks like Justin did draw some playable cards. I at least saw Tearlaments merely.
Looks like he has Nibiru in his hand. Not quite as good going first.
Still pretty solid. I can't complain.
Still powerful. He starts with Tearlament's Kashtira, so he'll have to banish a Tearlament card from his hand to summon it since he has no graveyard.
Gonna banish the Merle, send the top 3 cards. Sends a Rhino Heart and a Havness.
2 Tearlaments and also a Mudora to shuffle 3 cards back into the deck from the graveyards.
No effects. And he's going to follow that up with Diviner of the Herald. This is going to let him send a Fairy to the graveyard. It's going to gain those levels, and he's going to send a Guido, the Ancient Sentinel. And it's going to allow both players to send the top 5 cards of their deck to the graveyard.
Tearcash, Celiac, Malicious.
Crime.
3 relevant effects.
Yep.
Oh, that's a crime. You're right.
And yeah, I mean, the Malicious is huge.
I saw a trap card. I thought it was a Celiac.
1, 2.
Yep, so the crime is going to be able to add back the Merrily he banished. It's a huge. And Tearcash is going to send a couple more cards. And he sent Celiac as well.
So wow, he has a lot of good effects to resolve.
This is a good turn for Justin. And it doesn't look like there's anything William is able to do about it here. He's just sitting back watching Justin work. Yeah, it looks like, oh man, his hand all engine, all Salamangreat cards for the most part. So it looks like he's going to add Tearlament Sharon from his deck to the hand, thinks the effect of Celiac.
Freeze play.
The Merle is from the crime.
32 competitors, freeze play. That is time of the round. If you're still in a match, play until the end of the group phase. If you need assistance, please call for a judge. If you have time,
William looks like he has a solid hand of Salamangreat cards, but it doesn't look like he has anything to interact with Justin on this particular turn.
Yep, Sharon's going to activate next.
Sharon, right? Yeah, he did.
So he's going to send the Merrily probably. I don't know what else he has in his hand.
I don't care either way. Because I went in, yeah. With the Celiac.
Just make sure you cut the deck just in case.
Make sure.
Going to send Merrily to special summon the Sharon. Send the top 3 cards of the deck to the graveyard. Shyama and another Rhino.
He's sending some great cards from the top of his deck to his graveyard this game. His deck making it up to him for sending Harpy's Feather Duster last duel.
Yeah, no, he's definitely off to the best start this game than he had at either of the 2 previous ones. And now he's going to shuffle back Tearlament's Merrily and the Malicious. So he's going to be going for Destiny Hero Dangerous, it looks like.
Merrily. That I sent off Sharon.
This is a cool play because he could then use Dangerous to send Malicious to the graveyard once again, and then he'll once again have access to Malicious's effect.
Yep, here comes the Dangerous. Yeah, Dangerous. You can use Malicious to make Dangerous, and then use Dangerous to put the Malicious back. Oh, but he had the other one in his hand, so kind of using like a Plague Spreader-like effect to put the other Malicious into the deck so he gets to send down Denier. Denier really strong. If you have a Destiny Hero on the field or graveyard, you can just special summon it back to the field and return one of your banished Destiny Heroes back into the deck.
Definitely a cool play. Now he's going to, looks like he's going to tune them together, I would expect.
Here comes a Synchro Summon.
That's a level 6 tuner, thanks to the Diviner of the Herald's effect.
Indeed. It's going to be everyone's favorite level 10 Synchro, Baron de Fleur.
Definitely my favorite level 10 Synchro.
It's a good one. Now he's going to banish the Malicious from his graveyard to special summon another copy. The Dangerous is a level 6. Malicious is also
Looks
level
like
6.
we might be seeing Beatrice coming out.
Everyone's favorite Burning Abyss monster.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
He's going to bring back that Denier so he can put the Malicious back in his deck. So it's like he's playing 3 copies of Destiny Hero Malicious despite the semi-limitation.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, Deniers, Revive, put back the Mali.
You're right.
Okay, sorry.
I understand we're in a bit of a your point.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, now what's up next? Will that Beatrice be coming down? Will he link away his monsters first? He's eyeing the Beatrice in his extra deck. Beatrice, really cool. Not only can you use it on your turn, you can use it on your opponents as well. You can use it to send down Kelbeck if he so chooses, a tier limit name. You can send down Medora or Keldo if he wants the defense. Really a lot of options here for Beatrice.
There she is.
Lady of the Eternal. Right, it's been a long time since I said her full name. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Lady of the Eternal. Yep, still got it.
I always think of Pegasus saying it in that live duel where he's Burning Abyss.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. And now here comes the Beatrice effect to detach Dangerous. To send, looks like he's eyeing the Kelbeck. Yep, Kelbeck. We're going to send another 5 cards from both players' deck to the graveyard.
See, this is why people play tier limits. They
It's
like
fun.
They like doing this. They like
this
when
happens,
this
it's
happens.
great. But now when your opponent activates Dimension Shifter, not as fun.
Not as fun.
All right, William checking the graveyard. He might have a response to the Kelbeck.
Response to Kelbeck. So Shiren's in there, and then
I'm thinking after if you don't have a response to Kelbeck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Baron the floor is on the field, so there's
tough.
nothing he can really do that would be too damaging of an interruption during Justin's turn.
Okay, we're good.
But from my earlier glimpse at William's hand, he doesn't really have anything anyway.
No, since the Weasel, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relevant card that could help him later, but Justin gets Scream, which is much better.
Yeah, he's going to be able to add maybe a second copy of Soliak, the Crime, already in the graveyard. But yep, it is going to be tier limit Soliak.
He's got some Horus monsters into the graveyard too, in case he draws the King's Sarcophagus.
Yeah, William's going to be in a tough spot. Justin off to the races here this turn, operating at maximum capacity. He's really showing if you're not using Exodia, you're not going to beat me.
Everything's going Justin's way right now.
Justin Seto Kaiba seeing ready to win this match if he can. He's going to link away the Denier and Tier Limits Kashtira for SP Little Knight. 3 really good monsters on the field with Beatrice, Baron, and SP Little Knight.
All of them can interact with the opponent on the opponent's turn. This is going to be incredibly hard to play through.
Yeah, especially, he has the Rhino Heart in the graveyard already. As long as he has a Tier Limit name that can fuse in the deck, he'll be able to send it to the graveyard and summon a Kaleido Heart during the opponent's turn. Baron has a negate. SP has an interruption.
And we know he has Celiac face down as well.
And a Nibiru in the hand.
Monster event. Well, if he has to use the Nibiru in his hand, this could be anyone's game. But I don't think it's going to come to that. So William will use Salamangreat Circle, so now he has his choice of Salamangreat monster to add to his hand.
Looks like he's going to go after Foxy.
It's a tough one.
Could be Falco. That ain't Falco. That is Falco. It's Salamangreat Falco.
All right, he'll take the Falco.
Next up, it looks like he's looking at Fire Recovery. Since he did have to send 10 cards from his deck to the graveyard, that did fill his graveyard up with monsters to special summon back and shuffle back for that draw from Fire Recovery. But he's going to start off with the Flame Buffalo.
Not bad. He's getting a little bit of help from the cards that Justin sent to his graveyard.
Summon, I like to go Beatrice.
So he's going to use Beatrice right away here, detached to send. Probably going to send the Merrily. Yep, here goes Tierlands Merrily. He's going to make the Kaleido Heart to try and spin back that Flame Buffalo. Back into the deck. That's where you want to be. You don't want him to link off the Flame Buffalo because it will get a draw as well. So he's going to stop that from happening and go for Kaleido Heart, shuffle it back into the deck.
Yep, and that was Williams' normal summon. Well, did he normal summon that, or he special summon it with
he normal
fire
summoned
recovery?
it. Nope, that was a normal summon. He still has the fire recovery in hand, I believe, so he's not quite done just yet. Still has to deal with the Solia. The big thing is the Solia with the Kaleido Heart's also just a whole nother interruption. He's going to get to negate a monster effect, bring back the Kaleido Heart, and send another Aqua to his graveyard as well. And then still has the SP Little Knight and Baron as a layer
He's in a
of
tough
protection.
spot. The fire recovery is the only reason he's even still playing right now.
Yes, definitely. So he can bring back Salamangreat of Fire.
So what does it do? It specials it?
Yeah.
It specials it, and then it has the effect of the graveyard to banish, to shuffle back 3 fires and draw a card.
Okay. Or 4 in hand, yeah.
I'll chain Medora.
No, but he does have the Mudora, so he's not even going to let him special summon back the monster. We forgot about even another layer of defense in the graveyard. Justin just off to a great start here in game number 3. Put on the pressure and hasn't let up just yet. He's putting that Hovness back, so in case he has to use the Soleic with Kaleido Heart, he'll have another fusion that he can make afterwards as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Resolve as much as possible.
Yeah. I didn't
Williams
know.
running out of
'Cause
options.
It's a cost too. It's just like on reservation.
So I will send.
Looks like he still has to send a card from his hand to the graveyard for the fire recovery, even though there's nothing left to special summon.
Jaguar. And then I'll trigger the Gazelle on resolution.
So you have 2 in hand? You have 2 in hand?
2 in hand.
Okay.
Well, 3 technically, because Gazelle is still there.
I'll negate.
Yep, gonna negate the Gazelle with
Gazelle.
Baron. So that's gonna be destroyed and go to the graveyard.
Well, he can still use fire recovery to draw a card and hope it's a really, really good one.
I'll use fire recovery.
And that is what he's gonna do. Gonna banish fire recovery, shuffle back 1, 2, 3 fire monsters.
Yes.
Both effects of fire recovery can be used in the same turn, which is a nice feature of the card.
The first effect's not even once per turn.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good.
I'll target the 3 Gazelles.
Yeah. No responses, you're good. I'm insane because we have 4 minutes left.
Does he play evenly matched?
Yeah, Justin asked him to play a little bit quicker. You do not want to lose in time here when you have such strong control of the game. The Baron is gone, so if he can draw into something like evenly matched, he might have a chance, but it doesn't look like that. That's another copy of fire recovery. That's not going to help him here.
He can activate it.
No, then maybe
it's not. Only the shuffle 3 back in is a once per turn
okay.
effect.
Only the second part's once per turn. Okay, it's not the whole card itself. That's pretty cool.
Fire recovery.
So he's going to do it again.
Or targeting.
He's running low on cards though, so it's I don't know how much he can do. I mean,
he's playing pretty well through a tough board.
Williams playing the best he can through a very tough board.
I'll pitch.
Okay.
And he obviously knows his deck very well.
Gonna send the Falco from the hand to the graveyard to summon the Weasel.
Any triggers?
No triggers.
Okay.
All right, Justin saying okay, proceed.
Spinny effect, target the Weasel.
So he's going to discard Spinny from the hand to increase the attack of Weasel by 500. And now he's going to use SP Little Knight to banish the Baron so he can reset the negate, banish the Weasel off of the field. I don't think he has anything to shuffle back with Jaguar. Yep, that's it.
Nope, that's it. Nothing else to shuffle back.
And Justin not getting obliterated in top 32, moving on to top 16 with his Horus Tierman strategy. It might be his chance to win here this weekend. You know, if you lose to Exodia 2 weeks, that has to just give you some sort of energy to really keep coming back and keep playing. And when you compare him to Seto Kaiba, maybe that was the push he needed, and now maybe he'll be able to win the YCS here in Richmond this weekend.
He's just 4 matches away.
Really is, and he played it really well. His opponent also played really solid, trying to play through that tough turn 1 board that Justin put up. But we're only going to have to wait and see if Justin will make it all the way to the finals. It was an exciting match, and I'm really just happy to see Salamangreat making it back to the top 32, especially with all the new cards they got in Soul Burning Volcano, and of course Fire Recovery out of Age of Overlord, really making an impact. And top 32, you know, not where you want to lose, but you still have to be happy with that finish in the YCS.
Yeah, a lot of players are just happy to make the top cut. So top 32 is a nice finish. Well, of course, he would have rather have won, but just making it there is definitely an achievement. And making it there with Salamangreat, a relatively underrepresented deck, has to feel pretty good.
Definitely. And if you want to hear from our winner, Justin Singh, stick around. We'll be right back with an interview. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Justin, who just used his Tier Limits deck to take a narrow 2-1 victory over William Salomon Great Deck and advance to the top 16. Congratulations. Did playing under the lights with the audience in the feature match area affect the way you dueled at all?
No, well, I'm kind of used to it. I played on a stream a few times, and it's like you just have to just focus on the game, and it's nice. It's like a nice experience, though. So I've always enjoyed playing on stream, but the only bad thing about it is people know what you're playing. Yeah.
That is true. When you're in the public eye, people get to see your deck a bit. You had a really cool match. It was really back and forth in some of the games, and there were a lot of really interesting plays. What stood out to you in that match?
Game 3 especially. People may be wondering why I went like Terror Crash Banish Merle before I led Diviner. The whole reasoning is like if he had any interruption, he would most likely just hit the Terror Crash since it looks like my hand is bad, and then the Diviner would resolve. So like how I structured the turn after that with like the specific like hits to get back the Merle with the Terror Crash with the Crime was pretty nice. And then I played it for a minimalistic board because of the nib, but I haven't really gotten to show off like the cool combos of the deck yet because I haven't like really used the horse cards too much on stream.
All right, well, hopefully we can see them later in the tournament. There are only 4 rounds left, and if you win them all, you'll become YCS champion. Are there any decks that you're looking forward to playing against or hoping to avoid?
To avoid, I saw this one guy who's playing a Kashtira deck with Dimension Fissure in his deck. So I would like to avoid that guy, pretty much. Everything else, I feel like Terra could like hold its own against.
All right, as I mentioned before, you are so close to the top. How do you feel about your chances of going all the way and winning?
I feel pretty good. I had a lot of help from my friends back home, Josh Kippenberg especially. He topped YCS Indianapolis, so he helped me a lot with this deck list, and my friend Jibril Braithwaite, he also did. So I feel like really confident in my like ability to play this deck well, and like the list is really well designed. So I think I have pretty good chances. But last time I felt like this was when I played Drytron in Hartford, and then I got third. So gotta hope for the best, right?
All right. Well, thank you for an awesome match that we got to watch, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thanks, Mike. I remember that match. That's when Justin passed, his opponent passed, Justin passed, his opponent passed, and then Justin ended up getting 3rd place. It's fantastic to see him here back at it again after, suffering to that Exodia loss we keep talking about, but it was such an iconic moment in history. But now let's talk about some upcoming game mats that you're going to have a chance to win, so you're going to want to check this out. 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection Release Celebration game mat, that's going on right now, featuring that beautiful variant artwork of Eldritch, the Golden Lord, one of my favorite artworks for sure, and it looks amazing on this game mat. It's the Age of Overlord regional season going on right now. If you make the top 8 of your regional, you can win this game mat along with an awesome black regional deck box. And last but not least, we have Structure Deck Fire Kings Release Celebration game mat. That's coming at the end of November, beginning of December. It's a beautiful game mat and an even better Structure Deck. You're not going to want to miss your chance to get the Fire Kings Structure Deck. Now, we just saw top 32. We're going to have top 16 coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a second of the YCS Richmond. We'll be back shortly.
So let's take a look at our players. So this is round 11, final round of Swiss.
Our first player today is Kalen from Kansas City, Missouri. Favorite card, the Bestial Lubellion.
The opponent, we have Elijah from Sinking Spring. And favorite card, Boral and Dragon.
Seems like both of these favorite cards might give us some insight into the potential match that we're looking at today.
Or maybe they'll surprise us. Who knows? But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this. I don't think we've seen this particular matchup on stream yet at the event.
We've definitely seen these cards Some of the cards that we'll be looking at today that are going to be really prevalent in the round 11 matchup are the Bystials, which are actually shared by both of these players. The interesting thing about the Bystials is they have some very interesting interactions against one another if both players have monsters on the field.
Yep.
So there's going to be a huge kind of mind game going on between these players today, sequencing their Bystials once it's become apparent to both of them that they're both main decking. Not just, you know, the couple copies of Jerusalem, they are both playing the full package of primary Bystial monsters.
No, I love to see it, and the pressure is on. Both players, 8 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws. If they do not win this one, they're probably not going to make it to the top cut.
No, very unlikely. I think the math works out where you definitely need at least an X2 better record.
This is going to be, well, everything's on the line because you come all this way to a YCS, and you're definitely here to play to win once you get to these final rounds.
And what'll be interesting is how each of these players have supported the Bystial package. Kalen has elected to incorporate the brand new, has elected to instead play something more traditional in terms of a Dragon Link deck, but in addition to the basic cards that you would typically see in a Dragon Link deck, we have copies of cards like Fallen of Albaz, and also incorporating sort of the traditional Bystial package to support it.
This is going to be interesting to see whether or not this Fallen of Albaz is going to come into play. This is going to allow you to even perform stuff that's typically uncommon within a Dragon Link deck, where you can perform fusions. But ultimately, Fallen of Albaz more or less feels like a copy of Super Poly.
Yeah, and in a matchup like this, obviously having that access point can be a great interruption against Kalen. And one of the interesting things about Kalen's deck, the more you look at it, and hopefully we'll get to see this, is there's the incorporation of cards from the structure deck Crimson King. For you Jack Atlas fans, we'll be potentially seeing some Resonator, Red Dragon Archfiend plays, which makes this matchup unique relative to what we saw day one in the previous round of Swiss today.
You know, those cards get to shine. We're gonna see a whole new way of playing Bystials.
The interesting thing about the Dragon packages recently is it feels like regardless of the Forbidden and Limited list, Dragon cards themselves have been playable. But it's a matter of do you incorporate the Bystial, do you incorporate cards like Nocta Vision, do you continue using the Rocket package, do you take the Rocket package out? Today, you're going to incorporate the Horus cards, a brand new set of cards that in and of themselves slot in really well with these strategies. Evolution has been a word I think I've used many times this weekend because we've seen the evolution of the Tier Element strategy, the evolution of the Rescue A strategy, and now we see Dragon Link, a deck that's been around for a few years now, continually evolve and adapt as there have been new releases.
I think with like a Rise Heart gone, a lot of decks that can finally just rely on the graveyard, without getting most of your cards getting banished half the time. Most of the games you don't have to worry about that being on the field. It's definitely opened up the game a lot more.
Yeah, in addition to that, Kashtira cycling out, at least in terms of its prevalence prior to the recent Forbidden Limited list, it's also cycling out a deck that utilized Dimension Shifter in the main deck. And now when you look at the field, there are a few decks. Flow Wonder Ease is still out there. Decks certainly side Dimension Shifter, but now not only do you don't have to circumvent the Dimension Shifters in the main deck, there's also the fact that Rise Heart is banned. The combination of both makes these graveyard-based decks really flourish.
Yep. I think these players are just about to get ready, and we are getting into game number 1. They begin now.
Sounds like Elijah may have won the roll. Oh, look at that. He opens a single copy of Chaos Space.
That's one of the best openings, especially when you get that access to White or Black Dragon. But we're going to start off with Black Metal Dragon. We're going to link someone into Striker Dragon effect.
Black Metal Chainlink 2.
Black Metal is going to be Chainlink 2.
One of the most ideal opening plays. It allows Elijah to make 2 key searches, both within the same Chainlink. If an opponent were to happen to have a card like Drone Lockbird, you would still have already received 2 of the searches all within one play, which is a huge advantage of this particular deck.
Chaos Space, discard Red MD.
And Chaos Space discarding the red MD.
So even though Chaos Space, again, limited to 1, all you really typically wanted to see was the single copy anyway, because you don't generally have a ton of access points and a ton of targets in your deck.
Yep.
So here being able to search out a card from his deck, looks like he's going for the White Dragon.
White Dragon, Fiber Burster. I mean, even with Chaos Racer 1, there's another card that more or less functions very similarly, which is going to be Branded Regain for the deck. And we mentioned that both players play Bestial cards, and that's an easy card that you can get access to.
It allows you to sort of reuse your resources as the game progresses.
That's right. And we banished the Red Eyes Darkness Metal to summon another White Dragon Wave Burster, and now we take the 2 monsters to go into Dragoonity Knight Romulus.
You know, this is the cookie cutter, very just simplistic dragon combo thus far. We get to see any of the new incorporations into Elijah's deck. He's going to be able to search the copy of Dragon Ravine, and of course, the Black Dragon. What's interesting is, you know, as this combo gets going, what directions is he going to choose to go into? Because, you know, as this deck has evolved over time, what the evolved in here, we actually see a copy of DD Crow.
A DD Crow targeting the Chaos Space, preventing an additional draw coming from the Chaos Space, because you are able to put back that White Dragon Wyvern Burster. That's actually 2 cards that you prevented to get put back into Elijah's hand, because the Black Dragon would add the White Dragon back.
Yeah, and although you cannot summon that White Dragon again this turn, because you've already special summoned it with its effect, on the second turn, having access to a free level 4 Extender Dragon is useful, so the DD Crow here is stopping 2 cards, and this is an interesting thing to point out. This is a deck that's incorporating not only the Bestials, but now also DD Crow. So Kaelin's come up to this tournament really targeting the graveyard, wanting to have many copies of the Bestials, but then also multiple copies of DD Crow.
A Boot Sector launch has been activated, and the effect has also been called now. We're going to be special summoning out a Rocket Tracer.
Targeting Striker Dragon. That's fine.
And we have Sereneer targeting the Striker Dragon, banishing it. We're going to Synchro into a 10. That's going to be Bestial Dissipator.
This is a card that will probably come up several times in this matchup. Both of these players are electing to incorporate Dissipator and the Bestials in their deck, Dissipator being one of the best Bestial cards in that particular engine.
Lubellion, the Bestial Lubellion has been sent to the graveyard, and we'll get the Dissipator effect to special summon back the Red Eyes Darkness Metal, and that's going to lead to another summon coming back, either from the hand or grave.
The Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon was discarded earlier in the turn for Chaos Space. No fear, though, that was an intentional point, so that it could be banished and eventually brought back with Dissipator.
That's some good foresight. Linking your combos way ahead.
I think here's where you make the Pisty, and then you go into the Triple Burst, and you bring him back.
Yeah.
Well, Kaelin is actually suggesting the lines of play, the typical lines of play.
It's very familiar. Both of them, well, I guess they are both playing dragons after all.
Regain.
Yeah, Dragon Duelists, as we've commented on before, the format and the actual cards that are legal and the card that have released make this combo evolve, but there are certain play patterns that once you've established, generally speaking, can lead into the same direction. Here, going into Triple Burst to open up that link zone that links both the Pisty and the Triple Burst, and this is typically something that ends in Boral End Dragon.
So the spell card that's currently on the field is Branded Regain. That was placed onto the field thanks to the Bestial Lubellion as one of its ignition effects. Now, if anything gets banished at this point, they can be put back into the deck, and you'll be able to draw 1 card.
I sent him out Sarnier.
And Dragon's Ravine has been activated, and that's basically been loading the graveyard. Now, Starliege Seyfert is one of the most important cards in the deck when it comes to just cycling your cards, constantly getting more and more draws, because you'll always be able to more or less put it back and draw another card, and add one of your high-level dragons back into your hand.
Yeah, and both the Bestial Lubellion and then potentially Chaos Levianeer are just fantastic targets for Starliege. And as this deck goes into the second or third turn, having that reliable form of a resource in the graveyard that you can use to search out whatever you need in that particular moment from the graveyard has generally been one of the biggest strengths of the Dragon Link deck, where their opening field is intimidating, but that follow-up from the graveyard, especially when you combine it with cards like Branded Regain that are replenishing the hand, it's a very difficult deck to combat.
The Bestial Magnemite also has been summoned onto the field. This is a lot of resources. And we're going to... Ooh, that is a Xyz monster. That's right, Atum.
Hieratic Dragon, King of Atum. Something worth pointing out is the special summon of the Magnemite. Against some matchups, being able to search your deck during the end phase for potentially another Bestial has marginal degrees of usefulness. If you're playing against your element, it's fantastic. You're playing against the Fire Ray strategy, not nearly as much. In this matchup where both players are playing the Bestial package, being able to search a Bestial during the end phase is going to add another layer of interruption when Kaelin's turn begins.
Borland, target Pisty, target Tracer.
So Boral and effect, target Pisty, and get back the Tracer. That's going to allow
Target Pisty to pop.
the Tracer to destroy the Pisty, and that's going to summon out another monster from the deck, a non-tuner perhaps, and that's likely going to go into a Boral Savage Dragon.
Yep, so we got the Rocket Recharger, and now we have Boral Savage Dragon, which means Elijah is going to end the turn with the interruption, with the negate on Boral Savage Dragon, the negate through the Boral End Dragon, and of course the Hieratic Seal, which will allow him to return a card on the field to the owner's hand, and then special summon another dragon from the deck.
That's what I really like about the Hieratic Seal. Hieratic Seal is just one of the best disruptions, I would say. It plays well into, like, say, cards like Nibiru, because that's a tribute that's going to activate its effect. It plays well into even evenly matched, because you can just leave that onto the field, and then you'll still be able to get a ton of follow-up.
And we see here Chaos Dragon Legionnaire hitting the field.
And Magnavoot.
And he did, in fact, search Druid's Worm, which is the most logical, even if you don't know what the matchup is. Searching a Vistial makes the most sense in this particular strategy. It just so happens to be another layer of interruption in this particular matchup.
Can Kalen make a comeback from this particular position? It's a difficult one, that's for sure. The board is pretty oppressive.
I think that's the calculation right now, is to determine, is there any realistic way that I can play through this field? The answer to that is no. You did reveal the fact that you're playing DD Crow, but that in and of itself is not necessarily the biggest indicator as to what your strategy might be. It's a sprite strategy even, so revealing a single copy of DD Crow doesn't necessarily give away that you're playing Bystials. As a matter of fact, I would actually make the assumption that if you're main decking Bystials, you wouldn't be playing. There's really no realistic way I can get through this. You don't want to necessarily reveal the cards in your deck, because you can keep that as, you know, private information heading into game 2, so it might affect Elijah's side decking patterns.
Well, going in blind, definitely not the best. You might keep some cards that are not so advantageous, but maybe we're going to finally see what Kalen has to offer, especially likely probably going to choose to go first, as the current situation where he did not go first didn't work out in his favor.
Yeah, I think what Kalen will do is definitely go first, and hopefully we get to see some of these new cards. The Horus cards that we saw yesterday in the Tier Element strategy was really exciting, and I'm hoping to find out what Kalen's planning to do with them here. I mean, obviously they're inherently powerful level 8 monsters. The Zombie Vampire is a fantastic card in the extra deck, but I'm curious to see where it fits into the actual Bystial package. You know, using these to tune into and to synchro into level 10 synchro monsters. Exactly how are we utilizing the Horus cards? So I'm really hoping to see Kalen not only open the Horus monsters, but see exactly what the plan is to showcase their wonderful effects.
I wonder what the actual end board would lead into. Level 2 tuners. I think maybe we're going to see a ton of level 10 synchros. It seems like level 10 synchro decks are just very popular right now. Like some of the best synchros, like, you know, every generation has a different level of synchro that's usually the most dominant synchro level. It does seem like level 10 has finally reached that point.
Yeah, between Baronne de Fleur, Chaos Angel, and Dissipator, there are 3 pretty powerful level 10s, if not more, in Kalen's deck list that I think all set up differing forms of interaction and interruption on the opponent's turn, and trying to get as many of those on the field as possible could be what the game plan is.
And they are just about to be done siding.
I feel like for the beginning years, right after the Duelist Genesis, it was level 8.
Yep, that was the Stardust era with Red Dragon, Archfiend, Thought Ruler, and also level 6 with the Yugioh Guardian that usually just led into it, because most of our tuners were relatively low level. They were
Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend sort of as the classic ones. Well, here we are over 10 years later. Red Dragon Archfiend has found its way into Kalen's deck list. In addition to that, we see the Excel Synchro Stardust in the extra deck as well. So there's 2 versions of sort of those original Synchro monsters that have found their way into this modern day of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, definitely.
There's actually a Stardust Dragon itself, looking at this a little bit further. So Kalen has 2 classics, actual Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend, both in the extra deck today.
Or maybe we'll be able to see the Excel Synchro Stardust's second effect. That would be really, really cool to see.
And this has been a weekend of history. We had the classic event earlier yesterday when we saw Exodia win in round 4, and now potentially we can see cards from the Duelist Genesis make their way into the round 11 bubble match. So it looks like these players have just finished side decking. They have their 5 cards. They're just getting the okay
commentators like talking
from
about
the judge.
Are they doing the thing with the commentators, like talk about the game right now?
Yes, to a certain extent.
Anyway, watch.
We are, in fact, doing that. But they're waiting for the okay from the judges, and then we'll be into this second game. So one thing about that game is it went so quickly that time shouldn't be an issue in this particular match, which would be ideal. Kaelin's certainly hoping to get a much more ideal collection of cards.
I think it's kind of neat. I don't think like the previous format we've seen games go into time as often as we have in this particular format. I think there's just a lot more control-based matchup. There's maybe more card reading. You have like just being released so as the same week as the YCS.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little while to acclimate to new cards, particularly in a format-defining set like Age of Overlord, where we have the Horus cards and we have the Simple Spoils cards and the new TG cards. Although we weren't able to feature them, those cards in and of themselves have completely revamped an older strategy as well.
Comment about they don't know how to side there because they don't know exactly what card they're playing because all they saw was a DD Crow. Very generic card. And like you said, if you don't know if you can actually win the game, sometimes keeping all your information private could lead to poor siding patterns. Maybe they just don't choose the side. Maybe they want to see more. It's very important. Like every part and every aspect of the game matters, and you have to capitalize on each aspect to up your chances of winning any of these matches.
Yeah, one of the biggest things when approaching an event of this length is to cut down the margin of error. Every time there's those small incremental mistakes, it deducts a little bit of a percentage chance of you being able to find your way into the top cut. Revealing a card in your deck that shows your primary strategy could have changed how Elijah sided. He here just admitted that he wasn't able to do that. But here we are heading into game 2. For Kaelin's sake, I hope the strategy is revealed, because that would mean that Kaelin opened a collection of cards that were able to demonstrate the fact that the Bystials, Horus, and other dragon monsters are incorporated in this deck.
Or will Elijah get lucky and sided the correct cards and just happen to open them in hand? We don't know, but judges are now currently speaking with the players.
Sounds good.
They have been given the timer.
Right. Thank you.
And here we go.
I'd like to go first, Gaduler.
Good luck.
So we see Ash Blossom, Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, a couple spell cards.
Yep.
Into the main phase.
Normal summon.
Normal summon out Safer.
Oh, Safer. Look at Elijah's facial expressions.
Effective Safer.
Effective Safer. Using the cost from hand, a level 8.
We're
going to activate Infinite Impermanence. That's heavy.
Sure.
So, generally you use Safer itself to search White Dragon or Black Dragon. Beyond Infinite Impermanence, there is a particularly rough card to see, because if you just use Safer itself...
Yeah, you're going to get Air Effect negated.
Yeah.
I will Magnum Legionnaire.
And the Magnum on the Legionnaire, everything got banished. However, there is a Branded Regain.
Chilling 2 Magnum.
Branded Regain is going to put back the Safer, and we're going to see a draw. Maybe that draw is going to matter a lot here, because there doesn't seem to be a lot developed for Kaelin's board. He shook his head on that draw. Ooh, triple Tactics Town, not bad.
That is fine.
Might be interesting. Do you draw 2 or do you take the Magnum? So it looks like Kaelin's elected to draw 2.
You're right. You could choose to take and just continue to just keep playing with the opponent's dragons.
That talent will eventually find its way to the graveyard.
Your regains there.
There we go.
Nothing in res.
M-City, Page Vision.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, so we both get to see a brand new Horus card from the Age of Overlord, and Vision Resonator, which was discarded, a card from the structure deck Crimson King. Vision Resonator actually is going to activate because it's been sent to the graveyard. So we'll be able to see both of these strategies and exactly what Kaelin's been doing all weekend.
Maybe this is the perfect synergy that the deck is looking for. I mean, this is working out pretty well. Like, maybe the dragon cards don't get you there, but the Horus card's going to take you all the way.
So Vision Resonator is going to allow Kaelin to search a copy of Crimson Gaia, which has a few different effects. The primary one is that you will have the ability to special summon back that Resonator.
Rio. Now Vision Resonator, one of the new cards from the Crimson King.
Activate it.
And I'll be able to see exactly how these cards work.
Sure.
And we also have King's Sarcophagus, so the Mseti in the graveyard is likely to come back as a free, I believe it's dark. It's a dark type, dark attribute. And if we can add a Vision Resonator into hand, that's going to be a free special summon of a level 2 tuner.
Yeah, I shortcutted that a little bit. So you add it either from the graveyard or the deck, the copy of Vision Resonator, and then you can special summon it if you have a level 5 or higher dark monster on the field, which this deck is generally speaking going to do relatively quickly. But it essentially is going to act as an extender when you're able to pull these off.
That's fine. Yeah.
And here the Bestial Lubellion will be discarded, allowing Kalen to search for a Bestial monster, presumably the single copy of Magnamut.
Hold on a second. Mseti cannot be summoned until the King's Sarcophagus is on the field. Now we get to special summon the Mseti. You can also special summon, continue your play.
I want to go and be that guy. I do. Take the Sarcophagus?
Effect of Sarcophagus.
So this is one of the additional effects. So Sarcophagus isn't just a card that sits there on the field, allowing you to summon the Horus cards. It allows you to also essentially turn any card into your hand for a Foolish Burial for other Horus cards. And now what you'll be able to do is get a second level 8 into the graveyard, and because the King's Sarcophagus is still on the field, it can immediately hit the field. It looks like that's either... It looks like a happy.
It looks like a happy.
It does look like a happy.
I mean, you do have the one card that's banished already, so like you can add it back. I think the next play is going to be a special summon.
Yeah. Effect.
Oh, we're going to go into Magnamut.
This now puts the second banished card.
Yeah.
You need 2 cards that are banished or in either graveyard in order to use Happy's effect if it were to activate. And now this at least gives the flexibility of having 2 cards that are banished. And now Magnamut is sent to the graveyard in order to bring back the Bestial Lubellion. And now we'll go into what is likely going to be Hope Harbor. Oh no, the Zombie Vampire.
Zombie Vampire.
That can't be targeted, right?
Would sending cards to both players' deck to the graveyard actually be beneficial here?
It's a play that has some degree of risk. I'd say with only 1 Chaos space, it's not as risky as it may have been
well, here we go.
A month ago, but it is definitely something that has a degree of risk.
All right, we're going to proceed to send cards to the graveyard.
Even cards like Seifert can be valuable for Elijah to have into the graveyard. We saw how valuable that could have been in the first game. So we'll see what the top of the decks holds. So we've got
Serenir, Triple Tactics Thrust, Ash Blossom. That is a Black Metal Dragon.
Looks like Elijah, by and large, missed any value from the 4 cards off the top of his deck, so that's a huge benefit there for Kalen. Kalen's going to be able to summon Black Metal Dragon, still have Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon in the deck, and not have to worry about Elijah getting any...
Now.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We're able to see how these 2 types of decks start to meld together. The fact that he getting access to the Zombie Vampire being an integral part to Kalen's opening strategy here.
Now we're going to get a link summon into Hermetic Seals of Heavenly Spheres.
I still need to get my secret.
And that's going to get the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon into hand. Wow, the hand's been completely reloaded now.
That's the beauty of the Dragon Link based strategies, or, what's interesting about Kalen's deck is I wouldn't necessarily say it's a Dragon Link deck, but just the cards, Branded Regain and some of the other inherent strategies where you're incorporating cards that always search, like Black Metal Dragon, it always feels like their hand is 4 or 5 cards, even though they've invested so much into the field already that turn.
Yep. Great resource management. Like, everything just cycles into more and more cards. And we get an SP. Now that was using, I believe, an Xyz monster as the material, so that's going to trigger the first effect. On summon, it's going to be able to banish any card on the field.
Which is definitely useful. You don't want to pass to Elijah with a dragon on the field. That enables so many different pathways, from getting Lubellion onto the graveyard and then back onto the field, to being used as a link material for one of the variety of differing dragon-based link monsters that he is playing. So definitely want to get that off the field.
So there's going to be also another Magnamut effect from Elijah's side. He's getting his search right now.
I'll add Lubellion off my Magnamut.
And Lubellion it is.
So Kalen seems to have both the Hieratic Seal interaction and then the SP Little Knight interaction that are clearly on the field, and then Branded Regain can give incremental value by getting a draw, which is likely going to happen at some point this turn.
It's also, if a summon occurs, we're going to be seeing summon back from the Branded Regain as well.
Yep.
Activate the effect of Lubellion.
Lubellion effect has been activated. Is there disruption coming from Kalen? We're going to see an Ash Blossom Joyous Spring come down.
So it looks like Elijah unfortunately opened up Boot Sector Launch, which in the long history of the Dragon Link decks that have existed, regardless of the way in which it's been constructed and what that's a card you never want to draw.
It is definitely not that great. You lose the ability to develop your chains, you get or other cards disrupted. Yeah, definitely not that great. And you also lose a card because you have it in your hand.
Yes, it's generally a card that you can always find by summoning Striker Dragon. The only situation is if that Striker Dragon is interrupted with something like Infinite Impermanence, for example.
Sure. I mean, even if you use Infinite Impermanence against the Heretic Seal, that Heretic Seal still has value once you tribute it off just to pay the cost.
And then, yep, and then you would be able to special summon any dragon from the deck, and there's a variety of different dragons that Kalen could search out that are considered valuable. Seifert is probably a great example. That way there's a follow-up in the graveyard.
And if they put out an extra deck monster, potentially you might see a Fallen of Albaz going into a Mirror Jade. Oh, sorry, wrong one. That was the wrong player there.
It's okay. These deck lists are very similar when you see them side by side, but I think Seifert is probably the best value inherently.
Yeah.
All right. Now think here.
Gotcha.
Or actually putting, yeah, Seifert's probably the best one, but I think there's already Seifert in the graveyard, the single copy of Seifert, because it got hit by Impermanence on the opening play. So it might be valuable to just put a level 8 dragon into the graveyard or something that you can bring back off of Seifert. The Llewellyn is already there. So I'm not sure what the big value play would be. Maybe Jerusalem?
Perhaps Jerusalem.
Jerusalem's probably the most logical one.
Black Dragon effect?
Chain SP.
Black Dragon effect, SP. We're getting rid of Striker Dragon and Magnamut.
So this is great. Now the Magnamut is going to reliably go back to the field during the end phase. We've seen all the different ways in which SP Little Knight can be utilized over the course of the weekend. One of the key ways is to protect a monster that you really want to have on your next turn, whether that's to be used as link material or any other reason.
We've seen that from the Rescue Ace players, just making sure that they can keep that turbulence up. And find out, even if they banish out their own turbulence, they can just find a way to get Preventer and then just summon it back onto the field, just get the effect anyway.
We also saw a Tier Elements player utilize it on Mud Dragon in order to make it so that there's always that ability to stop targeting effects against the Rescue Ace strategy.
Oh.
Yes, I know. Declare Mud Dragon, reliably banish it with SP Little Knight, have it come back on your turn, open your turn up by calling a certain attribute necessary to continue playing, and play through the targeting effects. So SP Little Knight, this brand new card from Age of Overlord, has been showcased in numerous different ways this weekend.
Very, very versatile.
Gotcha.
I think Kalen's playing really, really well into, I would say, multiple disruptions on the very early turn.
He has 2 copies of Infinite Impermanence, one used during Kalen's opening play, and then one here by Elijah to shut down the return to hand effect of Heretic Seal.
Normal summon out Seifert. What's left on the disruption for Kalen? With the Heretic Seal already turned off,
they would have to be in-hand interruptions because the regain brought back the Magnamut, which triggered its effect. SP Little Knights used its effect, that's why Magnamut is currently banished. The Heretic Seal has already been Infinite Impermanenced, which means, yes, you'd be able to special summon a dragon from your deck by paying the cost on Heretic Seal, but there's no dragon that you can special summon that's going to have a clear interruptive effect. Jerusalem has sort of a middle ground where if it is sent to the graveyard, but there's no inherent reason why it would, at least by Kalen's decision right now.
Destroy the Boot Sector launch, getting the rocket recharge onto the field.
Ooh, we see one of the most powerful interactions here is having Nibiru with Heretic Seal on the field yourself.
That is really, really good. Wait.
And I think not only does that Nibiru
that
clear
Nibiru
the field,
took oh,
I think
no,
Elijah,
I think that's it. That was it.
Elijah says, yep, that Nibiru takes the game, not just clears the field.
Oh.
The writing is on the wall because there's the magnet effect that's going to resolve during the end phase because it was returned back to the field off regain. Plus, you're going to have the ability for that magnet to return to the field itself.
Yeah.
Plus, you're going to have the Heretic Seal effect. There's too many additional points of value that Kalen was going to be able to either search out or special summon before their turn began again.
Now, there's no more surprises for either player. The side decking here is probably going to be the most optimal that they're going to be able to do for the all-important Game 3.
So, not that you would ever consider siding up the Bystials in this particular matchup, but now it's clear as day the Bystials are the critical part of this particular matchup. It'll be interesting to see how Elijah sculpts his deck now that he knows that this isn't quite exactly a mirror match, but there are some similarities inherently in the strategy. I wonder if he's thought about what it would be like to play against a Bystial deck with the Horrors package. That's not something that I anticipated seeing a lot this weekend. He also saw at least a little bit of the Vision Resonator package. We didn't get to see any of the Red Dragon cards from the extra deck, but all aspects of Kalen's deck now have been revealed. The Bystials, the Horus, and in addition to that, the cards from the Crimson King structure deck.
I think it's pretty hard considering the Bystials themselves are really good against themselves.
Yeah.
So there's not much room in terms of like that particular area, but when it comes to say like disruptions like that are generic, what would you think that would be very useful in this case?
Both of these players have Droll and Lockbird in their deck, and I think that's the absolute go-to card. Droll and Lockbird has so many targets, and a lot of the targets are early on in the combos. You know, sometimes Droll and Lockbird's too late, because that one single search is vital enough, but with these particular strategies, whether it's by searching King's Sarcophagus, whether it's searching off of Chaos Space, a lot of the plays early on involve searching, and then with the intention of whether it's getting draws later on in the turn of Granted Regain, Chaos Space, or doing additional searches. Droll and Lockbird has historically been one of the most backbreaking cards for the Dragon Link or Dragon-based strategies to deal with, and I think that could be the case here.
Okay.
Double sleeve always feels like 60, man.
So there's going to be a potential risk if you choose to go first in this case, because of the Droll and Lockbirds.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to be underway with our top 16 here at YCS Richmond, Virginia, back here at the Greater Richmond Convention Center. It's been a long tournament so far. Only effectively 4 rounds are left remaining, 16 duelists left here to play until there is a champion. So let's look at who those players are right now. We see Clifton versus Steven, Joseph versus Tyler on this side of the bracket. Really interesting to see. We have Christopher versus Andrew. We have Justin versus Jaime. I assume that's Jaime, maybe Jamie?
Up next, we'll have Matthew versus Timothy and Lucas versus Jack, the winner advancing to the top 4, as well as Aditya versus Gabriel, as well as Robert versus Pakawat.
Lots of names there you recognize from previous rounds as well.
Absolutely, and this is going to be really an exciting tournament. Again, it already has been, but we are down to the wire here, right, with our top 16.
Absolutely. So now that we've already made it to the top 16, what are you really excited to see? What do you expect to happen from here on forward?
Well, there's only so many decks that are left in the tournament. There are 2 Pearly players that are still here, and wouldn't it be wild if, in these last 3 YCSs, it was all amazing defenders? We had Rescue Ace in YCS Indianapolis. We had Mikanko in the YCS Santa Cruz. If Pearly wins this event, that makes amazing defenders just an incredible set to win back-to-back-to-back YCSs.
Yeah, and I think even beyond Pearly, there's, again, those other decks are still here in the tournament, so I think Amazing Defenders has a really good chance. But I think think both these amazing duelists here in top 16 will have to show off their strategies. Let's go meet these players.
Right, up first, it looks like we've got from Louisville, Kentucky, Clifton, getting some crowd cheers, and Lone Fire Blossom's his favorite card.
He's looking for that ring. He's been really consistent so far, but if we're talking about consistent players, we have Steven Santoli from Hamilton, Ontario, favorite card, Enemy Controller, the winner of our previous YCS in Indianapolis.
Be wild if he won a YCS 2 today. That'd be back-to-back YCSs in the United States, effectively.
Yeah, Canada would be taking every North American YCS so far if he was able to do it again.
A great duelist of world over.
So yeah, we were talking about amazing defenders earlier. We talked about how there's going to be a Pearly in this match, but again, Steven Santoli keeping true to his strategy, still playing Rescue Ace, both really amazing decks. But I think this is a matchup we saw a lot even before from just previous YCSs, and I think both these players are experts at their strategies. And I've had this conversation with several people. What happens when you have a player that's playing Pearly perfectly versus a player that's playing Rescue Ace perfectly? How do you expect that match to go?
Well, it's interesting because there's so many different cards that either player can use against each other to stop them. Think about it, Rescue Ace does a lot of targeting, but with straight Pearly Street, you can say, hey, my Xyz monsters can't be targeted on the turn that they're summoned. But conversely speaking, Pearly is able to sometimes outmaneuver all of that Rescue Ace business with its Pearl Elite, etc. So really it's anybody's game, but if both players are pairing perfectly, it's just going to come to these very minute decisions that they make. And with duels being so good the way these two are, it's going to be a real treat to watch.
Absolutely. So one of the things you're really looking for in this matchup, especially from the Rescue Ace side of things, is how you use the effects of Extinguish and Contain. Extinguish, if it's able to land when you have Hydrant on the field on regular Pearly, it's going to lock out Pearly for the rest of the entire turn. So that locks you out from going into your extra deck, being able to find those extra 3 cards from the top of your deck. So that leaves you with just Pearlily if you're trying to try to access your bigger Pearly monsters from your extra deck. And Contain can just lock that up really easily, and that one is once per turn. So between just those 2 cards that you get access to nearly immediately every time you play the Rescue Ace strategy, it's really difficult for the Pearly deck to keep up. And beyond that, you still have to play around SP Little Knight, which is also extremely powerful against every Pearly effect because they do activate in the field, and Little Knight can just tag them out, so they're not on the field anymore to rank up, so it's going to be really restrictive for the Pearly strategy. But then again, that's where straight Pearly Street really shines. And also, you really want to look at Pearly Happy Memory. Happy Memory prevents a card from being destroyed, and you're able to use that on your Pearly in the chain to the Extinguish. That's something you really want to look for.
And that way, if Extinguish isn't resolving, actually destroying the card, then you don't have to worry about those effects not being able to be used for the rest of the turn. So these decks are almost perfectly designed to go against each other, and these duelists are very well matched.
Yeah, it's going to be a matchup of knowledge here, and I imagine both these players know exactly what they're looking for and looking to find in this matchup.
Great sportsmanship of the players. They look very comfortable up there.
They've been here before.
Very recently in the case of Steven Santoli.
It's like they're ready to go here for game 1 of top 16 here at YCS Richmond, Virginia. Let's see who wins this role here. I don't think it particularly matters this time. You know, we don't get to say that very often, but I think both of these players have enough in their toolbox that they're able to just go second very convincingly.
You wouldn't get this far in the tournament if you weren't ready to go first or second.
So just looking at Steven Santoli's hand, I believe that's 2 copies of Ash Blossom as well as Hydrant and Enemy Controller.
Can you use Hydrant's effect to search? You also have about 5 minutes to turn.
Leading with Hydrant is very interesting. It's not necessarily the ideal opener, but you are able to access your any Rescue Ace monster here, but you need an extender to be able to keep playing. It looks like he's going to go for that Preventer, but he doesn't have a copy of Emergency in his hand.
And without the Emergency, he may not be able to bring out the Rescue Ace Airlifter that he would need to get out the field spell in order to normal summon additional monsters. So this could be a little locking for Steven.
Yep, it looks like he's going to have to link away the Hydrant here into Link Karibo. Then he can special summon the Preventer by banishing the Hydrant, and at least this allows him to put the Hydrant back on the field when you're linking these monsters away.
Preventer really excelled this strategy to the forefront of modern dueling because, again, not only are you able to flip your opponent's cards face down, but you get a free material for this Link Summon SP Little Knight, and then there comes the Rescue Ace Hydrant back on the field.
So it looks like if he's going to just commit to this Little Knight here, instead of trying to commit some more bodies to more extra deck plays, he just needs to protect the Hydrant at all costs. Yeah, it looks like he's keeping the Impermanence in hand. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's leading Clifton to believe that he doesn't even have Impermanence because he's going to attempt to use the Little Knight to protect his own Hydrant. He's going to banish them both from the field, and then his Impermanence from hand is going to come as a surprise along with that Ash Blossom.
Well, let's see what he ends up surprising his opponent with, and if that pays off. Because sometimes if you hold those cards, just depending what happens, you may not get a second chance to use them.
Yeah, and he's trying to use that Enemy Controller as more of an aggressive card rather than defensive. And we start with Pretty Memory. I believe. And then we're going to immediately train the Little Knight to protect that Hydrant.
Definitely is a pretty memory.
And there's going to be a discard of Per Lily. Take note here, Clifton does seem to be left-handed, so all the cards are going to be reversed in this order. The graveyard is going to be on that side over there.
Did see a Nibiru, the Primal being in the deck there as we were going through it, so there's a possibility that that might be able to stop Steven if he has an onslaught of Rescue Ace monsters. But we haven't gotten that far yet. Right now, it just looks like we are revealing 3 cards for the effect of Pearly.
And that is a miss.
Ooh, a complete miss. Sending those cards back to the bottom of the deck. And thinking about the next play here.
And then the normal summon, that is going to be met with Infinite Impermanence. Clifton might not have expected that given this line of play, but that is the most powerful card to hit with Impermanence because, again, hard ones per turn for each of those effects.
Exactly, so we won't be searching any Pearly cards from the deck, and we see that it's mostly traps in a deck that really wants to see its spells. From Clifton's hand, there doesn't seem to be any, well, hope for escape.
Yeah, it's just Perleap, Infinite Impermanence, and then Nibiru. Infinite Impermanence and Nibiru already a really powerful combo, but it looks like he's going to have to hope for that just to be enough. But you still have the ability to go into a rank 1 here, maybe Sylvan Princess Sprite.
Would be a way to get an additional spell card possibly and get back into this duel. But we know that there's an Ash Blossom in the hand there on Steven's side, so if he does make that Sylvan Princess Sprite, it might not turn out the way that Clifton hopes.
It's between that or something along the lines of Little Knight. He does have a battle phase. Maybe Zeus is a lot safer.
That is possible there, and there really isn't anything on the field that would stop that, nor any cards in the hand that would stop it either.
Yep. I'm at,
so he's really hoping to get that extra value from the materials here. So he's just trying to stack it up as big as he can. He could have gone for Princess Sprout, try to get another card, but only have a one-time use Zeus.
Yep.
But this way, with the Downard, you do have 2 activations.
But obviously Clifton must have been in some bad situations before. It's not every duel that all of your cards work, so obviously this backup plan is giving him a route to Zeus. After we see the Downard Musician, giving that additional material in main phase 2, and then there is our Zeus.
Yeah, Steven set himself up to be in a really great position here because he does get to start the turn with the Hydrant and the Little Knight. He will likely... It's very interesting, yeah, so not going to use a Zeus right now, so holding that enemy controller in his hand is going to be really useful here. So if Clifton doesn't launch the Zeus immediately, then this Hydrant is going to be so explosive.
Very interesting that he decided to let that go through. Must be holding off those Zeus materials for just something else.
I mean, I think Clifton just believes he doesn't have anything along the lines of enemy controller because, again, Steven didn't set it. And okay, he's going for Turbulence here. Did he draw Airlifter, I wonder? Because I think Airlifter would be such an... Oh, he drew Preventer. Okay.
See the Preventer, enemy controller, and Ash Blossom along with that recently added Turbulence. Taking a look at the graveyard here, sort of strategizing the play, but we're going to enter the code left, right, A, B. It's enemy controller time.
Yeah, I was wondering if he wanted to wait to commit something more on the field or just use it immediately. I mean, this is going to bait out the Zeus regardless. I wonder, but you're choosing to let the Little Knight go in this instance. Either that or you're just choosing to not have the enemy controller resolve. Oh, no, we're just going to give him the Zeus.
Now, it's only a 3,000 attack monster. Doesn't necessarily spell the end of Clifton's life points, especially with his memory allowing them both to gain that extra 1,000. But now, it just seems a little wild on Clifton's side. What is he going to do to be able to stop these plays?
Yeah, so now he's going to be able to use the Zeus to try to bait out that Infinite Impermanence. If he chains the Impermanence, he's just able to chain the Little Knight to get rid of the Zeus. And, I mean, not that it matters, I guess. You wouldn't really do that anyway, but...
At that point, you'd be trading a body, but it might be a way to get it off the field and lose its materials.
If anything, I think Infinite Impermanence is going to be used on the Little Knight. Oh, no, okay, so yeah, we're just going to let it go. That makes most sense.
So my bench into...
And this is the big thing, right? Nibiru is a powerful card, but it doesn't really matter as much if Turbulence is already resolved.
It's my turn.
If you set those 4, in fact, many of the cards that you have from the Rescue Ace set 4 play from Turbulence will bring back that field. So with Alert, or Emergency, or maybe... Oh, let's take a look at what 4 he's going to set.
Contain.
Looks like Contain, Emergency, Extinguish, and finally...
Rescue.
Going to go for a rescue. So that field will be easy to build back up even if the Nibiru Primal Being smacks down.
And this is something that I believe Clifton has to be kind of careful for. He doesn't get to just wait until the end of the main phase at this point. He did summon both Downard and Zeus on the previous turn. So at any point, Steven could choose to turn that Zeus into a Typhon, which would block the Nibiru.
It would be wild to see Zeus basically turn into its arch rifle Typhon.
all Steven needs to do is set up a way to get that hydrant back on the field, which he already has.
2,000. Yep. 2,000. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he just doesn't need to commit very much here. As long as he's able to set up the hydrant, he'll be able to have the ability to lock him up with Contain and Extinguish, where there's very limited cards in Clifton's hand.
Just asking, you didn't use Little Knight, right?
I do not know. That's the
Just confirming that we did not use the effect of SP Little Knight this turn.
I was like, we're just linking these two monsters away into an IP Masquerena.
Effective Preventer summoned by banishing Turbulence.
Allowing the Turbulence to go to the graveyard, and that way you can go ahead and get that Preventer back on the field.
I will attempt to go end phase.
Yep, and that's going to be enough to go into the end phase. And now, did he set?
It was Contain, Extinguish, Emergency, and I believe Alert.
Okay.
Or no, Rescue. Excuse me, Rescue.
Okay, so there was an emergency here. Yeah. Okay, that is enough for Clifton. We're going to be moving on into game 2. Not the ideal opener for Steven, but he navigated it extremely well, knowing what he had to do and being really patient, really conservative, holding the resources in his hand. He knew what he needed those cards to do, and they weren't supposed to be defensive. They were going to be really aggressive and offensive.
Absolutely. Kind of a Duel Link special. Those who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links are very familiar with how powerful Enemy Controller is because it's on, they're limited to one list specifically. And keeping that card in the hand kind of gives that same Duel Links energy, just surprising your opponent that you never knew that they had that card because they didn't set it, right? And you avoid things like infinite permanence because, again, Clifton saw a set card, he might have set the infinite permanence in front of that, and the enemy controller might not have done anything.
You know, it's crazy to see, like, after Steven managed to play that game so well, he still looks so concerned. He still seems distraught at the game itself.
Well, it's one of those things, everybody duels differently, but you always think, okay, how could I have optimized this better? Or you're just holding yourself accountable, right? You're not believing your own hype. You're not thinking about the fact that you won a previous YCS. You're taking it one duel at a time and focusing on this game. Now, speaking of focusing, what do you think you pull from the side decks into this match in order to sort of give you the extra edge?
All right, so for Steven's side, we do see those spellbounds, which I think is really critical in this matchup. You want to be able to stop the Perleap. You know, you can also stop IP Masquerena if that does happen to come down, but mainly just stopping the Perleap so you're not going to have to deal with the Nor if it wasn't able to be naturally made on turn 1, which is really difficult without something along the lines of Delicious Memory. And as far as Clifton goes, I don't know if he wants to really do anything differently from his main strategy. I do believe he's going to be putting in something along the lines of Summon Limit. Really
that would be
to lock up the field.
You absolutely could use Summon Limit. In fact, it's a pretty popular card in the Pearly strategy. But again, you're going to have to hope that you get not just the Summon Limit, but also cards you can use to put monsters on the board. That was the big problem in Duel 1 with Clifton. Not that he did anything bad on purpose, but it just didn't allow to get those cats on the field.
Yeah, you know, it was really ironic because you look at Clifton's hand, it seems really strong, right? He has a way to play. He has some of the most powerful interruptions in his hand that you can ask for, but Steven just didn't have a whole lot going for him, so he just made the safest play possible, and all the resources that Clifton had weren't going to be useful enough.
That's true, but we're going to go into Game 2 here in YCS Richmon in our top 16.
It's really exciting. I love being able to see players play at their absolute best in a matchup like this. Let's see if Clifton draws a little bit better here, more engine to go with. He does look like he has a copy of Pearly. He's going to be starting off with a normal summon here. And look at the top 3 cards. Oh, no, but
2 infinite permanences is going to be crazy. We might be in the same situation here, and I think I just saw an Effect Veiler.
Absolutely. So Steven looks at his hand. He's going to choose to be very aggressive, trying to really block Clifton from getting anywhere here, even though that could be really dangerous because it doesn't take much. And it was already enough with just 1. Clifton could not play, but then this means Steven has to know he doesn't have engine. So if that's going to be a lot of non-engine, those are looking to be infinite permanences. I mean, it could be a Pearly, but you might as well play around the other non-Pearly interactions at this point. Oh, it was an immediate pass back from Steven as well.
Decided not to go ahead and set his infinite permanences, so he wasn't worried about having, well, them counter themselves. He's going to chain the effect of Book of Eclipse, so that means that the effect is not going to be negated. He's going to access his deck and add a new Pearly card.
Yeah, so he will not be able to flip up that Pearly this turn at least, but the Pearly could be flipped back up because it was there from last turn. So my friend's going to be able to pay 500 and reveal 3 Pearly spells.
Yep,
or like 3 Pearly cards, any Pearly card.
Yep.
Could be going for 3 of the same name. Probably doing that just to make sure that he gets it, so we'll see what it is that he wants to access. I would imagine you probably need to go for one of the memories right now. It'd be nice to get the field spell, but now's not the time because your cards are, well, they're face down. You need monsters to go ahead and get those powerful Pearly effects on and get Exceasing.
I believe he also just has a copy of Street in his hand at this point already, so he's really just looking for a way to develop in any way. Unfortunately, he will have to try to likely go for... Okay, he's going to go for Happy. Interesting here. I thought he was going to try to go for Sleepy just to try to set up a Noir.
No, it looks like he's locked into happy, happy, and happy, so we'll randomly add one of those to his hand, the other two go back to the deck.
Not so random, really, but I suppose you don't know which happy
You don't know
getting.
which happy it is.
Happy memory's fine. Sure.
So he's going to manually change the battle position of that monster since it hasn't been summoned this turn. It's nice to have Pearly face up on the field.
He's going to use Pearly on the field to rank up with that happy, and so not using the happy's effect here to summon from deck. We're going to go into Pearly Happiness.
Yep. Yep, I'll take you.
Happiness is going to be able to attack, and it's going to be able to use its effect to add another.
Definitely the first happy memory Clifton might have of this duel, finally getting to resolve his effects. Making the decision carefully here to determine what you're going to grab, and it's going to be the Pearl Leap.
Yep, this makes solid sense. He does already have access to Street, so he can just put the Street on the field. The Street will at least put one Sleepy Memory under the Happiness, and then you can get access to 2 different draws here on Steven's turn.
Yes.
So you're right, we are going into the deck and grabbing that Sleepy Memory. Such a great card with Pearl Leap because you're going to get 1 draw during the standby phase, use the trap card, and then, well, you get another draw during the standby phase because that monster hasn't used the effect yet.
Yeah, it's just opponent's monsters for Eclipse. You're not going to be giving Steven any draws here, except for that draw for turn.
I'll concede.
Yeah, Steven not seeing any way to play his deck at this point. It was strictly non-engine and like an HQ. No actual Rescue Ace monsters. Clifton takes game 2 handily.
Doesn't help when the Rescue Ace headquarters is there, but you don't actually have any fire department members at the headquarters. Taking a look, though, this is going to be interesting. Thinking about what you might side deck in the final game. Again, Steven probably going to go first, so he can make a couple of different decisions here. Do you think if you put the Spellbounds in, do you take them out for now since you're going first, or do you leave them in because you really want to lock down your opponent?
I don't know if you really... I think Spellbound... How restrictive is it really when you're able to just play already? I think you want to just focus on getting your field set up as much as possible.
It's true that technically while that Book of Eclipse might have saved those effects, it didn't necessarily get anything going forward. And so Steven might make that consideration saying, hey, you know, I'm seeing my opponent. He does have extra cards that stop me, but it doesn't really get his strategy going.
I can't.
All right, players looking pensive. You're absolutely right. Steven just holding himself accountable, still being serious, making sure that he makes the right choices. Clifton in his zone as well, just trying to figure out what they're going to do. Again, it is an honor to be up at the top tables of this far, but both players are obviously in it to win it. They want to go ahead and take home that Another vs. Plutonia trophy.
I suppose Spellbound is probably as good as Dimensional Barrier, so you might as well just put it in going first or second. It really is just a better version of Dimensional Barrier in this matchup. So you probably end up putting it in, as well as maybe Nibiru over a certain other, because I don't think you need enemy controller at this point if you're going first. So you just probably want to put in the better versions of these interruptions that are non-engine, because I think Nibiru really fits that role of Droll and Lockbird versus many other matchups. Droll and Lockbird is fine against Pearly, but not nearly as good because they can play so much in the draw phase. So you'd rather have the Nibiru, because Nibiru historically not that great against Pearly itself, but when it has to play into your field, it's very different. You have to come in a lot more bodies that way.
Absolutely, and certainly there are a lot of bodies in Rescue Ace and Pearly both, but we'll have to see. It looks like the duelists are almost ready to get started here in just this amazing game. And here's the good news. We have 30 minutes left on the clock, so we likely are going to see a full and complete duel here.
Almost certainly. These players have been playing at an incredible pace here. They know when they don't have any cards to use, and they know what they're going to use their cards for when they have them.
I mean, game 1 was enough, I guess.
Definitely taking Ishizu's Power of the Millennium Necklace there, knowing, hey, I'm not going to win this duel. Let me go ahead and use the time that I have.
Looks like the players are just getting ready to go, and here we are getting ready for game number 3, the last game of top 16 here.
I'll take first.
Which deck will take it on top from the amazing defenders? Will it be Pearly? Will it be Rescue Ace? It looks like another opening of Normal Summon Hydrant. Again, not very strong. He does have an Impulse in his hand, so he's able to play on his opponent's turn, but it's not really ideal. You'd rather just play on your turn than you can.
It's maybe one of the few decks that doesn't want to take the hour turn approach. You really do want to get the Rescue Ace set up immediately. It's nice to have the Preventers, so we're probably just going to see this linked off into Link Karibo. Clifton noticing that it looks familiar. It is very much the same start of the turn.
Yeah, Steven not being particularly lucky here. In an overall very consistent engine. I think this is the trade-off, right? Steven really wants to focus on that non-engine, so he's sacrificing the positions of playing multiple Diabell stars, and this is what happens when you don't have less access.
I will set one and attempt to pass to you.
Oh, looks like he actually opted to keep those drone lockbirds. Probably over Nibiru, I guess, if you're trying to choose which one has maximum output. He still has that Little Knight to protect the Hydrant, and if he's able to use, I believe that's a contain that he has set. I mean, it would be way better if it's extinguished. I couldn't really tell which trap card it was.
I believe it was contain, and you're absolutely right that it would be better to have two, but at least he's got that one. And he does have the rescue ace on the field, so hopefully he's able to keep those Pearlies at bay. But we got to see what the first play for Clifton will be.
Yeah, at least with the impulse as well. If he does play Fire Engine, which I believe he does, he's able to just throw some bodies in the field so he can generate as much advantage going into the next turn as possible, paired with Drone Lockbird, and hopefully effective use of the trap card should be enough. But it looks like Clifton doesn't have anything either. None of these players are drawing particularly well this game.
It just looks like the harder cards is working against them, but you can't always rely on that. You do have to have skill, too. It's not just about luck. And so, looks like we are navigating this. Ash Blossom is going to go ahead and stop the Hydra.
Yeah, it looks like there was a drawn emergency here, and Ash used on Hydrant as a desperation play. If you're drawing emergency off the bat, that has to be really rough for Clifton to see. So now you're able to freely go into the Hydrant here. Do you have any way to stop it? I mean, he's going to be forced to use Little Knight, or you're going to be forced to use Infinite Impermanence pretty much immediately on the Turbulence, which would, because if you use it any later, if you wait till the activation, Little Knight could be chained, and then the Turbulence would resolve because it will be no longer on the field. But we know there's already, actually, no, we don't know Preventer because Preventer was already used, but Preventer would have made this really easy to resummon that Turbulence.
Anything on rest? Like Turbulence?
Yep. Looks like we're going to go with resolve. All right, so looks like rescue, and after that we're going to grab contain.
I imagine it's going to be 3 spells because he does have one of the traps set.
3, I think. Yeah, sounds right. Yep.
Interesting that the Turbulence is in defense. It looks like maybe Steven's not going to try to commit to the battle phase here, or he's going to either commit more deeply into the links, and he knows that he just doesn't want to do anything else with those guys just yet.
Might not be able to go for game 2 and just be setting up for a turn where he stops all of Clifton plays and then goes into the next turn, but I think it may be different. Looks like SP Little Knight.
Turbulence off for SP Little Knight.
So he gets the banish.
Face down to banish it.
Yeah, it looks like Steven is playing extremely conservatively here, opting to not even have attack at all. Because, I mean, this is what happens, right? You know that's not Infinite Impermanence. It would have been used already. And you know Clifton doesn't have any cards to play. So you assume he has strictly non-engine, right? Strictly interruptions in the hand. You're playing around all of them, and you're playing as conservatively as possible. You're trying to get as much advantage from every single effect that you can, leaving Clifton with no trade-ups. If Clifton can't get any trade-ups here, there's just no way he can ever play through the +4 that you just got.
It's absolutely true. Having 5 cards in hand doesn't mean anything if you can't get your game plan going, and that's what the Rescue Ace strategy does really best, is stop game plans from happening, right? The fire department is absolutely prepared with the Contain and Extinguish, so it's really going to take a lot of just very careful moves from Clifton to navigate through, but it looks like we're just setting a card and passing the turn.
Another set one.
Target the...
So in the end phase, we have Rescue trying to Reborn. It looks like maybe going for the Turbulence?
Hydrant.
Nope, yep, going for the Hydrant here.
Still in end phase.
So now in end phase, you can use the alert to add from deck because you have Hydrant in your hand, or sorry, Hydrant on the field.
I do see a Nibiru there in the hand, so maybe that's why Clifton still feels like he's got some hope there. Again, if there are too many monsters that are brought out, that obviously is going to have Nibiru set up, but that's what's so great about Steven's play right now. This is the end phase of the turn. He's summoning these monsters now, so he doesn't have to do it next turn, and can maybe stop shy of Nibiru.
Draw for turn? Yep.
We're going to draw for turn now.
Semi-main.
Probably just lead with...
Hydrant to
yep,
switch.
Hydrant immediately being able to get another card here. I think that puts Steven to 7 cards in hand.
Quite a few there.
He's going to grab that Airlifter. Airlifter will be able to potentially grab Rescue's headquarters.
So we'll normal summon Airlifter, attempt to use the effective search.
All right, we're going back to HQ here, probably.
There it is. Not giving the 500 boost while your opponent doesn't have any monsters, but still able to recycle those spells and traps, or just any Rescue Ace cards.
Also gives you that great extra normal summon. Although having already used Airlifter, we probably won't have that come up now.
Preventer attempt to special summon itself by banishing...
All right, this is summon number 2. Preventer going for banishing that Turbulence, putting itself on the field.
1, 2, 3...
Yeah, he's counting how many summons he needs to commit here to get that damage in. There's not that many.
So we're going to link off our Rescue Ace Preventer and SP Little Knight, combining maybe into another SP Little Knight like last time.
I think he needs to put up more damage now. He's a lot more prominent pre-Age of Overlord, but now it's still showing that it might still be the better route anyway.
HQ shuffle back. Yeah.
HQ is going to be able to shuffle back here, putting back the Preventer, and looks like 3 spells, so you're able to set 2 more if you want to with the open spell and trap zones.
And because you've got that Rescue Ace Hydrant, you could even activate one of them now. So we might be able to extend our way into the climactic ending of this duel.
Yes.
Take a look at the Rescue Ace HQ again, just like Asala has said. It's not going to give any boost there because there are no monsters on Clifton's field.
Like Turbulence set.
Yep, Turbulence is going to set at least the Rescue and the Alert, I imagine, because the Rescue will be able to just summon back that Preventer, get another nice chunk of damage. Already a lot represented here.
Fire Department in full display there, so those quick play spell cards are going to go down.
17 with the Rescue Air Lifter.
Looks like this is where we're going to call it. We're going to go ahead and start attacking now.
23.
So that's 4,000, 3,000. So that's going to leave him at just 1,000. And Rescue is going to be attempted to be used, targeting that Preventer.
This might be it.
You're going to force out a Book of Eclipse at least.
Yeah, you're good.
And then the last swing, that's going to be a Book of Eclipse. Do you have Ash in your hand? I think he does. And there's the Ash, and that's enough.
Oh, their handshake goes again. That's the second time we've seen Ash Blossom close out a game because of the use of Book of Eclipse. So what a wonderful duel here.
I mean, realistically, if the Eclipse resolved, you're at 1,000 and he's drawing 4 during the end phase. I don't know if it would have really changed that much.
Probably not. 4 is the magic number for Rescue Ace, so it looks like Steven Santoli advances again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw game 1 just a really strong showing of what the decks can do when their back's against the wall. But then, unfortunately, games 2 and 3, neither player really got to get started as much as they want to. Well, game 2, I guess, one player got to get started as much as they want to. And then game 3, again, one player got to get started at least a little.
It's a shame we didn't get to see more Pearlies on the field. We love those cute critters, but there is still, I believe, another Pearly in the tournament. So those who are fans of Amazing Defenders can still hope for that Amazing Defenders trifecta.
Absolutely. But I mean, I'm still a big fan of the Rescue Ace deck. I think it's just so neat how it's able to do nearly everything in the game right now while not being extremely oppressive. It's not like it's doing anything incredibly unfair.
No, it's a weird deck because it doesn't feel like it's gaining that much advantage. It's just kind of working through piece by piece by piece. But now that we still have Rescue Ace in the tournament, we get to see it do that again.
Absolutely.
But for now, we're going to go ahead and interview our winner so we can talk to Mr. Santoli about how he feels getting this far in the tournament again.
and we are back with the winner of our top 16 feature match. It's Steven Santoli again. You are here back from YCS Indianapolis, here to try again for a 2-time back-to-back YCS. Well, not necessarily back-to-back, but back-to-back in North America. You're here again with Rescuers. How does it feel to win in the feature match?
Felt pretty good. That game was maybe not the most interesting, just due to how the cards went. Game 1, I think, had a little bit more intricacy than it initially appeared. I could have pushed into harder boards, but I think playing passive was good there. So I think that kind of took the match there. But this is somewhat less stressful match than some of the other ones I've had in Top Cut just because of how the games went.
Absolutely. So you're playing Rescuers again, but not only are you playing the same strategy, but you're playing it almost card for card the same. What was the thought process there? You were just so comfortable? Do you think the format hasn't changed enough?
I think that going in with the mindset of, I should just play same list because I won is really poor mentality. Like, you can get punished, people adapt. So I did take a decent amount of time looking at my tech choices and see if there's anything better and look at other tech choices that came in the past few weeks and how to play around them. And I just came with kind of similar mentality that I think the format's very diverse. I should just play good coverage cards. I think there are a few changes that do add to... there's one change in my set deck I think adds a bit more layers than it is. It's a 1-card switch, but it matters a lot more, which maybe I'll say later in a profile. So it's a little bit different, but I think that it's a diverse format still, and I think trying to over-meta games is poor, so I'm just going to continue to play a list that's good in those types of formats.
Absolutely. So now we talked about the pressure of just playing in the feature match, which I don't think really affects you anymore, but is there any pressure knowing that you could potentially be going back-to-back?
I think pressure's kind of random for me. It comes, sometimes I'm really in the zone and play well. I don't think I ever am completely off tilt. I work a lot on my mental game, as I talk about every one of these interviews. So I try to stay calm and collected. It depends just on a bunch of things, whether I feel completely in the zone, only focusing on cards, or whether there's a little bit of, I don't say tilt, but fixation on other things, you're worried about the prize or whatever. At the moment, I think I'm playing fine. I was pretty happy with Top Player 2. A lot of people go for the back-to-back, but these events are hard. There's a bit of variance involved as well, so I'm hit my goal of Top Player 2, and anything else beyond that, I'm just bonus to be happy with. Maybe in the finals, once I'm that close, I'll feel a bit more, but for now, we're still just kind of rolling with, I meet my goal, and I'm happy with that.
Keeping expectations kind of low there, but you love to see it. You've already met your goal, and you're just going to try to keep going as far as you can. That's what you love to see. Not as much confidence as I expect from you, but I'm looking forward to seeing how you do in the remainder of this tournament. Congratulations, and we'll bring back Steven.
So just great thought process there from Mr. Steven Santoli about what cards you're expecting to run into, what decks you're expecting to run into, and how you make those choices. Whenever I compete in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, there's always going to be that one deck that just demolishes yours, but that's the great news. You've got a side deck, but there's only 15 cards. So we're about to go to break, but before we do, we're going to go ahead and ask the duelists that we got to see here at the YCS what decks they were worried about and how they used the side deck to make sure, they didn't get demolished by their competition.
I think I'll do really well. I've been practicing a lot. I invite a bunch of friends over. I created a big community in Las Vegas to play test and get ready for this event. So hopefully we do good.
Prepared the best way I possibly could. I played with friends, sat down with locals, discussed the best strategies, and honestly, I'm going to do my best. You can only take it one game at a time. Win or lose, here to have fun. It's the best we can do.
Haven't prepared an awful lot for this YCS, but I've played a lot of Pearly, which is why it was my deck choice. I'm just going to take it round by round and see how it goes, and not have super high expectations, but Pearly's fun, and I'm hoping to have fun, and that's pretty much my expectation right now, so hopefully the fun will take me to the end, who knows.
I leaned on a lot of my friends, practiced with them and shared ideas. I'm hoping to do well, but, I'm always happy just to come and compete, whether or not I do well.
The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that anything can happen, so I don't know how I'll do. I hope I'll do well. No one hopes to do bad. But to prepare, I just talked a lot of theory with my friends and played some games,
I prepared quite a lot with my friends, and we played this deck at the last YCS 2 weeks ago. So we really, really like the deck. So hopefully, I think at least one of us will get a top cut, like between 3 or 4 of us.
I played a lot against my friends who are also very competitive. We talked theory a lot, played a lot with the decks we're expecting to see, and I think I have a chance to do pretty well.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here in Richmond, Virginia. That's right, it's another Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. YCS Richmond is underway. We're already all the way to top 8. We started with over 1,400 players, and now we're down to 8. We see Steven Santoli barely defeating Clifton in that feature match, and Joseph taking down Tyler on the other side of the bracket. On the other side, we have Christopher LeBlanc taking on Justin Singh in top 4. Wow, I can't believe that's going to be an epic match. And on the other side, we have Matthew and Jack going at it. It looks like Lucas fell. We saw him doing really well in a feature match earlier, but Jack and Matthew are going to duke it out on the other part of the bracket. And this is going to be maybe our feature match. So I'm not going to spoil it just yet, but it's Aditya taking on Pack-a-Watt. Pack, a fan favorite for sure. And we saw him in a feature match yesterday, and now he's made it all the way to top 8. We've had excellent duels, and only 3 rounds remain in this tournament, and I can't wait to see which one of these decks and players is going to walk away YCS champion.
These top 8 players have to be feeling really great right now. Just 3 matches away from that YCS title. And as you mentioned in this feature match, we're going to see Pack duel once again, and I'm really excited to see his deck because I'm not particularly familiar with it, but every time I've walked by his field, it's filled with monsters capable of negating effects.
That's right. Let's go ahead and meet our players here for our top 8 feature match here at YCS Richmond. It's top 8. Over 1,400 duels came here this weekend, and only 8 remain. First up, we have Aditya. He's from Plano, Texas. Artifact Moral Talk is his favorite card. Shout out to Plano. I've actually lived there myself.
He's dueling against Pack from North Brunswick, New Jersey, whose favorite card is Prank Kids Meow Meow Mew.
That is interesting. I mean, he did win a remote duel YCS with Prank Kids, so maybe that card holds a special place in his heart, but it also holds a special place on that forbidden list right now. Not going to be a card he can play with, so he's not going to be bringing Prank Kids here, but he's playing quite a similar kind of combo deck. As you mentioned, he's going to be playing the Infernoble strategy as we saw him, and then we have the Plano, Texas representative Aditya playing Unchained, a familiar strategy for a lot of players. It was, kind of looked under the radar after Age of Overlord, even though the addition of SP Little Knight really helps out Unchained, since you can use the Unchained Soul of Rage to go into Little Knight. And I think it actually took up the most amount of spots in the top cut here this weekend, which is pretty surprising. But on his, he's facing down someone really well known in Pack. They are playing for this beautiful trophy featuring another verse Glutonia etched inside of it. I mean, only one player gets to walk away with this trophy and one ultra rare copy of another verse Glutonia.
Both of these duelists went 9-2 in the Swiss rounds and now have 11-2 records. So far they've done just as well as one another in the tournament, but one of them is about to be eliminated.
Yep, it's going to come down to this. It's win or go home. There is no Swiss rounds left. The player, it is single elimination, so only one of these players will be moving on. Infernoble is strategy that's been around for a little while now, but got a recent wave of support in Duelist Nexus. And those cards have really catapulted this deck to a whole nother level. It not only can put up impressive boards turn 1, the follow-up that it has is incredibly powerful, and that's going to be why, Pack has made it this far with this deck. I mean, we've seen him top with so many different strategies, and now this is just another one he can add to his impressive resume as a duelist. But his opponent is no slouch. I know I've seen him winning regionals and topping other events as well, and so he is definitely hungry for this win, and even though he's playing against a well-known player, you can't let that get to you.
Absolutely not. This could be his first YCS win, and this could be what makes him a well-known player.
All right, the players have shuffled up. They're drawing their hands. We're getting ready to go into the die roll. It's going to be really important since both these players are really going to want to go first, especially Pack, because this is one of those decks that when it goes first, it might be one of the best decks in the format at going first. All right, they're ready, and it's time to duel. One more time here. It's game 1, top 8, YCS Richmond. Let's rev it up. Feel the flow. High five the sky.
I'm feeling the flow.
Get your game on. Whichever one you want to take. You can use any intro. Look, 6 and a 6, a 12.
Oh. Starting off quite well already for Pack.
Wow. Well, I think that was it Pack that rolled the 12 there?
I thought it was, but I could be mistaken.
Aditya. Yep, it was Aditya, it looks like. So he is going to go first.
Aditya is off to the right start then. And he's starting with Tour Guy from the Underworld, but he does lose out to Effect Veiler.
Does he have the Shavara to chain from the hand to get it off the field? It doesn't look like it, but he does have triple tactic talents instead.
He looks like he's drawing 2 cards. A lot of players would opt for the Forceful Sanctuary type effect to look at the opponent's hand. But if Aditya doesn't have much to go with right now, drawing 2 cards may be his only option. So that's the way he went.
All right, this Plano, Texas duelist is going to be looking at his hands. Definitely probably drew the cards because he didn't have any other plays beyond this tour guide. Because, yeah, as you mentioned, looking at the hand is quite powerful, but doesn't look like he drew in anything.
Cards didn't help him. He ends his turn with just a tour guide in attack position.
Oh, no, that Effect Veiler coming in clutch here for Pack. Now, what warrior monster are we going to see first in his Infernoble strategy? How is he going to start his plays? He's going to start with Heritage of Chalice. That's going to let him grab an Infernoble monster. Picking up his deck in sections, hoping he doesn't have to go through all of it, but it looks like...
Resolution?
Yep, he's going to grab the main one you want to start with, and that is going to be Ogier.
Terraforming?
And then he's going to follow it up with Terraforming. That's going to let him add a field spell from the deck to the hand. And he's going to add the Noble Arms Museum.
Activate Noble Arms Museum, effect, pay 1,200.
So he's going to use the Noble Arms Museum, pay 1,200 to add a Noble Arms card from his deck to his hand.
Small price to pay to get his combo go up and running.
Yep, going to grab Durandal.
Durandal search.
So he's going to equip the tour guide with Durandal. Now he's going to use Durandal's effect to add a warrior monster from his deck to his hand. Now, with no other plays from Aditya, you have to assume he has something in his hand he'll be able to use, and he does use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on the Infernal Arms, or the Noble Arms Durandal. So now he's going to normal summon the Ogier. Ogier's going to be able to send a Noble Arms or a Fire Warrior monster from his deck to the graveyard. All right, Pack taking a moment to consider his options. He definitely has to consider what other disruptions that Aditya might have in his hand.
Yeah, you have to think he has something because there are still 4 more cards in it, and those are 4 cards that he cannot use to build his field.
Yep, and it looks like he's going to send Infernoble Arms Turpin to the graveyard.
Effect of Turpin to special summon.
And Turpin's going to special summon to the field.
Anything on res?
So now he has 2 warrior monsters on the field, and that is what he's looking for.
That's all he needs to make Isolde.
Going to link them away. The Turpin's going to be banished. Isolde's going to be summoned. On summon, he's going to be able to add a warrior monster from his deck to his hand. He won't be able to use that warrior monster this turn. He's going to grab a Neospace Connector, it looks like, for follow-up. Oh, maybe he's considering a different option. Oh, going to go for Super Quantum Red Layer. That's a good way to extend warrior monsters onto the field. He's going to use the other effect of Isolde, pay the cost, send some equip cards to the graveyard to special summon a warrior monster equal to the number, with a level equal to the number of equip cards he sends to the graveyard. All right, looks like he's thinking Divine Sword Phoenix Blade is for sure going to be one you want to get to the graveyard. That's an old school card that is still being used to this day.
Sure is. Keep returning it to your hand by banishing warriors from your graveyard. You get a lot of use out of it.
Definitely.
Yeah, the Isolde special summon effect seems particularly powerful in this deck. You have a lot of equip cards to send to the graveyard, which means a lot of options of cards to special summon.
Definitely is the case. It looks like he's thinking about going for 3, maybe 4. He's looking at Alamace.
Looks like he wants to up it. Let's see.
Nope. So he's going to go DDR, Angelic Ring, and Divine Sword Phoenix Blade to summon a level 3 warrior from the deck to the field. And that's going to let him summon Aqua Dolphin.
Aqua Dolphin is a great card for peeking at Aditya's hand, which is probably pretty valuable here because it's not unlikely that there's something there that he wants to play around.
Yeah, he's gonna. It looks like he was looking to see if he has the 2 warriors already to add back the Phoenix Blade, but he doesn't, so he's going to discard the red layer that he added with the Isolde. Since he can't use it this turn, so he's going to check the hand. Oh my gosh, it's just Aruha, Tour Guide, and Rhino.
Inflict 500 points of damage to you.
Then he's going to take 500 and discard the other Tour Guide. Just drawing all monsters here. Tough for Aditya.
Brutal. And the most important thing about that is Pack now knows there's nothing in Aditya's hand that he needs to play around.
And now Pack's going to activate Wanted, the Seeker of the Sinful Spells to add Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
Summon Dark Witch by sending this.
He's going to send the Durandal to special summon, and then he's going to set a Sinful Spoils. He's going to set the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. That's going to let him access a level 1 fire monster potentially this turn. Now
activate.
If he's going to activate it, the beautiful quarter-century secret rare out of Age of Overlord.
Send Diabellstar to the graveyard. Special summon one of his Infernoble Knights, perhaps Renaud.
This is a cool deck, and remember, he's going second. He's facing down nothing, so he's going to get the Richardetto.
Targeting this.
And then he's going to summon back the Ogier. Now they're going to the graveyard for a Synchro summon. I believe that is going to be level 5. Indeed Angelica? It is. He's going to summon one of my favorite cards out of Duelist Nexus, Angelica, Princess of Noble Arms. This is going to let him add another copy of that Noble Arms Museum from the deck to the hand. The card's not once per turn.
Wow.
Cost 1.
Oh, the blade's coming back.
2.
This is what it gets sent to the graveyard for.
Activate target Angelica, chaining to Angelica.
So he's going to equip the Angelica, use Angelica's effect to banish it to special summon a Roland from his extra deck or graveyard. He's going to summon the Roland Synchro from his extra deck. He's going to want to use that later on, potentially. I mean, I guess he's not going first, he's going second, so he's definitely looking to finish off his opponent.
Yeah, I think he can definitely finish Yugioh off this turn. It's just a matter of how. So he's looking for that path.
Definitely. And then we saw him send down the Magius. Is he going to add back the other Phoenix Blade and the Richardetto? Shovels them back into the deck to draw a card. Just replenishing his resources, continuing his plays, putting on an Infernoble Clinic here.
Magius effect, target Captain Roland.
He's going to equip the Magius from his graveyard, use Noble Arms Museum to special summon it from the Spell and Trap card zone. Then he's going to be able to synchro those into Charles.
Effect, Captain Roland targeting Charles.
So he's going to use the Roland effect in the graveyard to equip it to Charles, and then when Charles is equipped with an equip card, he can destroy a card on his opponent's side of the field, taking out that tour guide. And then he's going to link them away to go into Charles the Great.
Equip the Charles.
And now Charles the Great's going to equip the Charles. He can replace his Noble Arms Museum with a new copy of Noble Arms Museum.
Effect, pay 12 again.
Like I said, it's not once per turn. He's going to pay 1,200 again to add another Noble Arms card from the deck to the hand.
That's an amazing effect to be able to use multiple times.
Yeah, it definitely belongs in a museum. I love Noble Arms Museum. So he's going to be able to push forward the Charles from the Spell and Trap card zone to the field. This should be enough already. Go to battle phase. He already knows all his cards. Just attack for game here.
Yeah, that's game.
And that's it.
That was it.
You know, Pack being able to capitalize on a rough hand from a detail. I mean, he had that effect failure, which was huge, especially when he drew all monsters. And Pack now just one game away from moving on to top 4 with the Infernoble strategy. I love that we're seeing so much rise in Infernobles here this weekend. It was definitely one of the decks on Friday when I was talking to players walking around like, oh, what are you worried about playing? What are you thinking about playing? Infernoble was on a lot of players' minds this weekend. It seems like the players have had some time to learn the deck, play with the deck, and it actually lines up really well into this format and really shows that Duelist Nexus has some hidden gems in it that people might have overlooked. The Chimera cards, the Noble Arms cards, the Infernoble stuff. It's really, really cool. And when you can see like good players like Pack bring you to a tournament, we might see him actually walk away and take Infernoble all the way to the very top.
Wow, I didn't see any Infernoble at YCS Indianapolis. Did I miss it? Or was it just not there 2 weeks ago despite the same card pool we have now?
Yeah, I think a lot of players decided after that YCS to try out some new decks, realizing the format has kind of changed because of Age of Overlord. But yeah, the popularity from then till now, even though it's 2 weeks, can be a lifetime in Yu-Gi-Oh! Time period, basically. But a lot of players did switch to this deck for this weekend. I mean, yeah, a lot of combo decks are really strong, but the thing about this one is the follow-up that you have. I mean, Isolde, the Tale of Two Noble Knights, is actually just one of the best cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all time.
That card was insane from the moment it was printed.
Yep. So anytime you can just get 2 warriors on the field, that leads to your full combo. You can have some really good rewards. But you see him also playing these go second cards like Effect Veilers, because sometimes you are going to go second, and just an excellent hand from Pack, and not the greatest of hands from Aditya here.
I think this is also a more complicated deck to play, so it's possible the players needed those extra 2 weeks to kind of master it and learn it.
Yeah, definitely. It's a difficult deck, but really rewarding once you master it, for sure. I mean,
for sure.
We almost had a mirror match here. Aditya just played against Infernoble Knights in the last round of top 16, so this isn't something new to him. He knows how to play this deck, and he's beaten the deck already. But, losing game 1 is frustrating, but you're not going to draw like that every single game. You're not going to open all monsters. Like, even if you just had one Unchained Shavara, that game would have been completely different.
Right, so he's unlikely to draw that poorly again. So he's just going to have to accept that he drew badly, lost very quickly, and hope for the best in his second duel.
Yeah, unfortunately, he does let the side deck happen now to where, Pack's going to also be putting in cards that are going to help him in going second, so he's going to have to overcome that, but not impossible to overcome. He's also going to be able to take out maybe his cards that he has in his deck for going second, and put in some new cards that'll help him going first. I mean, even cards like Dimensional Barrier could be, impactful against Infernoble Knights. Calling Synchros, even though they do use links and other aspects, calling Synchros can really shut off the Infernoble strategy.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, it's tougher for a deck like Pack's deck to side deck because there's so many cards in the main deck that are sort of essential to the central strategy of the deck that are hard to take out without damaging the consistency or the power level of the deck, whereas Unchained has a little more flexibility.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the combo first mid-range kind of deck, classic issue you run into. You're like, yeah, my combo's great, but it requires me to play these 25 to 30 specific cards that you can't touch.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room to sort of modify the deck between games. So that might help Aditya out in the second and third duels.
Yep, definitely can't let the loss get to your head. You're gonna have to focus on the next game. You still have to win the same amount of games no matter what. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's about to be ready. It's time to duel. We're ready, and their players are ready. They're side decked, and it's game 2 here, YCS Richmond. All right, let's see if Aditya can open up a little bit better.
I assume Aditya will choose to go first. I don't think he would want to let Pack go first using the Infernoble Knights.
Definitely. I see a lot of monsters in Pack's hand as well, but there's that effect with again. But now he's starting off with a normal Unchained turn, setting a card to his back row, activating the Shavara, already off to a better start. It's going to be Abomination's Prison to special summon the Shavara from the hand, and then Abomination's Prison is going to special summon an Unchained monster from the deck to the field.
Setting one card in the back row going first is okay when you're using Unchained and about to destroy that back row card.
It is one of the only decks where you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's how you're leading off.
Pretty much all of the Unchained spell and crap cards that are used in the deck just special summon monsters from the deck when they're destroyed.
Yep, and then he's going to summon Shyama, link those two monsters away into Unchained Soul Lord of Yama, and now he's going to be able to set the trap and try and add an Unchained monster from his deck to the hand. But Pack is going to use Effect Veiler to try and cut him off from the monster, but Aditya will still be able to set Escape or Chamber thanks to that Shavara being sent. It looks like he's eyeing the Escape of the Unchained. Now Aditya's going to have to find another way to get another monster onto the field. He still has his normal summon. He's going to set Chamber. This leads me to believe he's going to find a way to destroy this turn. So he probably still has a Ruha potentially in his hand. He still has the Shyama in the graveyard as well.
Yeah, he still has his normal summon as well.
So yep, he's going to use the Shyama to destroy the Chamber. So Shyama comes back. Chamber's going to summon from the deck.
Sure.
He will get the Unchained monster of his choosing.
Looks like he's thinking about Rakea, and it is going to be Rakea with the quick effect to be able to destroy one of his own cards. And now it looks like he's going to link away the Shyama, so it's going to go to the bottom of the deck alongside the Soul.
That bottom card, is that part of the deck?
Yeah, no, that should be there. Shyama goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
Clearing up a little confusion.
And he's going to link for Unchained Soul of Rage with Rakea on the field. And now he's going to normal summon Sarama. That makes a lot of sense.
So there's the normal summon for his turn.
That's fine.
This is much better than last duel.
Oh, yeah, things are going much better for Detail here.
He got hit by the same number of Effect Veilers, too.
So he's going to use Sarama to reset the Chamber and then destroy his Soul of Rage. Now let's see what effect he decides to use next.
Effect of Rage Trace.
So he's going to use Rage to add Shavara back to the hand.
That's fine.
So now he's getting the Shavara set up to have that for Pack's turn. So he's going to use Rakea here to destroy Sarama.
Yep.
Then Sarama's going to special summon an Unchained Monster. The Shyama has returned.
Yep.
Now he's going to use Shyama's effect to destroy his own card, destroying the Rikea to probably turn it into a level 6 Unchained Monster. Maybe another copy of Shavara will be coming down. Indeed it is.
You are.
Resolution?
They're good.
Checking for Nib.
Yeah. Open game state was the appropriate time to do that.
Now he's going to overlay the 2 level 6 monsters.
Special summon in defense, deity, wave, High King Caesar.
So he's going to summon the
Triple
High Wave
D.
King Caesar. Triple D. Yep.
Wave High King Caesar.
Making Declan Akaba proud.
Draw.
Yep.
Standby. Main. Special.
All right, so he's going to lead with Kastira Fenrir. That's huge, because that just deals with the Caesar right away. And he doesn't have Escape Set or any other Unchained Monster on the field, just has the Chamber.
That is a good start.
The Chamber could still somehow find a way to access Abominable, maybe. So he's going to use the Chamber to special summon from the hand or graveyard. He's going to go for the Soul of Rage, it looks like.
Okay.
Target.
So he's going to use Soul of Rage to link with the Fenrir and the Soul of Rage for SP Little Knight, I'd imagine.
So that instantly takes care of the Fenrir.
Just have Veiler.
Indeed it does.
SP Little Knight it is.
So he's going to use SP Little Knight's effect to banish since he used a monster from the extra deck. And he's going to banish Fenrir.
Oh man, Pack
He
has another one, even without using the effect of the first one to search.
So this can deal with both of these monsters. You can just go to battle phase, attack, activate the effect, targeting the Caesar. Adita can chain the Little Knight, so the Little Knight will at least not be destroyed by battle. But it still deals with both. But he has Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
Yep.
So that's going to negate Fenrir's effect. And if it leaves the field, he's going to take the damage of the attack.
But he'll still take the damage.
That's where I was like going in my head. It's hard not to say it. All right, now let's see if he still decides to move to battle phase. I see he has a number of monsters in his hand. He has to deal with the SP Little Knight and the Caesar.
Oh, these two duelists are going for card against one another.
Okay.
All right, considering his options, this is a tough spot.
Yeah, he hasn't normal summoned yet. Just a couple of Fenrirs put on the field.
So he goes to battle phase, just trying to attack over SP Little Knight. Or does he go? I don't know the defense off the top of my head of the High Wave King Caesar. Normally in attack mode, but it looks like it is less than 24. But maybe, you know, playing around stuff like Lightning Storm.
1,800 defense points, 2,800 attack points. So it is vulnerable to an attack from Fenrir.
Decides to still to take down the SP Little Knight. So we know Adita has Shavara in hand plus one other card. The Caesar on the field.
Main phase 2.
Pat goes to main phase 2. He's looking at 3 Infernoble monsters in his hand.
Normal summon.
Summons Richardette, though. Now he's going to link it away, it looks like, for link 1. Relinquished Anima.
Fortunately for Aditya, he did not put his Triple D monster directly in front of it.
Smart. Yeah, but you always want to play, especially with Pearly being out there, you want to play around those 2 zones that line up with the extra monster zone. Summon to the far right, far left, or the middle zone if you can.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad feeling getting your monster absorbed by relinquished anima when you could have just moved the monster over a little and kept your monster on the field.
Indeed. Definitely want to keep that in mind. And now he's going to link away the anima and the Fenrir.
Looks like we'll probably see SP Little Knight here.
Trying to clean up the Caesar. We'll see if this prompts a chain for Shavara just to get it onto the field. Probably not.
I'll take 24 just for linking it off, but I'm thinking
he's gonna still take the damage.
He link summons a monster, but he still takes the damage.
Thanks to that Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
24 over 8,000. I'll be at 56.
Oh, I counted.
Yeah, you're at 72. Yep.
Okay.
So we're in agreement on light points? Yes, and then I will declare the effect of Little Knight. I will target...
Gets to banish a card on the field or in the graveyard since he used a link monster and it's link summon. Looks like he was contemplating what to banish, but he did settle on the Triple D.
Yeah, he could have gone after the Yama from the graveyard
and it's over
potentially. But yeah, might as well get rid of the High Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, I mean, he really had to deal with it because he's in phase 2 already, and it will become a threat.
Yep.
The graveyard in any way, and he'll be able to set an Unchained trap card from the deck. And it looks like he's thinking about adding Escape. Yep, he's going to set the Escape of the Unchained.
Escape? Okay.
Escape.
Anything on res?
Nothing on resolution.
Okay.
All right, now let's see what he's going to do from here. If he's just going to hope that the SP Little Knight... Nope, he's going to
summon from hand.
banish Ricardetto. And that's going to summon Magius, I believe.
Thank you on res.
Thinking about his options.
Okay.
Gonna link SP Little Knight and the Infernoble away for...
Effect add.
It's Isolde because SP Little Knight is a warrior, so that's 2 warriors. So he's going to use Shavar here to destroy the Escape, and this is where I was saying he's going to find a way to access Abominable. He can destroy the Escape and then special summon Abominable and destroy this Isolde before it's able to send the equips from the deck to the graveyard. But he's going to get the on-summon effect to add a warrior for follow-up. He's going to grab the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Yep.
So it's also going to trigger his Yama in the graveyard. Since the card was destroyed, he can banish the Yama to special summon back an Unchained monster.
I keep forgetting.
And now he has a chance to summon from the deck. He summoned back the Rakeo with the Yama. And then here comes the Abominable, so he'll be able to discard the card to take down that Isolde easily.
Do you have any triggers?
Nope.
Effective Abominable Unchained Soul.
He's using it right now.
And
throwing that Isolde could be tremendously problematic for Pack.
Yep.
Yep, and he's going to discard the Phoenix Rhino Warrior. Not going to be able to send down a Shavar and gain the effect since he already used Shavar's effect this turn. So yeah, no point in really using it here. He has Shyama in the graveyard as well, I believe.
Pitch Gearfried to summon.
So now he's going to summon out his last Infernoble.
What's...
Are we in a trigger effect right now?
No.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer for a second. Right. An illegal play was pointed out to us in the previous game. Ultimately, it did not impact the overall game, but it was... Scroll up, please. Please don't.
Oh, sorry.
As Infernoble Knight Turpin, the activation was illegal. It can only be special summoned if you control the equipment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Have you received a procedural error penalty minor for this?
Looks like there might have been a...
minor for this infraction of the same one?
Well, what did you do in the previous one?
I don't... The thing is, I don't remember.
You don't
can
remember?
you just double check for me? I don't remember.
Have you received a procedural error penalty minor for this?
Looks like there might have been a...
minor for this infraction? Can you just double check for me? I don't remember.
Looks like...
Yeah, it looks like in game 1 there might have been an illegal action. So not on purpose, sometimes it happens. The Infernoble cards have a lot of layers to each one of them, but it looks like they just now caught it, so they're going to bring it up now to just for a PE minor warning for procedural error.
Sounded like Pack may have special summoned Infernoble Knight Turpin, which can only be special summoned if you control a monster equipped with an equip card. I don't remember offhand if he had a monster equipped with an equip card when he special summoned it.
Okay. The good news is the previous penalty was not.
But it looks like it was just a warning, not going to be upgraded here, so that's okay, but definitely going to want to tighten the screws and pay a little more attention. Like you mentioned, the Infernoble deck is pretty hard, and players haven't been playing it too much leading up to this point. So yeah, players are still trying to learn it. Mistakes cannot happen.
Yeah, this is a very complicated deck to use, for sure.
Yeah, but Pack tried his best this turn, but seen the writing on the walls and is just going to concede this game.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Yep, so...
Pack my cards up?
Yep.
Okay.
So
the one monster on his field was the only card in his possession, and I guess he couldn't do enough with it.
Yep, so after that, just, quick minor warning. Adita's going to take game number 2 representing Plano. Let's go, Wildcats. I lived there. I lived in Plano for like 5 to 7 years, something like that. It's a really nice city, about 30 minutes north of Dallas. Definitely a cool city if you're in the area to check out. Lots of cool stuff to do right around Frisco, kind of where the Cowboys do their training and stuff as well. But, you know, representing one of my hometowns, one of the only 3 cities that I could call a hometown. You know, I've got to pull for the Plano man himself, Aditya. But, you know, Pac, a fan favorite. We've seen him dominate tournaments. He's already been a remote duel YCS champion, a 3v3 team YCS champion. He won one of the Latin American events very recently. And now he's back at it again, trying to win an individual in-person YCS. So if he wins this one, he'll still have 3 YCS wins, but 3 like different kinds of YCSs, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Pac's from New Jersey, which is not too far from my home in New York.
There you go. Well, I hear they're drastically different, but
well, the states are.
I'm just joking. I know the New York guys give all the New Jersey guys a little bit of a hard time. But it would be cool to see, so it's kind of like a rivalry matchup for us.
But the New York and New Jersey guys attend the same regionals.
Nope, yeah, definitely. The whole tri-state area, very close together. But now, I mean, this kind of always been one of the historically in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, New York, Texas, California, Florida. They've been some of the best states. I mean, New York, New Jersey, the whole tri-state area. Philadelphia, kind of also up there. Have been notoriously some of the best states with represented from players. So it's cool to see them back at it again here on the top 8 stage. But you know, Pac's going to be going first this game for the first time of the match. We're going to have to see if that man's going to make the difference. Yep. If Aditya has some answers in his side deck that he can dive into. As I mentioned, he just beat Infernoble in top 16. So he knows how to beat the deck. He has beaten the deck before. So that's going to have to probably play into his confidence going into game number 3.
Absolutely. And he did just win the most recent duel.
Yeah, that's also, you got to ride that as long as you can for sure. And he looks like he's focused, doesn't look too nervous. Pac also not looking nervous. You know, he's not a stranger to being on this stage. The bright lights probably aren't getting to them. It's more so when you're that close to the finals, you're just focused on your duels. You're focused on winning. You don't have to worry about the nerves because you're close to making Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I mean, whoever wins, this is going to be our first ever YCS Richmond champion, since this is our first ever YCS here in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And spoken like a true duelist, Billy.
I try. You know, I play every day. You want to make sure that you focus on the good part of the game. Don't let the stress get to you. Be happy. Enjoy what you're doing. Have fun with it. Because believe it or not, the more fun you're having, the better off you're probably going to do.
Yeah, I feel like when you're at the top tables and at that level of competition, you're so into the game, you kind of just lock everything else out.
Yep, exactly. That's the best way to do it. Players are shuffling up. We still have 27 minutes on the clock. As we get further in the top cut, they do get additional time. I believe this round was 55 minutes, so they had an additional 10 minutes than what you normally have during the Swiss rounds, which is always really nice because you don't want to have to worry about the time running out when you are in the finals or in the top 8 like we are here.
Yeah, those were pretty quick games, though. They were over basically on turn 2 both times.
Definitely. Yeah, literally, actually. Yeah. We didn't get past turn 2 quite just yet. But I'm excited to see Pac go first. The Infernoble strategy, like I said before the match started, one of the best decks at going first. It's really going to come down to what Aditya can draw to counteract Pac's, ruthless aggression that he's going to have here with his Infernoble strategy. And you see, yeah, the focus. This is exactly how I am, like when I'm shuffling my cards, staring straight at the board. Both players locked in. They're not thinking about the people watching them at home. They're just focused on their own game.
It's the duel. That's all that matters.
All right, we're moments away from jumping into game number 3 here. Unchained versus Infernoble. Both of these decks receive so much support in Duelist Nexus. I mean, we talk about Age of Overlord making a huge impact, but Duelist Nexus is still paying dividends to these players today as we see it making an impact here a few months later. It's been 3 or 4 months now since Duelist Nexus released.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of shifts in the game with the recent releases.
Definitely. SP Little Knight, of course, making a huge impact. Everyone knows that card is good. But now Pac showing these Infernobles are also able to capitalize on the addition of SP Little Knight. With it just being a warrior is actually huge.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that. I assumed it was a Cyberus monster.
You did because the IP masquerade is a Cyberus?
Well, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. I also thought the same thing, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 3 of top 8 of YCS Richmond. It's time to duel one last time in top 8. Here we go. Pac-A-Watt's going to go first. Let's see what he's working with. I at least see 2 really good starting cards if it's not met by Droll and Lockbird.
If it's not met by Droll and Lockbird, indeed. Reinforcement of the army. In a deck full of warriors, that seems like a strong opening play.
Let's see what he decides to grab. Looks like it is going to be the Neospace Connector. And there comes the Neospace Connector. Really good. Not only does it let you get 2 warriors on the field right away, you get access to that Aqua Dolphin, which lets you peek at your opponent's hand and try and take out a card they might be holding to end your combos.
Normal summon Connector effect.
Connector's effect activates. I think this is the point at which Aditya will need something.
He has Ash Blossom. Next up, Pack is going to use Terraforming. He's going to try and...
the museum.
Yep, here comes the Noble Arms of the Museum.
Activate Museum. Pay 12.
1,200 life points will get him the noble arm of his choice. One of those museum relics to add to his hand.
Search Durandal.
Yes.
Activate Durandal.
Adds Durandal. I'm going to equip it to the Neospace Connector and then send it to the graveyard to add a warrior monster from his deck to his hand. He's going to grab the Fireflint Lady. Since he controls a warrior monster, he's going to be able to extend the Fireflint Lady onto the field.
Effect Fireflint Lady special.
It's almost like getting the Dolphin without being able to use the Dolphin's effect. But
it helps you get to your main goal, which is just 2 warriors on the field, which is all you need to go into Isolde, Tale of 2 Noble Knights.
Yep, the main difference is that Pack no longer does not know what else is left in Aditya's hand after that Ash Blossom was used.
Does he have the Imperm?
I'll train Ghost Mourner.
Oh, it's
Ghost Mourner.
That helped him out in game 2, and here it is in game number 3. Going to cut off the addition. He can still use Isolde's effect to pay the cost to send the equips to the graveyard.
That was my recollection as well. So he can get the Divine Phoenix Sword and some other cards in there, but he won't be able to special summon that monster. And also can't search for a
follow-up,
a card to add to his hand on summon.
Yep, that's good. Yeah, I don't take damage yet.
Not yet.
No, he mulleted it.
Oh, wait,
yeah.
Effects too.
Yep.
Remember the damage loss.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, now can Pack play through 2 points of disruption from Aditya here?
If 3 in hand, right?
Yeah, that Ghost Mourner was just another reason it was so critical for Aditya to negate the effect of the Neospace Connector and stop the Aqua Dolphin from peeking at his hand.
I think I do this.
He's going to use the original Sinful Swell Snake Eye to send his Noble Arm Museum to the graveyard to special summon a level 1 fire monster from the deck. He's going to summon Infernal Knight Renaud.
The effect of Renaud, I'll target Durandal.
Sure.
So Renaud is going to add the Durandal back to the hand. Now he's going to link away, maybe just for an SP here.
Could be.
Nope, he's going to go for another copy of Isolde. So this one still has the second effect that it can use.
5,200?
16.
But he's going to still take the damage.
But he'll still take the damage.
From the first Isolde.
Yeah, 52, yeah.
Yep, so he's taking 16 and 1,200 this turn, thanks to Ghost Mourner and the Noble Arms Museum.
I assume he used the first effect, which can only be used once per turn.
Yep, and now he's going to use the second effect.
Let me double check what I have.
Yes, but since he hasn't used the second effect, that second Isolde he summoned is able to. So now he does get to send those spells to the grave and special summon a monster. So well navigated by Pack.
Definitely, Pack really demonstrating how Infernoble can play through those points of disruption from the opponent on turn 1. He's going to send 1, 2, I imagine 3. He's looking at DDR, yep. Maybe 4. Oh yeah, the Divine Sword Phoenix Blade he's for sure going to want to send. No reason to leave that into the deck. Oh, never mind. I lied. He's leaving it in the deck.
4 for cost.
So he's going to send 4.
Result.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to summon a level 4 warrior from the deck to the field.
Let's see which one he opts for.
Probably Yugioh.
Looks like he's deciding. He doesn't have to establish the craziest field. As long as it's decent, Aditya only has 3 cards left in his hand.
Did you add back up of Renaud?
Durandal.
So he's going to use Yugioh's effect to send either a Noble Arm Equip or a Fire
this is
Warrior.
I'll send.
This is an intense match. We are in game 3 here of top 8. There's a lot on the line. Adita's doing his best to survive this turn 1 onslaught from Pakawat.
There is still almost 20 minutes on the clock, so they do have time.
Send this.
So he's going to send Turpin to the graveyard with Ogier's effect.
I'm going to have to stop right there.
Yep.
I'm afraid you're taking too long between resolving and using your effect.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Pac, the amount of time on the clock is not relevant to slow play, so he is receiving a warning for that.
Yep.
Again, it's just a warning.
Yep, thank you.
I understand like it's a complicated game, but we just have to keep a good pace of play.
Yeah,
so SP minor, just a warning.
All right, now he's going to... Yep, got to add 3 more minutes since there was a slow play warning issued. Just took a little bit too long there on the thought, even though, you know, there's a lot on the line, but you got to still keep up the pace of play.
Can I keep going?
Right.
Okay.
All right, so now he's going to activate Durandal, target Ogier. He's going to be able to special back the tournament. Now he's doing it the right way, just in case. Yeah, making sure he doesn't do it illegally, since that was the card that got him a warning in game 1. But he does have a monster equipped with an equipped card, so the Turpin will come back.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to make the same illegal play.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Because then the penalty can be upgraded.
That's fine, I guess.
Pac doesn't sound thrilled with where this is going.
Effective Dempsey to add.
So he's going to overlay for Battle and Boxer
Yeah,
Dempsey.
Solutions, yeah.
So he's going to be able to add a fire monster. That's out of Legendary Duelist Soul Burning Volcano. We saw Salamangreat also doing well from that set. And Dempsey's just a card that can go in any fire deck pretty much. We've seen it in Vanquish Soul with the Super Heavy Samurai Soul, Super Heavy Samurai engine as well. But being used here in Noble makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah. Just get a Fire Warrior.
Pac's got to be a little more decisive. He really does not want to pick up a second slow play warning here. And now he's going to add the Magius.
Yep.
Now this is the time while your opponent's reading your card that you want to think about your next play. Don't waste any more time after they're done reading it, so make sure
For sure.
you can capitalize on that time.
You may continue.
Yeah.
All right, so next up he's
Ricardetto.
going to
Summon from end.
banish the Ricardetto. And now he's going to summon the Magius.
Okay. Yep, it's good on resolution.
Pac's dipping back into his extra deck. Looks like he's reaching for Appaloosa, which would only have 3 link materials.
Okay. Yep, it doesn't. Make Appaloosa with these.
Yep, he is going to go for a link for Appaloosa.
No.
So it has 2,400 attack and the ability to
I
negate
didn't
up to
use
3
Museum
monster
second effect, which would lock
effects.
me. I didn't use Ricardetto's first effect, which would lock me.
Yep, not locked into Warriors.
Yep, I didn't use it.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
that's all. I'll just read Turpin.
I'll activate the effect of Magus. I'll shuffle back 1.
He's going to use Magius to shuffle back 3.
3 materials to make.
Yep, 3, yeah.
Yep, Appaloosa is going to be at
So,
2,400.
effective
Bow
Magus,
of the
shuffle
Goddess.
this.
Appaloosa actually pretty good against Unchained. If they just have like Shavar and stuff in hand, you can negate the effects, keep them in hand, and stop them from destroying and coming onto the field.
And the 3 negations actually might be adequate since Aditya only has 3 cards left in his hand. So even if he has a bunch of relevant monster effects, the Appaloosa's negations may be able to carry Pac to his next turn.
Yep.
I only need 1 more person to start the
All right, shuffling up.
1 more.
So looks like Pac is going to rely on this Appaloosa unless he can get something here off the top of his deck. Oh, he did. I think he drew this Immortal Phoenix
definitely did.
That's going to help.
Summon.
That's an additional negation for
Activate
him
Magus
to put on the
to Gear
field.
You have, I believe, a monster effect?
Was that an effect veiler in Pac's hand?
I think so.
So he can stop lots of monster
OG
effects.
effect to equip.
So you can use Ogier effect to equip to the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried. The Fire Warrior toolbox.
Leave the main phase.
And now he's going to try and leave main phase, in phase. He has the Gearfried, he has the Appaloosa. Aditya is going to draw to 4 cards in hand. The Plano, Texas native is going to have to try hard here to deal with this board. Appaloosa pretty good against Unchained, unless he draws into something like Infinite Impermanence. Does he have a normal summonable monster? I see another copy of Ghost Mourner. I see Rakea. I think I see Abomination's Prison.
I think that's it. No, he must have one more
other
card that I can't see.
Gonna check about the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried real quick. It's been a while since light cards come down too often. I believe it just negates monster effects.
Yes, by sending a face-up equipped card you control to the graveyard, negates the activation of a monster effect and destroys it. Also has a cool effect that can equip your opponent's monsters to it when it attacks.
That is really cool.
This card was released actually in a structure deck in Duel Links not too long ago.
No, originally in Toon Chaos, one of my favorite sets of all time.
Was.
Aditya's going to use Abomination's Prison here to add an Unchained monster from the deck to the hand. Looks like he's thinking about, couldn't see quite just what he moved to the top of his deck there. It is it Chavar? Oh no, Abominable.
Yep.
Okay.
With no spells or traps to break through Pack's field, this is going to be tough for Aditya.
Yeah, I mean, Pack can negate the monster effects in hand with Appaloosa, can negate the monster effects on field with the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried, but the Gearfried destroying it is pretty huge.
Yeah.
That's true.
So he's going to go into battle phase, attack with Rakea. It's going to be destroyed, but it's going to trigger the effect in the graveyard to special summon from the deck. And since it's the damage step, I don't think Appaloosa negates the activation, so he won't be able to stop that.
Appaloosa certainly can't, and I guess the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried can't. Can Immortal Phoenix Gearfried? Let's see.
Chainlink on Rakea, chainlink to Abominable.
No,
thinking.
No, he can use the Gearfried, and it does negate the activation. So he can use Gearfried in the damage step. Yep, and he is going to Gearfried the Abominable, looks like, here.
Chainlink 3 Gearfried, send for cost.
That's huge.
All right, so that Gearfried won up the Appaloosa there, and that might actually make all the difference.
Wow, this is huge. I wonder if he just left the Abominable in the deck, he could have summoned the Abominable. Oh no, because then that would have still been negated by the Gearfried.
The second chain link.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for Aditya here.
Yeah, if that were in the deck, he couldn't chain block.
Yeah.
So the effect of special summon from the deck will resolve.
Does he have something with more than 2,400 attack that can deal with this Appaloosa besides the Abominable? The only time you ever want 2 in your deck, I don't think so. Think so, but he's going to go for Disaster.
New Chain Magus, shuffle for cost. 1.
May I read the trigger for him?
Yep, when he's sent to the graveyard. It's a trigger that would move, so you should still be able to activate during damage step, right?
If this card is sent to the graveyard,
Yep.
I'm making sure.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so he's going to use Magius effect here.
Yeah, 3. I'm not done picking yet.
Lets him just shuffle 3 of his other Fire Warriors or Noble Arms.
Draw a card.
Into the deck from the graveyard and draw 1.
Looking for some defensive options probably from the deck. If he does have that effect failure in hand, and he can use this on the Disaster, that could be huge. Because the Disaster is going to try and use it to link away with Pax Appaloosa.
There you go. And I'll cut your deck.
A lot of Unchained players don't even use the Unchained Soul Disaster, but it can be quite useful to break boards just like this.
Yep. Oh, you're good to continue.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty good card. Well, he can also just use Appaloosa to negate it, right?
True.
So that 1, 2, 600 attack.
So its attack points are 300 for each Unchained monster in the graveyard, Unchained card in the graveyard, so it can't actually destroy anything in battle.
So it looks like he is going to use the effect. Let's see if Pack uses Appaloosa here or the effect failure in his hand. Looks like he's going to try and link away with the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried.
Appaloosa to negate.
Yeah, Appaloosa is definitely the better play here. It's in main phase 2. The Appaloosa is not vulnerable to battle anymore.
Yep.
Doesn't need those 800 attack points, and Pack gets to keep the effect failure, which I believe is in his hand, unless my eyes deceive me. Rua's effect activated.
Negate with
Appaloosa will negate it once more. It
So
will stay in his hand, but nothing gets destroyed.
Appaloosa is so good against Unchained. Oh man, Pack, playing through those 2 points of disruption, but still able to establish a board that he knew would be good against this matchup. Just excellent play here from Pack. He could be moments away from moving on to top 4 with his Infernoble strategy. In packing the Sinful Spoils nonetheless. Oh, but Typhon, another card from Asia Overlord. Since Pack special summoned 2 monsters from the extra deck in the previous turn, he can, as his last summon, can go into Typhon, and then he can try and return a card on Pack's side of the field, but Pack is just going to negate it with Effect Veiler. And this game is looking, or at least it's going to stop the Immortal Phoenix Gear Fray from using its effect since it has 3,000 attack. But Typhon, a really great card out of Asia Overlord. Looks like that's the quarter-century secret rare.
The Gear Fray's effect can actually equip the Typhon. Because it negates the effect with his effect. Gotcha.
Yep. But
yeah, so it will stop that. I can't imagine it's going to be particularly problematic.
I don't think so.
So, in spite of its ability to negate the Gear Freed.
So Heritage Chalice is going to add Noble Arms Museum. Noble Arms Museum is going to activate. He's going to pay 1,200. He's going to add a Noble Arms card from his deck to his hand.
Is that okay?
Pack's paying himself down to 4,000 life points.
He's done all the damage to himself here. Well, I guess the Ghost Mourner was damage from Aditya as well, but he's going to grab...
But he sent it to the graveyard.
True, he chose it.
He chose to take that 1,600 points of damage.
He's going to grab the Durandal.
Anthony James. Magus effect, target Gear Freed.
So he's going to bring back the Magus yet again to the Gear Freed. All Pack has to do is find a way to get to SP Little Knight, banish the Typhon off the field, and maybe go for game here. It's going to be tough. He's still low on cards.
Normal summon Ricardetto.
Summons Ricardetto.
Summon himself back.
And then he's going to bring back Turpin. Since he has the monster with the Equip spell, he's going to be able to Synchro. That's a 4 and a 1, so it's going to be a level 5 Synchro for Angelica.
Angelica effect to add.
There she is.
Angelica's going to be able to add another copy of the Noble Arms Museum. The beautiful quarter-century secret rares. This deck is so pretty.
Yeah, Pack is choosing to use a lot of high-rarity cards.
All of them, if he can, yep.
Effective Museum, summon Oger.
So now he's going to use the Museum to special summon Infernoble monster in the spell and trap card zone to the field. And Ogier's effect is going to activate to send a monster from the deck to the graveyard. He's going to send Oliver. Pack just has to find a way to get enough damage on the board here.
Durandal effect, target Oger. Effect Durandal to search.
So he's going to equip the Ogier for Durandal. Durandal's going to go to the graveyard, let him add another warrior from his deck to the hand. He's going to get Renaud. Renaud's going to be able to special summon and add back a Noble Arm.
Is that affecting both players or just you?
It affects both players.
Okay, thank you.
Making sure that, yeah, his Immortal Phoenix Gear Freed is going to be cut off for right now.
Special Renaud, effect targeting DDR.
He's going to add back DDR, Different Dimension Reincarnation. That's an old school equip card, one of my favorites.
Nothing's banished at the moment, though. With special summons banished monsters.
Turpin targeting Angelica.
So now he's going to use Turpin. When he targets the Angelica, it can banish Angelica to special summon a Roland from the graveyard or extra deck.
There it is. He now has a banished monster as well. So Different Dimension Reincarnation is back online.
Then he gets to send Kastira Riseheart to the graveyard.
Not expecting to see that card. But okay.
It's a fire at least. I'll take it.
It's a fire warrior.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
And we did see Fenrir, so
it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Kind of like how Vanquish Soul also uses those cards as well. Now Pack doing some math, making sure he doesn't drop the ball here at this stage. He just has to get rid of this Typhon.
Activate Turpin's effect to special summon itself because I control Magus equipped to this.
Is Turpin not once per turn?
That's a good question because he did it once this turn.
That should be lethal. I will
Can only use
attempt to
each
enter
of the
battle
following
phase.
effects of it once per turn.
Pretty sure he summoned Turpin this turn and then synchroed with it, right?
That's my recollection.
Gear Freed, attack over it. Captain Roland for 2,500.
but that's okay. I think he's going to attack over here. He's complete control of the game.
Gearfried does gain 500 attack points for
Ogier
each of
for
its
2,000.
equips, so it is stronger than Typhon.
I'll put you at 26. 19. And then 1,000 for game.
So can he win without Turpin?
All right, well, Pack attacks directly for game there, and Pack is going to be moving on to top 8. Or sorry, top 4. He just won in top 8 and just going to be 2 wins away from moving on.
Yeah, it's a really strong deck that can build pretty big fields, put up a lot of negations as well, as you can see from that duel where he made the Appaloosa, capable of negating 3 monster effects. The Gearfried capable of negating 1 monster, the activation of a monster effect, and then he had the Veiler in his hand, and that carried him to the next turn.
Yeah, that was a close game. I mean, he really. I think the big point of that game is just how he was able to recover from those 2 points of disruption from his opponent, and still know that I can go into Appaloosa and I think he drew that Immortal Phoenix Gearfried off of that 1 draw from the Magius, which was huge.
Yeah, he added it to his hand of the effect Veiler.
Because really, that effect negation in the damage step was the most important part of that match.
Yeah, that was crucial. That was crucial to his victory because he was unable to use the Appaloosa's effect.
All right, but we'll be right back in the interview with our winner, Pack, before we come back very shortly. So stick around to see what Pack has to say about his top 8 victory match.
I'm here with Pack, who just won his top 8 match with his Infernoble Knight deck. Pack, you've been up here on the big stage quite a few times now. Does playing under the lights with an audience on the stage make you play any differently than you normally do?
Totally, 100%. I think like it never gets easier the more times you're on stage. It's still nerve-wracking, you know, like a lot's on the line. Like I really want to win this YCS, so it's never easy. The pressure's high, but I'm all for it. Like that's why I'm here.
All right, well, you had a close 2-1 victory in that last match. Is there anything in that match that stood out to you?
I think playing on feature definitely made a lot more misplays than I should have. But I'm just gonna try to keep my best to keep playing good. And I think Billy Brick once said in an interview, if you mess up, just do the best of what you can. Don't think too much on it. And so I listened to his wise words, and here I am.
All right, well, you only have 2 matches left to play. Are there any decks that you're looking forward to facing off against because you think they're a good matchup?
I don't really have a good matchup, but I gotta win the dice roll.
Well, that certainly helps. 2 matches to go. How do you feel about your chances of taking down the whole tournament and getting first place?
I feel good. I'm just keep doing my best, keep playing my best, and that's all I can really ask for. But.
All right, well, congratulations on your top 8 victory, and good luck in your top 4 match. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the top 4 feature match shortly.
Hey everyone, this is Billy Brake here. Welcome back, and glad to have you join us for another in-depth look into our latest core booster set. That's right, Age of Overlord. It's a new age, and I can't wait for y'all to learn about brand new themes, strategies, and of course, a few surprises that will help you unlock the potential of these cards. Without further delay, here it is, Age of Overlord.
One of my favorite early booster sets was Pharaonic Guardian, which was full of cards with an Egyptian motif to them. Guardian Sphinx was my favorite of the bunch at the time. This year, duelists have been asking me at events when we're going to release more cards with an Egyptian motif to them. I've just had to hold my tongue about it, until now. The new Horus theme is all about finding and defending the King's Sarcophagus. While you control the sarcophagus, your new Horus monsters are effectively immortal and can drag enemy monsters down to the underworld. It also lets you assemble all 4 Horus monsters in an instant, as long as you have enough cards in hand to trade for them. It's a risky strategy, since losing the sarcophagus can lose you the duel, but the benefits of succeeding are massive. You could even try combining these cards with some of the older Horus monsters too. You may not have realized it, but a brand new storyline kicked off in Duelist Nexus with this card, Sinful Spoils of Subversion, Snake Eye. It's not just some mysterious item or artifact. Take a close look at these monsters. That's right, it looks like each of these monsters has... This is Snake Eye's Flambearish Dragon, the boss monster of the new Snake Eye theme. It wields the same type of power as the spell card from Duelist Nexus, transforming monsters on the field, and in this case the graveyard, into continuous spell cards. In Age of Overlord, you'll also meet Diabellstar the Black Witch, a new character who seems to be seeking out the sinful spoils, and attracting the wrong kind of attention while she's at it. Please consider letting Diabellstar hide out in your deck for a while this all blows over, okay? In Duelist Nexus, the Crimson Dragon finally appeared, and with it the Yusei-inspired Cosmic Quasar Dragon. In Age of Overlord, you'll find cards inspired by Antinomy, the duelist who revealed the secrets of Axial Synchro Summoning to Yusei. Age of Overlord will also help you maximize your own Axial Synchro Summoning potential, with new cards that help you gather your TG monsters and summon TG Synchro Tuner and Synchro Non-Tuner monsters more efficiently. Between Duelist Nexus, Structure Deck the Crimson King, and Age of Overlord, it's a great time to be a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. The hauntingly beautiful lifeform Tistina has awoken, and it's on the move. While the original Tistina from Duelist Nexus forces your opponent's monsters to bow down to it, and then wipes out their face-up cards, this new version erases all of your opponent's face-down cards, and then magnifies its own attack points.
You'll find 7 new Testina cards in all in Age of Overlord. Age of Overlord is bursting with awesome new cards. You'll find new cards to help you summon Supreme King Zark and further evolve its powers, a new Vizos monster, and a Monadium Synchro monster. You'll find WaTCH cards, Armored Exceeds, Labyrinth, Vanquish Soul, powerful free agent cards you can use in nearly any strategy, and more. Quarter Century Secret Rares also return in this set. As was the case in Duelist Nexus, the 14 Ultra Rares and 10 Secret Rares are also available as Quarter Century Secret Rares. You'll also be able to get the second version of Magicians of Bonds and Unity. Age of Overlord is poised to make a big impact on your duels when it hits shelves at the end of the month. You can get your hands on some cards in advance of the release, though, by playing in an Age of Overlord premiere event at your local OTS.
Are you excited to begin a new age? I hope this exciting look into Age of Overlord has built up that anticipation for all of you. All of that awaits in Age of Overlord, and will be coming to stores everywhere later this month. But you can get your hands on the cards early during our premiere weekend on October 14th and 15th at your local OTS. Keep an eye out later this week for more theme and strategy videos from some of your favorite content creators. That's right, and also the search will continue for Quarter Century Secret Rares as we close out the week with content creators opening up some packs of Age of Overlord to see what they uncover. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at YCS Richmond, Virginia. We have made it after grueling 2 days of dueling to the top 4. That's right, only 2 matches left to be played here. These players are going to be only a few wins away from deciding a champion.
Let's take a look at the top 4 duelists who are still in contention. We're going to have Joseph versus Christopher and Jack versus Pakawat. These will be the last duelists here to find out who the best of the best is for our YCS champion, the first to be crowned in Richmond, Virginia.
Absolutely. We've seen so many crazy games so far. A lot of fortuitous moments. Players really just getting a little lucky, I want to say, especially in that last one. I think that Gearfree decided a lot there.
Oh, absolutely. We got some Joey Wheelers here, but it's going to take more than luck. You've got to use your skill and a little bit of heart of the cards to get there. Now, it's going to be interesting. We've seen all of these duelists before and can do it. So this is kind of the last chance for the amazing defenders trifecta, right? With our duelists, this might be the last chance for Pearly to squeak in there so we get one of each of the decks from that box, winning tournaments back to back to back.
Yeah, you've really been rooting for that all tournament, and we're going to have to see what happens here because there's one more chance for that to happen here in the semifinals. Let's go meet our players.
All right, so first up, got Mr. Christopher. His favorite card's TG Hyper Librarian. Going fast makes him feel alive.
I do believe this is Joseph. Christopher's going to be the other player on the other side here. This is Christopher. And before him was Joseph from Frederick. Favorite card, Silver Fang.
Ooh, Silver Fang, an old school duelist for sure. Definitely LeBlanc there. We can see that his name on the shirt.
Yeah, going for championship number 6, I believe. At this point, trying to catch up with Jesse Cotton here.
Get himself a 6th trophy and the first title for YCS Richmond. That would be quite the achievement there.
I mean, you have to compare it, though. Joseph, hometown Virginia, right?
Yeah, so you'd be the hometown hero being able to qualify. That is just wild. But it shows you that, you know, you might just be the hometown hero. You don't know unless you try, so hopefully next time, you viewers at home, we would love to see you at the YCS series here.
I don't even know. What do you think the better story is, representing your hometown or getting the 6th?
Ooh, I think for Richmond, Virginia, they probably want to see their own win. Everybody loves to cheer for the hometown hero, but that another versus Glutonia trophy, it's only going to go to one of these duelists, so... You know, at the same time, it might be nice to add that 6th trophy in there. So well, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, out of the corner of their eye, they can see what they're playing for here. But these players have made it this far. They're not going to be distracted very easily. They're not really worried about being up on stage. I know, especially for Chris, he's been here plenty of times. He's not really worried about it. Just worried about the opponent in front of him.
Certainly taking a moment to collect himself. Has some great millennium eyes we see. There's certainly a true anime fan there.
Yeah, Yugioh definitely means a lot to him.
Opponent getting set up there, again, just getting comfortable. This is really, again, one of our last 2 duels. So this is it. This is your duel or die moment to figure out if you're going to be our next champion.
We've been seeing a lot of interesting strategies up to this point, but now we have some more tried and true things going on here. Not necessarily the other strategies were bad, but these strategies just made it out here. You know, I'm honestly surprised that Pearly made it as far as he did, but Chris really loves that deck. He's been playing it for several events now, always doing pretty well. And then Joseph, just on that Unchained strategy that we've seen do extremely well in this tournament, crazy conversion rate.
Absolutely. Both of these decks got way powered up after Duelist Nexus release and shows that even though there's some great Age of Overlord cards out there, most recent sets are still good too. So they're sticking to their guns and playing these great decks. And now we're seeing the pile shuffling. Hopefully the luck is on either side.
We can't really say that Age of Overlord didn't come in something to these strategies. I think SP Little Knight is just that card, you know?
Oh, it is. It absolutely, any 2 monsters, well, effect monsters combining to make something that not only can get rid of your opponent's threats, but also protect your own cards, making sure they resolve if your opponent tries to negate them. It is a huge impact for both of these decks, and both of the players are playing SP Little Knight, so it'll be fun to see those monsters.
So now, I mean, we talk about Little Knight, that's going to be one of those cards that you look for against Pearly. But I think generally speaking, how do you feel the Unchained versus Pearly matchup will go?
We've seen a lot of this over the, months that these cards have been out. Unchained is just unbothered by all these different things that usually will stop other decks. And Pearly certainly has a lot of resistance. It can keep putting bodies on the board and make them bigger. And if you can get to X-Pearly Noir, you're not even affected by those card effects. So effectively, it might be who can just push farther faster.
Good. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fairly important role for Joseph here. I think he wants to set up the Unchained board, and we see that Pearly, I think, is a lot more comfortable going second. Normally, I think the Unchained deck is very comfortable going second, but you really don't want to allow them to ever just set up that Noir, because then at that point, it's a lot harder, because you're really strong at pushing through, but it's hard to push through something that's just going to be an unmovable force.
Absolutely, and it does have that quick effect, too, to send those cards back to the bottom of the deck, and that could come into play if it gets enough materials here.
The players are amped up, ready to go. They're just You can see the nerves on them just a little bit.
Even if you've been on this stage before, every duel counts. You can't just rest on your own laurels. So looks like we're going straight into game 1. Again, this is going to be the semifinals for YCS Richmond.
Good. Best of luck. Arrow.
That looks like a 8. And that is a 9.
Best of luck, bro.
Oh, sorry, that's a 10. That's a 6 on that dice.
Looks like one of those might be the new Yugioh judge dice. Focusing on the game here. Joseph is going to go first with his Unchained strategy. See what card he starts with.
He did happen to open the Shayama, not the Unchained monster you want in your opening hand, especially when your opening play is Tour Guide. Makes it a lot harder for you to do any of your lines particularly safely.
Does look like we have that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Not sure if you want to stop the Tour Guide there. Chris thinking about it.
I mean, realistically, you just can't let Tour Guide resolve. He does have Infinite Impermanence. I think he's going to want to hold that in his hand as long as he can if he wants to just have something to interrupt the Caesar. Looks like, okay, Joseph might have the ability to play here. Does he have an Aruha? Oh, he does have Shavara. This is going to be enough to start getting his cards through. Going to be able to destroy the Escape. Escape is going to be able to summon an Unchained monster from the deck now. Ash Blossom already used here. Will Chris want to use the Impermanence in his hand on the Yama, or is he just going to conserve it for that Caesar?
Caesar is certainly the bigger threat there, stopping those special summons, but he may not want his opponent to be able to build up a bigger board, so it just kind of is about intuition, right? You've been in this tournament long enough, you played against all these different decks, so you kind of just know it or you don't. So let's see what happens here as...
So it's a Rakea from the deck off of the Escape here, which is going to be able to go after the additional trap cards in his hand, because I know he had another one. And also just, allows his board to be a little bit safer here because he's going to be able to block something along the lines of Impermanence. So you're not likely to use Impermanence now, simply because Rakea will interact with that poorly for you. But we did see that Christopher also has a Dark Ruler in his hand, so we didn't even really need to use the Impermanence. But I think had he used the Impermanence, he would have been able to just prevent some of the follow-up, because if he gets access to Escape again, then you can set up a Rage multiple times with the Yama in the grave. But again, it's something we don't talk about enough when you have the Pearly strategies. You need to keep cards in hand because it's not free to play every Pearly spell.
No, it definitely comes with that cost. The Pearly Sleepy Memory is great for reimbursing that hand for all those discards, but you still have to have cards to discard. So every time you're using one of those cards from hand, you're actually discounting your own ability to discard for those Pearly Memories.
Joseph taking some time to think about his play. He wants to play around as many interruptions as possible. We see the Rakea on the field giving him some flexibility, but he's choosing to remove it right now. Going to go for the Aruha on the Rakea. Rakea is going to be able to trigger, summon a monster from deck or hand.
You set the Call 100 one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You're good. Yeah, so just confirming that it is Abominable Chamber of the Unchained set. That is going to be able to summon a Unchained monster from the graveyard. But it looks like Sarama is hitting the field here. Sarama, I think... So it has a couple of options here. He hasn't used the effect of the chamber yet. Maybe he opts to destroy that so that he can reset the Escape, or he just destroys the Aruha that's already on the field. Because I think at this point you need to get access to Shayama somehow. So you might have to destroy the Aruha.
Well, he's only got one chance here, so he might end up having to push here. Obviously, it's only game 1, and it's best 2 out of 3, but this is one of those moments where you might regret it later if you don't push hard, but you might also find out that you don't need to.
Yep, this makes a lot of sense. Using the Infinite Impermanence here, cutting off access to the Escape, so you don't have infinite resources there, and then also just, not trying to get the Aruha destroyed. Reasonably, you didn't want to deal with both trap cards in the scenario, and especially with the Aruha being able to summon the Shayama, able to make the full field at that point.
Take a look at the extra deck. Might be time for a Link summon here.
I mean, yeah, you want to at least summon Rage. But maybe you go Rage into SP?
Certainly would be good, but he's...
Actually, you cannot, because Aruha was used in hand, so he is Fiend locked at the moment.
Oh, that is correct. So these two Fiends will become our Unchained Soul of Rage instead.
Not necessarily the ideal board. You don't really need Chamber and Rage on the field at the same time, but if Rage happens to be destroyed by some other means, that could be really useful to be able to summon it back.
Could also use it to link off his opponent's monster, depending on how this Pearly matchup goes. We have seen Pearly stall out before.
I mean, you imagine that something's going to deal with the Rage outright, so it's going to be rare that you get to just use its effect immediately, but that's what the Chamber is for, right? You get to bring it back as soon as something happens that would...
Stand by main.
Force you to use the Rage, where like you have the option
to immediately use it on summon. That's where you want to kind of use it.
Certainly will let you scope that out, but now we're going to activate My Friend Pearly. Joseph considering his face down cards before we even get a chance to pay those 500 life points.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an additional copy of Escape here. That would be really strong. It looks like he might, the way he's considering that other trap card. Yep, it's another copy of Escape. Yeah, and this is perfect. This is a great way to set up the chamber. He's going to be able to destroy that Rage, be able to go after the My Friend Pearly. He's going to be able to add back likely Sharvara from his graveyard to his hand, so he has even more flexibility. He's going to be able to go into Abominable Unchained Soul if he goes after the Sarama on his field at any point with that Sharvara, so he's able to keep Christopher off as many cards as possible.
It might be a difficult duel. There's not necessarily as many resources in Chris's hand that would kind of get things going. Obviously, that Dark Ruler no more is not doing a whole lot. But we haven't even gotten back to him because we're going to go ahead and resolve some effects here on Joseph's side.
All right, opting to use the Yama now to summon back that Rage could potentially be detrimental here because it does play into Dark Ruler. But at least if Dark Ruler is used, you are able to easily just go Sharvara again on the Rage and then summon it back with Chamber, so you have some more flexibility there.
Taking a moment to think about which monsters we want to summon next, or if we want to use the Dark Ruler. Obviously, the Dark Ruler no more will be good, but just like we talked about early, every time you use a card, you have one less card to discard for those memories.
Yeah, Chris definitely sees that line. He knows all cards available right now. Pearly Street will be able to prevent the Rage from getting maximum value if he's able to put monsters on the field, but I saw his hand. He only has two, and one of them is Dark Ruler, and I don't think the other one, one of them is a spell, but you have to make a choice here.
Definitely do. The road not taken may lead to victory.
I mean, realistically, you're not going to just activate Dark Ruler and do nothing, right? So you have to activate that Pretty Memory. Summon another monster here. It won't be able to be targeted, so that's pretty good. But you will potentially lose out to an Abominable.
Taking a second. There's only two moves to make here. Heads or tails.
Okay, Chamber is going to be used immediately here to summon out that Rakea. Just having some even more flexibility. In case he doesn't want to have to use the Sharvara immediately, Rakea can go after the Sarama. They'd be able to... Actually, Oh, I see what he's doing here. He's actually going to use Abominable right now to go after the Pearly Street just to make sure Rage can get maximum value.
Absolutely. If the straight Pearly Street's no longer in the field, you can target those monsters the turn that they're summoned, and that would be a way to link those off before any Pearly shenanigans happened at all.
Especially since you know Chris only has 2 cards in hand. Yep. You know that you're going to be able to get the value here. I think this is an interesting position. He could have chained the Pearly spell in his hand to be able to summon Pearly from the deck, and then the Abominable would be chaining in response to the effect of the Pearly, which means Rage still can't target it, but not that it really matters. I think you're not actually going to care too much because nothing's going to interact with the actual search, and then Rage could have still use the Pearly after the fact as soon as Street is destroyed.
Absolutely. Well, Chris has to make this play now. So Pearly Pretty Memory activated.
Yep, it's going to give up that Dark Ruler no more.
Gorgeous copy of it for sure. Let's see what we're summoning. It's going to be Pearly.
Yep. My Friend Pearly was already used, so not really useful to go after that. So this is going to be really just forcibly trying to go after the one in the graveyard. I think you're able to add, you're able to add Pearly, so you can get an additional normal summon for value here. It doesn't have to use the Rage until the Pearly is activated at this point. But also, you might just do it anyway, simply because you want to have Little Knight for the Pearly, the regular Pearly. So, because there's nothing you can get off of singular Pearly that can do anything at this point.
Not yet, but at the same time, it's one of those things where we've seen some conservative play from Joseph's side. Chris just has to play the cards he has, so we're going to take a look at the top 3 from using that Pearly effect, and a total whiff, and that's going to be the concession of Game 1.
Joseph able to take it with the Unchained strategy here, going first, very important, able to play through those interruptions very efficiently. Even with a poor hand, I mean, Tour Guide is obviously a great start, and you did have Favara as well as multiple trap cards, so I can't actually call it a poor hand. It was a very strong hand, but opening Shaihama is not ideal, but it managed to play without it.
It's one of those things where you just try to bury it in the deck, right? You're only running 1 copy of those cards because you don't want to draw them, but at the same time, it's going to happen sometimes. Obviously, he knew what he was doing. If you get this far in the tournament, you're used to the deck being kind of drawn out of the order that you would prefer it to be, and he showed some great just pressure to make sure that those cats never got well into the house that they wanted to be.
So now Chris does have the option to go first here.
We're taking a look at the side deck here. What do you think you pull in to kind of keep that momentum going? Even as the Unchained player, you want to make sure that, Pearly doesn't get a chance to do what it wants to do.
I think I mean, realistically, if you're able to put Herald the Abyss in your deck, that is going to be your main form of interaction. Like, you just want to be able to deal with the Noir, or have an out to Noir naturally in your main deck. If you don't like naturally have something along the lines of Underworld Goddess in your extra deck.
Would be difficult. Obviously, Underworld Goddess is great because you can keep it in the extra deck and go ahead and link off all of those cards, including that unaffected X-Pearl Noir. But at the same time, if you don't have access to it, you got to work with what you got. On the same side, thinking about, from Christopher's perspective, certainly we've seen Pearlies kind of switch into a control strategy where they use various trap cards to kind of keep up the pressure and protect their own monsters. But we've also seen situations where they can't put a Pearly on the board, so it doesn't really help them to go ahead and just flip up the trap cards and do nothing else.
Absolutely. So I think as far as Chris goes, he's less concerned about playing any of those more powerful trap cards. I think he just wants to get going with the Pearly engine. He just wants to be able to set up a Noir. Like, usually if you can get Noir on the field between the first 2 turns, that's enough, right? You get a lot of value out of that, potentially some draws as well. I think he's just going to focus down on getting that. If he manages to draw some additional trap cards to protect the field, that's great. But if he doesn't manage to set up any Pearlies actually on the field, then you're not really getting anywhere.
Exactly. It's one of those things where Pearly has been featured multiple times through the tournament, but we haven't really seen those big, beefy extra deck monsters like X-Pearl Noir. But it looks like the players are just about ready to go here, so we might be going into Game 3 shortly. Or Game 2, excuse me.
I mean, maybe shortly if Chris gets exactly what he wants, but we'll have to see here in game number 2. I do see at least one Pearly and Solemn Judgment.
So he did switch possibly into those trap cards in a more defensive version of the Pearly deck.
Stand by me.
Yeah. I mean, this seems like a strong hand. He has access to My Friend. He has a couple of options with Pearly as well. I mean, if Pearly hits... We haven't seen Pearly hit very often lately today.
We haven't. Poor little cat cannot find what it's looking for.
In fact, we're leading with My Friend, which takes away from the odds of going with Pearly, but I mean, Chris knows his odds pretty well. I think he has a more strict plan as to what he wants with the My Friend Pearly.
Definitely needs to get his game plan going. Just hasn't been able to do it yet so far, but at the beginning of this game 2, getting that My Friend Pearly, allowing him to reveal 3, usually of the same card. Yep, Sleepy Memory, and hey, Sleepy Memory.
I mean, there was an option there for going for Delicious, try and make a Noir turn 1. But if you don't have the spells and traps for it, then you don't really necessarily want to do that.
No, it looks like he wants to go for the extra resources that we see whenever we get Pearl Leap and Sleepy Memory in the standby phase.
He does have access to Solemn Judgment to protect it from something along the lines of Book of Moon or Spellbound. Oh, it hit. We got a Happy Memory here, which is actually incredibly strong against Unchained. Well, I mean, it has a lot of uses against most decks, but against Unchained specifically, it's better to just keep it set because you can protect any card from being destroyed because you can use it as an interruption to protect those additional trap cards or whatever, so they won't get destroyed from Aruha or they just won't trigger.
It's always great when you have those unique matchups where a card you have that's just supposed to help your strategy is actually the counter to the deck you're playing, especially when you're this late in the tournament.
I've heard a lot of players say, if you have access to 2 Happy Memory, it's better to just set them both, and the Unchained deck just can't play.
That's true. If they can't destroy, they can't do what they have planned to do. Not going to escape anywhere.
Looks like we're just going to rank up immediately with Pearly here. Going to use that Sleepy Memory.
Let's get that Noir on the field there. Not the big Noir, the little Noir.
Is he going to just have to activate that Happiness? Like, it looks like he's considering it here.
Decided not to at the last second. No, we are going in.
Yeah, now it's going to be a question of whether he wants to summon or not. He's going to chain. He's going to be able to set that Pearl Leap.
So now it's 3 materials, counting up to 5.
Always right there on top.
Certainly easy to find.
I think he's considering he's going to discard the Pearly here to special summon.
This is what's going to be protected.
Yeah, the Happy targeted the My Friend Pearly, just confirming as well.
It's just remembered.
So My Friend Pearly cannot be destroyed this turn as well as the next turn. And there is Pearly going to be able to use its effect, add another card here. It's going to add Stray Pearly Street.
And knowing that we already have Pearl Leap, that Stray Pearly Street is really going to help because next turn, no targeting on that monster.
Yeah, this is a very strong opening here. Near ideal, I'd say.
Well, Pearly fans, pray for your powered up deck, because this is actually how the deck is supposed to resolve. Pearly after Pearly, and here's another Sleepy Memory during the end phase.
You have a protection built in from the Solemn Judgment here, and then you also have the small protection of just having Pearly on the field means Herald of the Abyss makes you choose that monster with that type and attribute, you can just send the Perlily instead.
No, absolutely a heads-up play there, because Herald of the Abyss, it's really designed to make your opponent go ahead and send the card to the graveyard. So, you know, Pearly Noir might be unaffected by activated effects, but it's not unaffected by your opponent being made to send it to the graveyard. But since, again, just like you said, you've got that Pearly Noir, you can go ahead and protect it. Speaking of Pearly cards, looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Pearl Leap. We drew 2, and now we're about to draw 2 again.
Yep, every single copy of Sleepy is once per turn, and now since you summoned a new monster on top of it, you can use them again. So that is 4 activations of Sleepy Memory for 4 cards drawn, and then there was at least one Nibiru drawn. So Nibiru and Ash Blossom sitting in Christopher's hand.
How many cards are there? 5.
It's a very strong position, having put 5 very powerful cards on the field. Good situational awareness and still having 5 cards in the hand.
All right, we're going to start off with Dark Contract from the gates here. Not necessarily anything that Christopher has to actually be worried about.
So we're adding to our hand our Vice King Requiem, the DDD strategy.
Remind me again, how much defense does Noir naturally have?
Ooh. It has so much defense when I see Happy Memory, I don't think I remember that off the top of my head. But luckily, we've got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app to be able to check that at our leisure.
I want to say it's 2,800 so, without Delicious Memory anywhere near it, so it doesn't gain any stats. So
you would be correct. 2,800 it is.
Yeah, 1128. Okay. So I believe it's only 2 copies of Sleepy as well as a Happy under it. So not going to be massive here. You could just attempt to attack over it with the Deus Ex, the Machinex.
It's this effect that gives it the pop, right?
Yeah, that's that effect, yeah.
But that'll just force the Noir to just go ahead and send it back to the bottom of the deck.
Certainly can't wait around to get destroyed by battle.
I'm thinking here.
Have to get its material sometime later.
I feel like I know what you have after that.
Chris may be using the powers of the Millennium Eye that he has tattooed onto him, thinking that he might know what is going to happen next.
Yep, so he's going to have to be really mindful about what he detaches here. Detaches the Happy as well as the Noir, which puts him at under 5 materials, but it looks like there is not a copy of Enemy Controller to try and take the Noir. But it wouldn't work anyway because there is a straight Pearly Street and it was special summoned this turn, so it can't be targeted actually, so it's pretty safe here.
Definitely get to actually use those Xyz materials and not worry too hard because your card is safe.
So even though it can now be affected by card effects, it is still going to be protected from targeting by the straight Pearly Street. A copy of Forbidden Droplet would have gone a long way. But now we can normal summon Tour Guide.
Yeah, 4, right?
Yeah, 4 in hand.
Considering what we're going to do, Joseph's got 4 cards in hand. Obviously, we did see the Ash Blossom and Nibiru earlier. He may want to hold out and just let the Nibiru happen. But he also could Ash Blossom right here. It'd be very strong to stop Tour Guide in its tracks.
At this point, you probably just want to be aggressive with the... Oh, well, you know, never mind. That's aggressive for sure, using the Solemn Judgment on the Tour Guide.
Wasting that normal summon and preventing anything from being on the field. That's a little bit better than negating the effect because, again, now there's not a monster on the field to destroy.
At this point, I believe what Chris's game plan is he's going to use every interaction he can with Noir to go after whatever he tries to destroy, via, whether it be Aruha, Rakea, or whatever. You're just going to use a prison on the Ash on the prison here.
And that is all she wrote. Looks like Pearly is pushing towards that amazing Defender's trifecta.
Yeah, but very quick game 3, just like you wanted. Oh, sorry, quick going into game 3.
Turns out I didn't misspeak after all. Duelists are going to have to think pensively because, again, this is it. This is your last chance to access your side deck. Decide what it is that you want to do. Don't want to overcompensate too hard. You need your in-engine cards so that you can get your game plan going.
Yeah, we were talking about powerful cards here coming out of the side just to protect your turn 1 plays. That could be somewhat detrimental if you draw them without being able to play on your own. But it's not like Joseph doesn't have any of those himself here. He has actually access to Mistaken Arrest, which is not as good as Spellbound, but still pretty strong in this matchup.
Absolutely. Now, Chris is definitely accessing his side deck, so he might be switching away from the defensive strategy back into a more offensive one if he ends up going second here. Joseph seems to be setting some cards aside too, so yes, both duels are taking this opportunity to side deck very seriously so they can get set up for their possibly final game in the semifinals here. 2 duelists go in. 1 duelist, unfortunately, is only going to be 4th place, or actually the 3rd, 4th place playoff. But both just decorated duelists in their own right, and what an amazing adventure that they've had to get this far.
Absolutely. I wonder how much Joseph's going to keep in his deck, even though he knows he can go first now. Whether it be the Droll and Lockbirds, just to hold. If they functionally are similar to Mistaken Arrest, Mistaken Arrest is obviously better because it cuts off that first interaction. But Drone Lockbird keeps him away as well. And maybe you just want to maximize that ability to just make sure Chris can't put any cards on the field or can't generate any value, and then he has to still play into the unchained field. But I don't know if there's anything worth giving up for that exchange. Maybe something along the lines of Nibiru. Like Nibiru has been shown to be not as strong. I mean, I think it's very similar to Drone Lockbird, where you can't really play into the field as well as a copy of Nibiru in hand because you have to play into it, but Drone Lockbird's a little bit more severe.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where, Nibiru hasn't come up too much in this match. It hasn't really had a turn where we've had so many summons where it would be relevant. But this could be the duel where it is important. So that's always the decision you have to make with your side deck. Is it going to happen or is it not? And you might guess right, you might guess wrong, but that could cost you your tournament survival.
So the players are getting fully shuffled up here. They've finished siding. They're about to present and get started. One more power shuffle for Chris here.
It's your last chance to do it. You want to take every chance you can as long as you're still operating within the side deck time limits. And our judges are there making sure the players keep the pace of play. But again, this is it. This is that moment where every single decision is so important. Every decision is writing the history of YCS Richmond.
Some people can be a little bit superstitious. Like you try to give it that extra shuffle so you can have just that much better of a hand, right?
Magic Sauce. Great sportsmanship as the players shake each other's hands and get ready to draw their opening hands themselves.
The 5 cards are placed on the table there. Looks like we're going to be getting ready to go.
Both players seem to let out a sigh. Obviously really interested in Game 3 here, the semifinals of YCS Richmond.
Yeah, not a whole lot of excitement because there's just so much pressure. They can feel it. This is their one shot to move on into the finals. They have to take this game.
Looks like Joseph's going to go first, crossing into the main phase.
Really considering his options here, not going straight away, so maybe not the easiest decision. Okay, so it's going to be Abomination's Prison. That usually means you have a lot of safety going through your plays, likely going to be something along the lines of Aruha or maybe one of the trap cards to get started.
Haven't gotten a chance to see Christopher's hand yet, so we don't know if he's sitting on an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
There is the Aruha. Do we see a Drone Lockbird for some reason from Christopher? I imagine not so, but you never know.
Certainly would be interesting. But it looks like we're going right into setting a card face down.
Yeah, the very standard opening here. Aruha tribute hit the set. It's going to be Escape. So we have access to Escape at least. Escape is likely going to... I suppose you can summon Shyama here. Yep, there's Shyama. Shyama going to be able to destroy the Aruha. Going to be able to summon Sharvara from the deck.
All of a sudden we have very quickly gotten to 2 level 6 monsters.
This line of play plays very tries to keep you as much advantage as soon as you can. You're putting the Shyama in the graveyard to fulfill more special summon ability, while also putting Sharvara in the graveyard so you can immediately set another of those unchained spell traps. So now you'll have access to Chamber as well. And of course Yama is going to be able to get you anything else you want.
Now this could be a turn where Nibiru might be really important.
Yeah, but this is the line that allows you to protect yourself from Nibiru the most. So likely the Yama is going to add Sarama to your hand so you can normal summon it, because you did start without having to do any of those normal summons. Okay, you're adding Sharvara, which means you probably already have Sarama in hand.
Makes sense if you're not going for that one of in the deck. Gonna go and present. Let's go ahead and get a little cut here. Find out what's going on next. Very deliberate, intentional play from Joseph here, just making sure that he's making every correct decision he can.
Okay, no, he's going for Shyama here. Just immediately trying to special summon himself, going to be able to summon another monster from the deck with the effect of Chamber. There's going to be another Sharvara.
This feels like the point where we might intersect into our High Wave King Caesar. And there we go, we're opening up the overlay network.
Yeah, Chris didn't seem to have any kind of response here, so there is a Caesar in defense. Trying to play around maybe a Lightning Storm or so.
Possibly. Just don't want to take that chance again. Every moment's important here.
I see. He wanted to conserve the normal summon for Tour Guide. This is really interesting. Does he play Sangan?
Taking a roundup route look here. I don't see a Sangan.
Interesting. So not going to be doing any of those fancy plays right now. I wonder what he's trying to go for. He's going to try to summon... Yeah, so he's going to summon a Rakea. He can use Sharvara in his hand to destroy the Rakea and try to end on a much stronger field. Is he going for double Caesar? He might be going for double Caesar.
It would be very powerful. Obviously, you can use that effect multiple times per turn. Having 2 sets of them, that might be an incredible way to keep those Pearlies from ever doing what they're supposed to. Just taking a little look at the graveyard here.
Yep, there it is. He's going to be able to finally summon that Sarama. Sarama can likely go after the Rage and Reset Chamber. Does he target the Chamber here?
Would imagine so. Certainly a masterclass of Unchained play. Everything getting to resolve, everything getting to go off. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Christopher has anything in his hand that would stop this prematurely.
No, he's going after Escape here. Yep. You're getting to add back another Sharvara. Okay. Interesting. Just gonna naturally make this field. It seems like a roundabout way of going through this, but now we finally have a Pot of Prosperity once you're going through so many cards in your deck.
It looks like we're about to see 6 more.
Now you're looking for that non-engine at this point, right? Or you probably would take another copy of Chamber.
I'll do cross the 6.
Chris looks... I'm not really sure what that means.
Well, it looks like we got Infinite Impermanence, another Infinite Impermanence, 2 copies of Dark Contract with the Gate, a Droll and Lockbird.
Oh, you're taking the Mistaken Arrest. You're taking the Mistaken Arrest.
The Mistaken Arrest is huge here. Nice to be able to play Tour Guide and Mistaken Arrest in the same deck.
They're on the bus.
Taking a second here to think about it. The Mistaken Arrest is what he's going to take. We've talked about it throughout the tournament, but...
No, it's neither player can add cards until the end of the next turn.
It's similar to a Droll and Lockbird, but you can draw. And it works for 2 turns. So it will be stopping Joseph's turn on the following turn as well.
Hey, but if you're already set up, that may not be the drawback you think it is.
The biggest concern here is that you don't get the value from Caesar if you activate this.
Because it's just a monster on the board hanging out with no summons to negate.
Well, no. More so not being able to add the Dark Contract because it blocks you as well. But I mean, that was going to happen with Droll anyway.
Anything?
Nothing in the draw phase.
No.
Yeah, Mistaken Arrest is not a card you typically use immediately. You want to wait until it trades up.
Christopher, I think, mistaking it for Shared Ride earlier, but no, it's Mistaken Arrest. Sengen is in trouble this time. Considering carefully his options, this is Pearlie's last hope in the tournament, and also Christopher's.
I mean, still also Joseph's. No guarantee that he gets to steal this victory here.
But it is a strong and impressive board here, so Christopher's going to have to make some careful plays to get through it.
He does have that Harpy's Feather Duster. Yeah, he has a lot of powerful spells in his hand. The Enemy Controller as well as the Duster. Did I see a Dark Lord anymore? I don't think I did. Oh, yes, it is there in the corner.
So he's got everything he needs to turn this board basically just off.
But he has a Sharvara in hand. He unfortunately doesn't have Yama.
Well, Christopher will have to commit something to the board soon. We've certainly checked the graveyard. It's time to make a decision here, but it is a difficult one. Certainly can sympathize.
Okay, we're starting with the Duster. It's going to force out the Mistaken Arrest at the very least right now. The Escape is going to be able to summon a monster from the deck.
Joseph, think about if he's going to activate any of those cards in response.
He might not want to use the Mistaken Arrest if he doesn't have to, just so he can keep the follow-up available to him. But I think that's a little risky.
It's an important decision, but he is going to activate Mistaken Arrest.
Yep, has to be wary now that he's going to be under that restriction as well going into his next turn. Escape will be able to special summon another monster here. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. He didn't end up using that Yama, so perfectly fine way to play through the Dark Ruler as well.
Well, from now on, neither player is going to be able to add cards from the deck to their hand because of that Mistaken Arrest, so...
It doesn't stop him from adding from the graveyard, right, just to make sure?
Taking a look at the text here, only the deck is restricted.
Cool. So really, only thing we're losing out on is going to be that Caesar for this moment.
2 cards, yeah.
I wonder what you even want to summon with this right now. Maybe just an Aruha? Yeah, just an Aruha, just so you have access to Abominable from the Sharvara in your hand. So now you're likely going to force out the Dark Ruler as well.
You kind of have to do it. I mean, there's no other options here because all of those monsters are a threat to those precious Pearlies.
Yeah, and you do have straight Pearly Street as well as Enemy Controller to push through that. The Enemy Controller is going to be pivotal at dealing with the Rage here. But after that, it's just about having enough to actually do anything because you're still under that effect of mistaken arrest. You have the means to deal with the board, but you have the means to get started.
Well, we're going to have to start somewhere. Obviously, I feel like the Dark Ruler No More is no, okay, we're not going to, but it does feel like what you have to start this turn off with if you're going to get anything done.
Well, now that I see the hand, it's my friend Pearly and Perlily, both really strong if they are able to resolve, but under mistaken arrest, they can't do anything, so Christopher Hands actually does nothing.
Might be trying to figure that out now, how he can possibly proceed. Doesn't normal summon the Perlily.
At this point, he knows that he doesn't have any way to progress his own game state. He just needs to force out all of Joseph's response in some way that benefits him, try to get him to use his cards in the least efficient way possible. Currently, he doesn't even have a way to actually deal with the Caesar. He's going to have to take the Caesar, which is going to force out the Shavara.
No, I said normal.
So again, not even attempting to activate the effect. Christopher very aware of what mistaken arrest does. Taking a look again to confirm, but again, just not adding cards from the deck to the hand, which is one of Pearly's favorite things to do.
Looks like he's going to be activating that Dark Ruler finally here. That's going to be fine.
Definitely have to. No monster effects can be activated in response to this card, so there's probably not a lot we can do here.
Ghost is just going to say, okay. And now Christopher has to find a way to force out any of Joseph's cards.
How many cards are there? How many cards are there?
Certainly a heads up from Joseph playing all of his monsters in defense mode. I think he was trying to avoid any Lightning Storm blowups. Only got half the Lightning Storm, though. We got the Feather Duster, not the Raigeki.
Yeah.
Chris knows he's in a rough situation here. He's trying to find some line, looks into the graveyard. Don't think it's there.
Taking another look at that graveyard. There's not really a lot of options here.
He's going to have to try to enemy controller take one of the opponent's monsters here, likely the Rage, so he can use the Rage, but that's going to be a trigger. Doesn't trigger the Rage? Oh no, he's actually managed to force out a play from Joseph because Joseph doesn't know that Chris doesn't have anything.
Trying to get the most mileage out of your Unchained monsters, but it is true that Christopher hasn't really started his turn yet effectively. Really only turning effects off, getting that monster on the board, but if you can't add those cards to your hand, you can't continue this duel, so see what he does next. Go ahead and send him out Aruha, destroying it, and bringing out Shavara.
So, Rakea already in the graveyard. I'm not sure what you want to summon here. Are you trying to summon Abominable? Seems very expensive at this point.
Do Chain Link 1.
Oh, because he already has another copy of Rage in the grave, maybe, so that he's just going to summon it back now?
Certainly could be a way to do it. To a degree, Joseph's position is from the advantage, so he's just giving himself even more insurance that he gets to survive this turn and come back next turn.
And then Chain Link 2. We're going to special Chain Link 1, sorry. Chain Link 2 Yama, targeting my Shavara.
All right, he's just going to summon another Shavara here. Very interesting. Not even wanting to actually keep a Rage live at this point. Going to summon out the Abominable. Going to summon out another Shavara. I wonder if Joseph's just being a little nervous here. Sees the mistake because like maybe he was trying to get the Rakea from, but he realized it's in the graveyard. Yeah, I'm going to give up an Ash. Yeah, I'm sure this was not what he intended.
I see.
So make sure you resolve that Yama here. You will need to summon that a second Shavara at this point. But yeah, this even if you chain enemy controller here, Unchained Abominable Soar does not target the card it destroys. So whatever you take will simply be destroyed instead.
It's a difficult decision for Chris. He's taking a look at that graveyard again, and yes, in Unchained there certainly are a lot of options, but at this point we've got to push the duel forward.
The Yama should be summoning that Shavara from the graveyard as well. The Shavara currently on the field was from the hand. So for what it's worth, while Shavara is on the field, he is locked into Fiends. So being able to summon Little Knight will not have been an option this turn anyway. Only while it's on the field anyway, but I don't think it's leaving out in his own control.
Certainly minimizes the importance of Unchained Soul of Rage, but also with the Dark Ruler No More, not a lot's happening on that end. Looks like we're going to activate enemy controller, enter the code left, right, AB to steal a monster.
You're probably going to take the Caesar just to try to minimize value. Oh, no, you're going to take the soul here. It's just going to destroy itself at that point. Which, I don't know where you go from there with 2 cards that you can't do anything with.
Interesting, too, because Joseph's hand went right to the Caesar, almost like he was about to pass it over to Christopher, but Christopher did go for the alternative choice.
There we go. Whatever you want.
So make sure to resolve a soul here.
Down to just the last few cards for Christopher here. Definitely having an hour turn kind of moment, considering how many Unchained effects have resolved this turn, which is Christopher's turn.
I'm confused. Why? Yeah, Soul's destroying Soul. Yeah, and that's enough. Joseph takes it. No, Chris knows he has no actual playable cards. You just wanted to play it out. And Joseph is going to the finals.
Well, the Pearly players did amazing this tournament, but unfortunately we will not have that amazing Defenders trifecta, but the handshake coming down a second time. Both players certainly understanding. They've been up at the tables before. They understand what it takes to be here. And the other guy across from you has put in just as much work, so sometimes it's just not in the cards for you. But hey, this was quite the achievement to get this far again.
Yeah, honestly, it takes Pearly Fanatics to get this far, because I really don't think the deck was well positioned into this format. I think it had a lot of bad matchups, especially with Rescue Ace being so popular. We see multiple times in the feature match how Rescue Ace just has so many effects that really shut Pearly down. So it was not my choice for this event if I would have played. But I mean, we see players that truly love the strategy like Chris going as so far to make top 4 here. But we see the Unchained deck showing why its conversion rate was so strong. It's going into the finals now. We don't know what it's up against at the moment. It could be Pack with Infernoble. It could be another strategy that would be very interesting. I believe it was Horus Tier.
Yes, I believe it is the Horus Tier Lament strategy, which is really interesting. Think about what we just said. There's no more Rescue Ace Sinful Spoils left in this tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I assumed it was going to be the best strategy for this event. I thought it was the safest way to get into that top 32, but at this point, every deck was probably designed to beat it, right? You were trying to beat a deck. You were trying to also take account for Mikanko, because those are the last 2 decks to have won major tournaments so far. And these are the decks you respected a little less.
Absolutely, but that means we're going to move on to our finals with 2 decks that are not Rescue Ace Sinful Spoils, so it'll be exciting for those fans who have certainly seen the Fire Department. But we're going to go to a quick break so we can interview our winner, then go to the finals. All right, so we're here with the winner of our duel and one of the finalists, Joey, with his Unchained strategy. So, Joey, people have been here on the featured match stage before, but this is a little different, right? Kind of an intense duel to be up here at the top 4 in the feature match, right?
Yes, it was very intense. This is actually my first time on stream in general for any YCS, so I was feeling the nerves a little bit, but I tried to just keep it together.
So how does it feel different compared to being out there just kind of on your own from being up here on the stage?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the stream, being able to watch, especially my misplays, which is a little stressful, and then I got a bunch of people cheering me on behind me, so hearing their cheers in between is it's exciting and a little, distracting at the same time.
Now, both of the decks that were being played on the tables obviously got a big boost from Duelist Nexus and great cards from Age of Overlord. How did you feel in that particular matchup when you found out you were going to have to play Pearly?
I actually wasn't too confident. I didn't get a lot of testing against Pearly before the event, so I was a little worried. My best bet was hopefully to draw multiple hand traps if you won the dice roll and try to hand trap them. Or I also won the die roll, so it made it a lot easier because Caesar and Soul Rage are very good cards against today.
They absolutely are. So here's the thing. Now you really are the finalists. So one of these things that we're always asking duels, like, what do you think your chances are in the tournament? But it's only you and one other duelist. So how do you feel?
I think go either way. I've been running hot all day, so I just got to do one more, and I think I can do it.
Well, don't go away because here's what's up. We literally have the finals about to happen. This might be our champion or it might be somebody else, but no matter what, it's going to be an exciting duel. So again, don't go away. The finals will be here before you know it.